I'm not quite sure why my song is not playing. It should be the Holy Holy song, and I just noticed it's not playing. Let's try it again.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the Biafra is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the Biafra is another Savior. Holy, 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 all the Biafra is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwanam no wow. Hey, anamekele maduche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Mandekano is another Savior. Gonna sing along, holy, 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 Mandekano is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting it right and getting it faster now. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting it right, holy, faster, yeah, for freedom. Is another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the Biafra is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the Biafra is another Savior. Holy, 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 all the Biafra is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwanam no wow. Hey, anamekele maduche mefo.
And there it is. Brothers and sisters is what they tell me one name means. So one name to you, if that is what it does mean. So welcome, brothers and sisters. We meet again. Good to see you again there, friends. So here it is, and here we are. We go again as we hurtle all the way through to the 25th of February. So we're here again. and we're doing it again. Of course, we're doing it again. Anytime I take a day off this thing, I fumble at the lips as I try to read the headlines. But to the headlines, actually, that one is not loading at the moment. So let me give you this, which was previously the headline, but I changed it somewhat, but still one of the stories we're talking about. Nigerian presidency is not about our turn, but if it is, then it is Southeast region's turn. This is Peter Obi taunting Tinubu. So there it is right there. And there it is right there. And a lot of people would feel that that is what underpins the entirety of the Labour Party space. So from the horse's mouth, Nigerian presidency not about turn, but if it is, then it is Southeastern region's turn. Peter Obi taunts Tinubu. So true words spoken in jest, you may say, and I wouldn't possibly quibble that with you. So there it is, true words spoken in jest. Last lap, Tinubu campaign mulls alliance with smaller parties. So this is you see this happen. You see this happen oftentimes. Pardon me. You see this happen oftentimes in this phase of the electioneering. So when we get towards the tail end of the campaign season, when we get towards the business end, you see alliances being formed. So a lot of people that have been campaigning saying they want to be president, they were only campaigning up to this moment. So at this moment now, you'll start to see alliances. All of the smaller parties will start to cascade into the bigger parties as whoever is championing that space gets their payoff to move their allegiance to the bigger parties. And it looks as though that is what is in play here. Justin, no, not that. Let me give you this was, but this the next headline further explains this headline. Last lap, Tinubu campaign mulls alliance with smaller parties. So that is a standard fare for the Nigerian political space. And off the back of that, SDP to form alliance with Tinubu. So that is the formerly Abiola party, the one that Abiola won the presidency on June 12. SDP to form alliance with Tinubu. And a lot of you with memories long enough, you will recall that if Tinubu had not gotten that ticket for the APC, a lot of the speculation then was that rather than give up his presidential ambition, he would have moved it to the SDP, where he had a standing order for a ticket. So a lot of that relates to now what seems to be playing out now. So Tinubu somewhat partly affiliated to the SDP anyway, and it looks as though that affiliation now turning into an alliance. SDP to form alliance with Tinubu. So there it is right there, and there it is right there. So there it is right there. Let's go on to the next. Let me move this onto, all right. All right, so let's go to this one. This one is more of a philosophical one that I'm hoping we can philosophically have a conversation around this. Atiku should confess about his failing health, legendary corruption to Nigeria. So this is Tinubu, of course, and then you say it's a case of it's a case of pot meet kettle. You say a case of pot meet kettle. For anyone that should be saying these words, you will say it should not. The last person that should be uttering these words is either Tinubu or the Tinubu camp. Atiku should confess his failing health, legendary corruption to Nigerians. This headline is attributed to Tinubu. And of course, when they attribute it to Tinubu, not necessarily directly from his own mouth, but really from his campaign space. But the greater question is, Atiku, of course, in London, back again within the space of about 6 weeks. He's been in London twice on a medical emergency. And then we saw that bombshell expose on his corrupt practices under the Obasanjo phase. And with Atiku not campaigning with any vigor, really, is the game up for Atiku? Is the question. So is the game up for Atiku? Atiku should confess his failing health, legendary corruption to Nigerians, a headline attributed to the Tinubu space. So there it is right there. So this one, a deviation, a departure from politics, but nevertheless depressing. A Nigerian passport downgraded again, now amongst 20 worst globally. So there it is right there. That comes as no, and even as terrible as it is, it allies and aligns with passports from Somalia and Libya and South Sudan. So that is the category that they bracketed us in. And Nigerian passports downgraded, now amongst 20 worst globally. So for as terrible as it is, you cannot get hold of one. So that's just the summation of everything Nigerian right there. How Nigeria's commercial banks are hoarding new Naira notes for political campaign, secretly paying politicians, investigation. So we may not deep dive into that one, but I will certainly wrap a narrative around the headline. Wike finally reveals strategy that will determine 2023 winner. So there it is right there. Hopefully then we get a strong enough indication, if not a categorical statement, where Wike is backing his support. Because I think the political space, the tire of this guessing game that Wike has set us upon. Wike finally reveals strategy that will determine 2023 election winner. So what strategy that is and how he plays out, we'll find out shortly. Okay, that's the same one. So only to land on this. So this is the final readout, hopefully. Court bars Abo, sex toy shop senator, from seeking re-election. So we're only really bringing this just to document the end, hopefully, of this guy's political career. You'll recall him, of course, that went into a sex shop in Abuja and started to beat up the sales girl. So he now, having done that, in now this new political phase, he's now telling us that it takes exception to a Muslim ticket. A sex toy shop senator is offended by a Muslim ticket. So we've got enough jokers in the Senate. So hopefully this guy, we're seeing the end of his political career. Court bars Abo, sex toy shop senator, from seeking re-election. So there it is, a rich and diverse menu, as always is the case. A rich and diverse. I'm not quite sure why it's so dark. It is 10 o'clock here, but it's darker than traditionally it usually is. So there it is, a rich and diverse menu. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, click on the like button as you're coming in. Click on subscribe if you haven't done that already. The subscription numbers are not as the way they were previously. So if you haven't subscribed yet, then please correct that. So click on like, click on subscribe. If you want to tip towards the platform, click on this hyperlink that says buy your host cups of coffee and go there and go wild. And then, of course, if you want to come join us live on the screen, you know the protocol. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. And that brings you into a studio space. As soon as I finish reading out the body of the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen and we engage in a conversation. So that's how it works. An open microphone, the open microphone being that hyperlink that says StreamYard. So there it is, and here it is. So let's take another little micro musical pit stop, and then when we come back, we get straight into the throes of it. But first, the K guys.
Only water, only water, where is Sima? Water,
only water, where is Sima?
Hapa o naido, Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chifu Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé.
Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀
o jàre o.
Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùjó lè.
Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o.
Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ.
Petrosoname ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o.
Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ.
Petrosodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o.
Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ.
Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o.
Ìgbàlà tí èlé. Ìgbàlà tí èlé.
Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní rí wà gbéṣe o.
Ìgbàlà tí èlé. Ìgbàlà tí èlé.
Àrùnkárùn kò ní.
Ikú kò ní rí wa gbé ṣe. Àmì ẹ̀ pọ̀, àmì ẹ̀ ó pọ̀. May death have nothing to do with us. So that prayer, amen to it on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So amen to all that. So yes, this was a headline that I did not give you. So I'll roll that to the back. I'll try and speed through it. So we'll see if people are available, then we have sufficient time to build conversations. Nigerian presidency not about turn, but if it is, then it is the southeastern region's turn. Peter Obi turns Tinubu, so now turn by turn Nigeria Limited, not according to Isafantua, but is it? Yeah, it's Isafantua, isn't it? So, but here it is. The presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Mr. Peter Obi, has said the Nigerian presidency is not about turn, but about capacity, adding that if it were about turn, then people in the Southeast region should be considered. So let's pause there for a moment. Let's pause there for a moment because Peter Obi has always been a turn-by-turn politician. It always has been. Peter Obi has always been a turn-by-turn. When he was in the PDP, and a lot of people were asking him if he was going to throw his hat into the ring or not. He said he was not going to make that decision unless they microzone the presidency to the Southeast. So he was the original Emilokon. Long before Tinubu uttered those words, the original Emilokon had always been Peter Obi, and he revisits that space. The presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Mr. Peter Obi, has said the Nigerian presidency is not about turn, but about capacity, adding that if it were about turn, then the people of the Southeast region should be considered. Obi was subtly referring to Bola Tinubu, the presidential candidate of the ruling All Progressive Congress APC, who had been popular with the Yoruba slogan Emiloko, it is my turn, prior to his winning the ruling party's presidential primary. The Labour Party candidate noted that his government would negotiate with all the separatist movements, particularly the Biafra Republic agitators, to unite the country. So a lot of this would have been coming out of his homestead. So it looks as though at his homestead, Peter Obi has finally expanded somewhat on a position on that Biafra space. And it's gone again with the negotiation narrative that he has held steadfast to all the way through. The Labour Party candidate noted that his government would negotiate with all the separatist movements, particularly the Biafra Republic agitator, to unite the country. The former Anambra governor stated this at the All Saints Cathedral Field, Onitsha, Anambra, before a crowd of supporters and party faithfuls as part of his nationwide campaign. The Labour Party candidate also met with Anambra traditional rulers and other stakeholders at the government house in Oka. So I'm surprised but delighted. I'm surprised but delighted that what's it called? Soludo availed him of the government offices. He said, the presidency is not about turn, but about capacity, because if it is about turn, people like us would insist that it is are our turn and should be considered. The job of a presidency is not a retirement home or for any kind of settlement, but about uniting and rebuilding the country. They said I am a stingy man, and I said they didn't say that I am they said I am a stingy man, and I say they didn't say that I am extravagant or that I embezzled public funds, only that I am stingy. And I tell you, the job and the presidency of our country needs a stingy man, he said. All we are coming to do is to end suffering and build a new Nigeria. In Nigeria today, nobody is safe and families are begging to eat. We will secure and you. So it goes on to then list the usual expectations that you hear from a politician canvassing for vote. So essentially, I just wanted to land on that spot. The original Emilokon, Peter Obi, the original, I'm not sure, yeah, is that better? Yeah. The original Emilokon, Peter Obi. So that's Peter Obi then straddling that space. It is the turn of the Southeast. So, and then of course, he doubles down on negotiating with Nnamdi Kanu and his band of merry men. Last lap, Tinubu campaign mulls alliance with smaller parties. So this, of course, usually happens at this phase of electioneering. Ahead of the February 25th presidential election, the All Progressive Congress Presidential Campaign Council is planning an alliance with some smaller parties in a bid to boost the chances of its presidential candidate, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu. Correspondents gathered that the PCC and the party had been making overtures to parties to adopt Tinubu as their standard bearer. Findings indicate the APC governors and Tinubu met on Monday night following fears expressed by some members on the need to address inadequacies in the party's presidential campaign. So they've not quite detailed what the inadequacies are. It was learned that the APC Presidential Campaign Council, comprising governors and the candidate, was of the view that the alliance with other parties would assist the party in getting the highest numbers of votes and the required national spread in the presidential poll. A member of the APC Presidential Campaign Council, Senator Adesoji Akanbi, confirmed to correspondents on Tuesday that the APC was looking beyond the People's Democratic Party (PDP), New Nigeria People's Party (NNPP), and the Labour Party, noting that deals could be reached with smaller parties to adopt Tinubu. So, of course, yes, but I'm not quite sure how much those smaller parties will actually bring. Of course, Sowore will not be part of those smaller parties, but I think we can discount him. But I'm not quite sure how much those smaller parties would especially bring to the Tinubu campaign. Recall that Tinubu had been wooing the People's Democratic Party G5 governors, comprising Governor Yemsen Wike, and then he goes on to give us their list. But despite holding several meetings with them, the PDP governors had failed to endorse the ex-Lagos governor amid threats of sanctions by their party. Also, the apathy exhibited by many APC chieftains, former presidential aspirants, and ministers to Tinubu's ambition, which was reflected in their refusal to participate in his campaign, is also reportedly causing apprehension in the ruling party. So, yes, that is noted and documented. Tinubu is essentially running this campaign as a lone ranger. If you recall, even when Buhari, when he was campaigning as an opposition, they wrapped around him all of the top functionaries of the party. But Tinubu essentially going about this campaign as a lone ranger. Where is Fashola on the campaign trail? I don't see him. Where is Yemi Osinbajo on the campaign trail? I don't see him. Where is Rotimi Amechi on the campaign trail? I don't see him. Aregbesola, we see Oshiomhole make a cameo appearance here and there, but essentially Tinubu running this campaign as a lone ranger. So is it apathy or lack of confidence or spite or subterfuge. So there is certainly something amiss because there is no pump coming from the party chieftains showing that they are on board with this Tinubu project. Also, the apathy exhibited by many APC chieftains, former presidential candidates, and ministers to Tinubu's ambition, which was reflected in their refusal to participate in his campaigns, is also reportedly causing apprehension in the ruling party. In a move to rejig his campaigns and bolster his prospects, the presidential candidate held a meeting with some APC governors in Abuja on Tuesday, speaking about their plan to prevail on several parties to adopt the APC standard bearer. Akanbi, a member of the Election Planning and Monitoring Committee of the APC PCC and its coordinator in the Southwest, said negotiations were already ongoing in Oyo State, urging APC leaders in other states to adopt the strategy. The former lawmaker, who is also the chairman strategy and planning Tinubu Shetima Independent Campaign Council, said, we are reaching out to accord members, Social Democratic Party, and other political parties to vote for Bola Ahmed Tinubu at the presidential election. So yes, it is all of the expectations that a lot of these satellite parties, they will cascade into the APC. They cannot cascade into the PDP because the PDP cannot offer the deal that they would want in order to surrender their mandate, not their mandate, but their candidature. In order for them to surrender and collapse into PDP, PDP cannot offer them what they would need for them to do that, because I don't think they are of the thought that the PDP is going to form the next government. So there it is. The former lawmaker, who is also the chairman strategy and policy Tinubu Shetima Independent Campaign Council, said, we are reaching out to accord members, Social Democratic Party, and other political parties to vote for Bola Ahmed Tinubu at the presidential election. Seeking defectors to APC is too late now. That will not work. That is like time wasting. That can happen voluntarily. What we are selling to them is the product, Bola Tinubu for president. They should come out and support him for this reason and that reason, for this reason and that reason, so that they can have a president that can deliver. We are encouraging all our members and stakeholders in other states to take that approach, and I am sure they are doing it. It was my personal idea from day one. Immediately after the primaries, I have sold the idea to the party generally, and most states are adopting it. Politics is local. So there it is. Okay, let's actually see what Keyamo has to say. A spokesman for the PCC and Minister of Labour and Employment, Festus Keyamo, when contacted, said, it is a welcome development in politics. You need as many people as you can get, as many political parties and candidates that have seen the light and are ready to team up with Ashwaju. We welcome them on board. It is an extremely welcome development. So there it is. Okay, let me actually give you this as well. This actually wraps up the next story that I was about to bring you. The factional National Publicity Secretary of the SDP, Alfa Mohammed, disclosed that the party would welcome an alliance with the APC. Mohammed said the SDP had done an assessment and discovered that the presidential candidate of the APC is the best. He said, soon our party is considering an alliance with Tinubu because we have found him to be the most successful candidate. Look at all the revelations he did in Chatham House meeting. He built a modern state that is capable of standing as a country of its own. Nobody has contradicted that. We all know what he had done in Lagos. We need a man with an idea that can transform, we need a man with an idea that can transform a nation using economic resources, generating resources, and on it goes. Explaining why his faction may not support SDP candidate Explaining why his faction may not support the SDP presidential candidate, Mohammed said, "Where we find an SDP candidate who is promising, we will support him. But when we see the candidate is just there for election purposes, please don't waste your political capital on such a person. Of course, we are promoting Tinubu. We know the SDP is factionalized. I told you, as a faction, it is incumbent on us to look around and see which of the candidates will move Nigeria further than the others." So there it is. So that wraps up that space. Tinubu essentially canvassing for people to take on board. So there, and that's usually what happens in Nigerian politics. Atiku should confess his failing health, legendary corruption. So this is Tinubu now. The All Progressive Congress APC has challenged Atiku Abubakar, presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party PDP, to come clean on his health status and speak about corruption allegations against him. Bayo Ononuga, the spokesman of the APC Presidential Campaign Council, PCC, threw the challenge in a statement issued on Wednesday. It is time for Atiku Abubakar, the 76... So they don't miss a trick, you know. He emphasized the age, just so you know the direction that you're heading. It is time for Atiku Abubakar, the 76-year-old presidential candidate of the PDP, to come clean over two issues beclouding his campaign: his health status and his scandalous confession of how he colluded with his former boss, Olusegun Obasanjo, to fleece the Nigerian treasury using special purpose vehicles as vice president in 1999. The statement said, if Atiku has some modicum of honor, he ought to have stepped down from the presidential race that he is bound to lose again. This, he added, was especially because the release of the audio clip where he provided a vivid explanation into the modus operandi of his legendary corruption. Mr. Ononuga noted that so far, there had been no notable response from Atiku's camp about the disturbing revelation, except a futile attempt to disown the whistleblower, Michael Achimugu, an erstwhile media consultant to the former vice president. The APC presidential campaign spokesperson noted also that Nigerians were appalled that Mr. Abubakar and the PDP merely shrugged off the audio leak. So there it is. He urged Nigerians to hold Mr. Abubakar accountable by rejecting him at the polls in February. Atiku is also not talking about his health status, even when his hirelings daily make futile attempts to divert public attention to his main rival by cooking up lies upon lies. Whereas Atiku is the candidate that Nigerians should be surely worried about. The lies of several years and the various diversionary tactics are no longer sustainable. It added, Atiku's edifice of lies is about to crash on him. The People's Democratic Party presidential candidate is certainly not okay. The peppering effort notwithstanding. Ononuga's stressed eyebrows were raised when Mr. Abubakar did not return to Nigeria after the December holidays to come. So he hasn't actually been back to Nigeria since the festive season. And by the way, we're talking about the guy campaigning to be president of your country. Elections taking place next month. He has been away since Christmas and not set foot on the Nigerian shores. Mr. Ononuga's stressed eyebrows were raised when Mr. Abubakar did not return to Nigeria after the December holidays to continue his campaign since he left the country since the 21st of December 2022. So how many weeks ago was that? Let me just check. So December, so that's the week of Christmas. So that's 1, 2. So he's been out of the country going on 4 weeks now, Atiku Abubakar. From the field of electioneering campaign came a story by an online platform that Atiku was flown to London for treatment from his usual home in Dubai. The story has not been vigorously denied. We know he's in London, so there is no need. They've been releasing clips of him in London, so we know he is in London, so there's no need to deny anything. The story has not been vigorously denied. We have it on good authority that Atiku indeed took ill, Mr. Ononuga claimed. He was indeed in the United Kingdom for some medical help, though handlers camouflaged that he was there on the invitation of British officials at Whitehall. Why would British officials? You know what usually happens with the Atiku phase? He will be rushed off, and it was rushed off from Abuja, I think, about 6 weeks ago. It's been rushed off to the UK for medical treatment, which is fair enough. It's a near 80-year-old man, so he will have medical needs. So he's been rushed off to the UK for medical treatment. And then they would then wrap this story that he was invited. Then they will go and hire some Oyinbo man from Whitehall, some starving MP from some run-down constituency. They ask him to put on a suit and take photographs with Atiku. So this is usually their set play, and it looks as though that's in play again. He noted that despite efforts by Mr. Abubakar's handlers to showcase him as a healthy and physically fit person to endure the rigors of the presidential campaigns, pictures from rallies belies that. He stated that campaign pictures sometimes showed Mr. Abubakar as being helped to descend. And we played that clip here, by the way. He stated that campaign pictures sometimes showed Mr. Abubakar as being helped to descend steps at the stadia, adding that sometimes he walks with an apparent handicap, dragging his feet. Mr. Ononuga added that the irrefutable insight into Atiku's health status was the revelation by his divorced wife, Jennifer Douglas, in 2022 that he was admitted to a German hospital for operation amidst their bitter divorce. In a viral letter published in February 2022, Jennifer quoted Atiku's self-admission that he was in Germany for medicals, which explains why he was unable to retrieve his belongings from a Dubai house that Jennifer had taken over. So there it is. He added, a man who wants to rule Nigeria and wants Nigeria to repose some trust in him must immediately and honestly address these twin issues, his health and his legendary corruption. So there it is. We've been saying for such a good while now on this platform that we have not seen any activities from the Atiku space, and it's now been brought into sharp focus. The guy has been out of the country, and by the way, this is a guy contesting to be Nigeria's president next month, elections to hold next month. The guy has been out of the country since December the 21st. He's been in Dubai. And when he left Dubai, is it to rush home to re-energize his campaign? No, he's off to London to meet an MP to discuss whatever. In the middle of a president, you've taken 3-4 weeks out of the middle of a presidential campaign at the final, most important phase of that campaign. So that's the question then. With his ill health, this corruption expose that this guy leaked, and the lack of energy in his campaign, has Atiku given up? I think he has, but what says you? I think he has given up. So from that to this, Nigerian passport downgraded again, now amongst 20 worst globally. So we deviate somewhat from politics with this one. Again, the Nigerian passport has been ranked the 20th worst performing travel document in the world for the third time in a row, according to the Henley Passport Index, a recognized authority in rating passports from countries worldwide. Japan, whose citizens can access 193 countries without obtaining a prior visa, ranked first in the global passport ranking. Singapore and South Korea placed second, as bearers of their passport can easily enter 192 nations without visa. Yeah, so where is a Singaporean running to? The whole of the global money is in their tiny little country. The Henley Passport Index relies on data collated from the International Air Travel Association, IATA, with essential travel statistics from 199 different passports and 227 travel destinations. Holders of Nigerian passports can access only 46 nations, mostly in Africa, with the green-hued document visa-free or visa on arrival policy, earning it 180 amongst 199 countries. Other countries amongst the 20th worst performing passports, look at the company we are keeping. Other countries amongst the 20 worst performing passports are Eritrea, Iran, Iraq, South Sudan, Somalia, Yemen, Bangladesh, Lebanon. I'm surprised actually that the Lebanese passport is there. I thought it was a settled and stayed nation. Libya, Pakistan, and Syria. Afghanistan, however, are ranked the worst performing passport, as its holders are limited to accessing only 27 countries without a visa. So there it is. Only 20 countries, or even 19, probably worse than Nigeria in the passport index. Nigeria's commercial banks are hoarding new naira notes for political campaign, secretly paying politicians investigation. So we just take a few paragraphs of this. Commercial banks are now reserving the new naira notes for politicians for their campaign, whilst bank customers are told there is a shortage or no availability of the notes. Checks by correspondents reveal. Correspondents report that politicians in Enugu State, for instance, have been issued bundles of new naira notes, which they share to their supporters at the campaign rally, whilst at the banking halls, customers are given old notes and told there are no new notes. Correspondents reported that the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, had warned commercial banks to stop putting old naira notes in its automated teller machine or face a penalty. The CBN stipulated January. I cannot see how they can hold steadfast to that January the 31st as the end of the old naira note. I cannot see it. I think they are going to extend it probably sometime next week. The CBN stipulated January the 31st, 2023 as the deadline for the issuance and circulation of the old 200, 500, and 1,000 denominations of the country's currency following the introduction of the new notes. Correspondents had reported that with a few weeks to the deadline given by the CBN for the use of the old notes, a cross-section of Nigerians across the country have lamented the scarcity of the new notes. They lambasted President Buhari's administration for spending a huge amount of money on redesigning naira notes despite Nigerians' objections. So there it is right there. They are hoarding it for the politicians. So we try and speed through what is left. Right, we try and speed through what is left, and then we'll see if anybody is there to take a turn. Okay. Wike finally revealed strategy that will determine 2023 election winner. So I, like you, am starting to tire of this Wike narrative. So hopefully it comes to a crescendo one way or the other. Yemsin Wike, the governor of Rivers State, has disclosed that voting revolution will be one of the strategies the people of the state will deploy in the forthcoming election to defeat opponents in the state. Wike explained that the voting revolution would ensure that the consultation team, which would be headed by the presidential candidate of the PDP. I'm not quite sure what this means. Let me give it to you again. Wike, the governor of Rivers State, has disclosed that voting revolution will be one of the strategies the people of the state will deploy in the forthcoming election to defeat opponents in the state. Wike explained that the voting revolution will ensure that the consolidation team, which will be headed by the presidential candidate of the PDP, Saminialaya Fubara, was elected. So I'm not quite sure what this means. No, I think I'll abandon this. It doesn't rhyme with anything reasonable. Let's go to this one. All right. All right, let me come to Senator Abo. Let's come to Senator Abo. That one sounded somewhat like gibberish, and not just my reading this time around. Court bars Abo, sex toy shop senator, from seeking re-election. A high court sitting in Yola, Adamawa State, has restrained the All Progressive Congress APC from recognizing Elisha Abo as the senatorial candidate of the Adamawa North in the forthcoming general election. In the judgment delivered on Tuesday, Mohammed Danladi, the presiding judge, held that having been expelled from his ward, the senator cannot seek nomination under the party or seek re-election. The judge said the expulsion of the lawmaker by the Mubi North Local Government Council executive on October the 7th, 2022, binds Abo and the APC. The council had expelled Abo for alleged anti-party activities following his criticism and resistance to the APC's Muslim presidential ticket. So a lot of people have actually been hemorrhaged along that Muslim ticket narrative. Babachir Lawal, he has fought and lost in that space. Yakubu Dogara, he has fought and lost in that space. And certainly Senator Abo, now ex-senator, almost certain now he doesn't have a ticket. So he has fought and lost in that space. And for all of the hoopla and all of the noise of that space, it came and it went, and Tinubu waxes stronger. The court in its judgment further restrained the senator from parading himself as the candidate of the party for the senatorial district. During the hearing, the judge held the senator had full opportunity to present his defense, but chose not to do so. So there it is, Senator Abo bites the dust. So we learned finally on yet on another Peter B storyline. So the United States government are going after Peter B. United Kingdom authorities dissolve Peter B's company Next International. So this is big news. For failing to submit its annual accounts, authorities in the United Kingdom, UK, have struck off Next International UK Limited, a company largely owned by Nigerian top politician and presidential candidate of the Labour Party, P. Checks by correspondents revealed that the company was removed from the records in September 2021, following a first and second Gazette notice of compulsory strike-off of the entity. In the United Kingdom, a compulsory strike-off is imposed on a company by creditors or by the company's house for non-submission of annual accounts or failure to notify company's house about a change of official registered offices. Once a company is struck off, its details will be removed from company's house and the company ceases to exist. Next International UK Limited failed to submit its annual accounts for the year 2020. Hence, the company was struck off and dissolved in 2021. Before a company is struck off, however, the United Kingdom requires the company's house registrar to send at least 2 formal letters to the company warning that a failure to file its annual accounts will lead to its removal from the registers. So let's see if there's an official statement from DOB Space on this. All right, it just simply tells us that it's been struck off. So there it is right there. So there it is. It never rains but it pours for Peter B. So those are the talking points. And also we welcome talking points from the panel if there's anything that especially caught your attention in the news cycle. Happy to discuss that. Thomas, we see you. The Progressives, we see you. Baba Akure, we see you. Ajale Koko, we see you. And who do we see? Eze Ndigbo. Who is Eze Ndigbo?
It's me, one man, Solomon.
How many names do you have, Solomon? You this guy? You are starting to become like a suspect, you know.
No, this is my title. This is my title. My name and my title is Ndigbo one of Owanine. Yeah.
You get title. You where you never married.
Look at this guy.
Where you never married, who go give you title?
Yes, now.
For Igbo land, where you never married at all. You never go marry. They go come give you title. Now fake title for head.
They are saying you they go by crowd like Tinubu with your fake title. You they go by crowd, eh? Look at this title.
Solomon,
is it a real?
Solomon Peter the Rock.
Is it that the Rock? The Igwe one of
Peter the Rock.
No. Are you saying it's a real title though? Did you say it's a real title?
For now, Eze is my name. My other name from my native name is Solomon. Yeah. Then the Eze Ndigbo is going to be my title. It's my title anyway. I've already taken the title, but I will soon take it officially by the grace of God. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. All right. Let's kick it off with Patrick, and then I'll come to you second. So Patrick, are you ready? Patrick, are you ready to go? Patrick.
Yeah, I think you should pass me for now.
All right.
Call him Tinubu spokesperson. He will answer.
Tinubu spokesperson. Okay, so Patrick wants me to pass him. The Progressive wants me to pass him. So Solomon is ready to go. So we come to you, Solomon. So Solomon, you're up. So Solomon,
yeah.
Oh God, my thing is about to shut down. Hold on. Sorry, carry on. Sorry, let me hook up my laptop before it shuts down. It's about to. And there it is. So yeah, brilliant. So Solomon, the Nigerian passport, one of the bottom 20th worst in the country. You can barely go to any country with that passport. I bet you are not surprised, but are you disappointed?
I'm not disappointed because with the way the country, the situation. Good morning, everybody. Good evening, everybody. Good evening, one man. Yeah.
Good evening.
Yeah. I'm not disappointed with the situation in the country. You don't expect your passport or anything concerning the country to like the world to recognize it in a notable manner or order. Yeah, so this passport thing now is not new. It's not a new thing. So, but what we have to do by the grace of God is to pray that the new administration would work well and the prestige, the honor of our country will be restored even more than the way it was before, so that our country would be respected and our passports will be respected. And I saw the other day the first #1 passport in the world now is, I think it's Japan. Yeah,
Japanese passport. It's a Japanese, and then curiously followed by Singapore.
South Korea.
Singapore is not surprising, but South Korea, I was surprised.
Yeah, I was like, wow. How as this? How did these countries do this thing? And we can see what is going on in those countries. Even the little things. What Peace come here to talk about, to show us and even tell us about it. You see that this country is a country that is moving well, and their citizens they show concern to their citizens, and they do things that will make the citizens progress, even in all aspects, in all ramification. They work towards the betterment of the country. So these are the things that add value to a country. And when there is value in a country, the passport would have value. Look at, they can travel to anywhere. I think 190 something countries in the world, say, if not
Yeah,
more than.
193, yes.
Can you imagine? So these are the things we need to pray, and by the grace of God work towards, so that our country will get this kind of privilege, and the prestige will be with us, and not just for only bad things and things that are not good, that they would only be calling our country. Nigeria can get to this position. I have that belief. Nigeria can get.
You know, a lot of the rating is usually down to economics. You know, if they know that you're coming from a country where you're likely to bring money into their country, you're not going to be a vagrant or constitute yourself into some sort of an illegal person, then you can come as much as you can, as you like, you know.
Yeah.
So
That okay, I can hear you.
No, carry on.
Yeah, that is what I'm trying to say. That Japan now, their economy is stable and is growing. Japan is a country that they produce things, and is a very good country. It's a very, very good country in terms of the economy. In fact, in everything, but economy is the main thing that they look at in giving a country, in ranking a country like that, a country's passport like that. They look at the economy. See Japan, the way they produce their things, they do their things, and everything is going well. The citizens, and again how the government look into the matter of the affairs of the citizens, how they treat the affairs of the citizens, that will determine, that is still part of the things that will still determine this ranking. Not like in Nigeria here, where they don't even value the citizens' life. They don't even care about how the citizens are faring and how the life is going for them. So you will now expect them to come and rank Nigeria to even be that number 27 that they put Nigeria. They even tried. Yeah, I'm telling you the truth. That's number.
Are you not disappointed though? No, not actually disappointed, but surprised. As bad as the Nigerian passport is, I wasn't expecting it to be in the same bracket.
I'm telling you the truth. I'm telling you the truth.
South Sudan.
I am telling you the truth. But I know that the country can come up. The country can. Our honor will be restored to us. As soon as we have a working and a good system in Nigeria here, the honor will be restored to us properly. Look, there was one day I was talking to some.
Vote Peter Obi, you will get that one. Vote Peter Obi.
It's not about that. It's not about that one. There was somebody I was chatting with one day on IG, and there was this I would like visit. There's this a group that we were in, and we were just chatting. So I met somebody from Sierra Leone, and the person was like, "Where are you from?" I asked, "Where are you from?" The person told me she's from Sierra Leone, and I said, "Oh." She said, "Where am I from?" I said, "I'm from the best country in Africa." The person said that, like, am I joking? That, what country am I from? I said, "I'm from the best country in Africa." That's how I should be serious. I said, I'm from Nigeria. Do you believe that this person stopped talking to me? Before she stopped talking to me, she just blasted me for, like, how will you, like, you people are too pompous, you people are too proud. How will you say your country is the best country in Africa with what is going on in your country? And I was like, what is this one saying? We are the giant of Africa. No matter, even if our system is bad, our system is bad now, and the things are happening, but it doesn't still take away anything that Nigeria is still the best country in Africa. Of course,
but what you said is factually correct. Now, for all that afflicts Nigeria,
Yeah,
we're still better than every single, including South Africa and
of
Egypt.
course,
We're still
of
better
course.
than them.
Of course.
We're
So
still,
it's not like that we are too the ego, our ego is too much, that's too proud and all that. I just said you should just go to one side. I don't care if I've made my point and I've said my own that my country is the best country in the world. But so concerning this ranking, Nigeria can get there. We can get there. It's not nobody even if you criticize something, you should still see the positivity in that thing. As I criticize Nigeria, I still see the positivity in Nigeria. It's just something. This Nigeria issue is a very little thing that it just with understanding and remove sentiment, selfishness, and arrogance. Arrogance in the sense that certain issues that the country as a nation is supposed to, even the elder statesmen are supposed to come together and talk about that. Yeah, doing endorsements. There are some little things that they are supposed to come and talk about. There are little things. The constitution is there. The 1999 constitution is there. The many things that they are supposed to come and talk about and stop neglecting them, but just come and talk about them, and you will see this country moving forward. But when we come here now, we are running for election, doing election, talking about only election. When we still elect somebody, the person will come and be the president of this country with this constitution. And for states, you see people shouting obedience, obedience, or people shouting this, shouting that. You are here talking about presidency. Your state now, your state, you people are not going. They will say they will vote for a Labour Party in the federal level, in the state level. They will vote for the normal party. But look at this thing, this 13% stuff Buhari signed, and he gave to each state. Some states did not even know that they've gotten their own. It was this one Wike was doing this flagging project stuff that they even brought it up, and people are here shouting. You will start from let's start from the basics, the preamble, the basics, and start tackling issues. Then this country will move forward. It's not even about the presidency, to be honest. It's not about it. So Nigeria can work again when the needful are done. When we do the needful, Nigeria will work out.
All right, you said it's not even about the presidency, but it is about the presidency, because the presidency will shape the direction of the country. But who will be that president is the question. It's not looking like Atiku Abubakar, who seems to be in and out of hospital, and people are starting to point out that just his frailties, the way he drags his feet when it tries to walk, which is to tell you that he doesn't have the full possession of his body. And then the way people aid him to climb downstairs. And now this revelation about how he was looting as the vice president. If you add that to the fact that he has been out of the country since before Christmas and is not yet found his way back into the country 4 weeks, 5 weeks to the elections. So is Atiku still in this race is the question.
I don't know why people would just be, I don't want to use the word hypocritical, because this is a man that is running for an election. You say if some people that are criticizing his moves now are people that are not in support of him. They should mind their business. They don't know his strategy. Everybody are going into this election with different strategies. Obi is going with
his strategy is to win from Dubai.
No, one man. Let me just land in what I'm saying. Let me just.
Okay, carry on.
Yeah, it's not run from Dubai, but he have his strategy. The party have their own strategy of campaigning. Okay, ever since he has not been back, or he has not been in Nigeria, the party has been campaigning. Okowa has been around. Other people have been around. Even like yesterday, the southeastern campaign executives, they met with Theodore, all the southeast executives in the campaign. They met with George. So things are working. Let us not be looking at, oh, this guy is not here, this guy is not there, that one is not there. And no, all this is not what will win election for them. They are making moves that will win the election for them. Is when somebody go and sit down and you're not seeing. Like here we saw it today, yesterday, yesterday, he has been meeting with, that he was invited by the British.
He wasn't invited by anybody. He was in hospital and he just used an Oyibo man.
One man.
Come on now. He wasn't invited by anybody.
One man. Dino was interviewed and he said that they were invited. The interview, the clip is on YouTube.
Yeah, but what would Dino say? Would Dino tell us that he was in hospital, that they rushed him there for medical emergency? Would he say that?
Oh man. You know, the other day you brought up this thing and I told you that I don't know that it might be propaganda, that look at what I saw about that he's going to UK for that after whatever he's doing in Dubai, he's going to UK for a meeting with the British prime minister also. Not the prime minister. Yeah, the prime minister concerning Africa and then wherever. Yeah. So this guy is doing his own thing. And that is why it is a party. The division of labor is involved. People will have what they are doing, other people will have what they are doing. So Tinubu now is doing what he's doing. Obi is doing what they have their own different strategy to go about this election. So let's not criticize whatever move.
Whatever strategy, Solomon. The one thing that is an expectation, the one expectation that people would have is that somebody vying anywhere in the world, or somebody vying to be a president of the country should be in that country during the course of electioneering, especially towards the end of the electioneering, where deals are being cut, decisions are being made, people are coming to their conclusion. So all of that, the expectation is that somebody in that, somebody with that ambition will be in that country pushing as hard as they can. Atiku has been in Dubai since the 21st of December. And when he left Dubai, only to go to London.
Yeah, and remember, like I told you now, he went on invitation.
Right.
He went on invitation. Yeah, so you will not take it away from him. He went on invitation. So, and I don't think we should be worried. He's going to London is just how many hours from Nigeria? He will still come back. It might even be that they're on their way coming back this night or tomorrow morning, and they will still continue from where they've stopped or from where the other groups have stopped. So it's not something to really bother or to worry about. Yeah, I know that these people are neglecting or underlooking him, but trust me, I believe that this guy is going far in this election.
Do you think there is energy in Atiku's campaign? Is there energy in his campaign?
Of course. It's not something. You see, one thing I have noticed: these people are experienced politicians, people that are around the people in PDP. They're experienced politicians, so they will use experience, and they are people of high intellect. They are very intelligent people. That is why when they ran the administration, even when people claim that, we know that there is no administration that they don't steal. But when they were stealing, it was not, except for people like Desani and the rest that were too obvious. How will you use 14 billion to buy a necklace? It is very crazy. But during these people's administration, Nigerians never even knew what was going on. And this it shows how smart and intelligent they are, and certain things they don't come out to lie, like APC government now that they tell you that monkey swallowed money, snake swallowed. Those things are just like that. I don't know, like maybe because I just feel like these people, they are not properly sound and they don't know what to say. They will just come up with those kind of lies and give it and feed the masses. But trust Nigerians, you are smarter than that. We can never believe them. So you can't take it away from PDP. Their moves They know what they are doing. Trust me, I'm telling you the truth. They know what they are doing. They
Oh,
really
all
know
right.
what they are doing.
All right. Somebody that certainly looks like he knows what he's doing. So the Tinubu space, they are now starting to form alliances and starting to negotiate with quite a number of the smaller parties in order to pull them in. So they're in talks with the Accord Party. They're in talks with factions of the SDP. And what usually happens in this phase of electioneering is that smaller parties they adopt candidates of a major party as their flag bearer. So Tinubu did that. I think when they were ACN and they adopted, I can't quite recall, was it Obasanjo or whoever. But now, in that phase now, Tinubu sweeping up the smaller parties. What says you about that, Solomon?
Yeah. See, let me tell you, Tinubu. Like I said, I used to say it. I'm not a supporter of Tinubu, but Tinubu is going to have good votes in this election. Tinubu is likely to win this election. With what I saw in Enugu, see, I watched Obi's homecoming yesterday. It was almost the same thing with Tinubu's visit to Enugu or campaign in Enugu. Tinubu is not from the east, he's not from Enugu. But
In Anambra, you mean he's not been to Enugu yet? Obi has not been to Enugu yet.
No, I'm talking of Tinubu's visit to Enugu and Anambra. I'm trying to compare the two states. The way the one turned out for Tinubu, the other one turned out for P2B. Do you understand? I know that Obi has not gone to.
Are you suggesting that or Tinubu's crowd it matched Peter Obi in Anambra?
I will say that. Let me tell you the truth. That is what it with what I saw. That is just it. To be honest with you. And this was in the airport too. This was in the airport. If you see I was like, come, these people, do they know that one of their own is coming out for this election? That I'm talking about Enugu. Are they really sure that? Are they aware that somebody like P2B is coming out for this election? Because the way these people came out for Tinubu, I don't understand. Like, people say these people are paid crowd, but you can't expect everybody there to be that jobless or not to have anything they will do to come out for Tinubu like that. They came out for Tinubu. No. Tinubu is going to have, I think he's going to have that 25% each from most states.
Is Enugu an APC state? Who runs Enugu? Which party runs Enugu?
PDP. Yeah. PDP.
Is Enugu one of the rebel states? Is it one of the? It's not one of the wicked group, is it Enugu?
Yeah, Enugu is one of the weakest group.
Group.
Yeah, Ugwanyi, Ifeanyi Ugwanyi. Yeah. So these people came out for Tinubu, and all these small parties, apart from parties like Showere's own, he will not. Showere will never align with those kind of. Will not align with any party like PDP, APC, or even Labour Party. He will not align because he has already called all of them. He calls all of them criminals. So, and they are birds of the same feathers. So he's not going to align with any of these parties. But we will not take it out from Tinubu. Tinubu is trying. I won't lie to you. He's trying, even with his health issues and all that. He's still coming out, going for campaign. And no. Anybody that would come here and say that crowd did not come out for Tinubu in Enugu, that person is just a liar. He's a big liar. I'm telling you the truth. Somebody that is not from that region, it's not even an APC state. And look at the people that came out.
Solomon, you know what the pushback will be. They will tell you that they are rented crowds, bought and paid for.
I beg you, they should leave all these things that they are saying. Anybody that will come here and say that person is a liar, the person just he just want to be living in his own dreams. Like, how will I even put it safe? Like, it's just fake dream that person have. Let me tell you the truth. In his own imagination. because you can't say with what the kind of people that turned out for this guy that people did not come. People came out. I am telling you the truth. For an Yoruba man.
Why though? Why do you think they came out? Because what we've been led to believe is that the whole of the Southeast are already aligned and lined up behind Peter Obi. Even the concern was that if Tinubu turned up there to rally, they will stone him. So why do you think they turned out in that number? I've not seen it, so I'm going by your words. But why do you think they turned out in numbers to welcome Tinubu?
See, in this, nobody should say that Igbos don't know how to play politics. Igbos play politics well, because everybody have where they are playing, where they play their games to, who they play their games with, who they play their politics with. In that our region, as in the Southeast region, everybody have who they align with. And people that align with Tinubu, they are strong people. People that align with Atiku are strong people. Obi, no major politician is with Obi from the Southeast. Let us not come here and say what we don't know. No major politician is with Obi. But the heavyweights in Southeast, they are with Atiku and Tinubu. And these people can mobilize. They are the structures. They have the structures to mobilize vote for these candidates. So
Solomon, 30 seconds.
Yeah.
That means what you are telling us now, that APC and PDP, they still have structure in that.
I am telling you that, yes, it's not.
Are you sure Obi is not going to sweep all the votes there?
See, I'm even scared if they will give Obi the vote that is required from, as in that, the way they're even saying that what they call is that this one that is his base. He should not bank on them. He should just keep working hard as he's working and not even rely on Southeast. I'm telling you the truth.
Solomon, what do you think the reaction would be if Peter Obi lost about 2 or so of the southeastern states? What do you think the reaction would be?
It will show you that this that the politics is fair now. If we're talking about democracy, is it because your own person from your region is? Let's stop talking about this accountability and all that. Let's come into the politics. This is politics. This is something that people have been they've mastered. They've studied the system. It is part of their life. So you cannot take it away from them. They know what to do. They know how it will be. Yeah. They know what to do for them to get these votes. Obi is going to get votes. I'm not taking it away from him, but it is not the way that they expect that it's going to turn out. Trust me in this thing I'm just telling you today. And watch people that come here to talk about this. So most of them they are not even politically, like, they don't even know about politics. It's just even this last year from May or June that they started doing their research or started following up the political space. This politics, like they keep saying, is local. So you have heavyweight. Obi is trying. You don't take it away from me, but politics, it's not about whether the person is good or the person is bad. Is how are they playing their game and what is the things involved. It is politics. It's not a church thing. It's not something that how will I put it now? It's not something that they would come and just be doing because you are this or that. No. It is something that is local that they work towards it, and that is just the thing. Obi is really trying. You don't take it away. You can't take it away from him. Obi is causing problem. And in a way, I like what he's doing, because whoever gets into that office is going to sit up and know that, man, these people have passed, their eyes are open and they've passed that level of coming to say, to come and promise what you don't, give us fake info about, give us fake promises from your manifesto, and when you get in there, you will not do anything. It's really crazy. So you are now they are going to work towards whatever.
Can you see a situation where can you see a situation where Peter Obi might lose a state like Imo with Hope Uzodinma, of course, being the governor of that state? Can you see that situation?
No. Obi is not going to lose any. He's going to get more than 25% from.
No. I mean outrightly win. Can you see a situation where Tinubu might get the majority vote in Imo? Can you see that?
No, it's not possible. Tinubu can't get.
With Hope Uzodinma there.
No. Tinubu can't get. But he can. He will get up to 25%. Yeah.
All right. Ike, or is it Ike or Ike?
My name is Ike now.
Ike now. Okay. Did you want to?
Yeah, I want to react to what Ezendibo is saying. That I just want to react and leave. I prefer to be in the chat section. Good evening, everyone. Good evening. This is my first time of contributing.
Good.
Ezendibo, to a great extent, you are right, but there are some places you did not get right. I'm from the southeast. I'm from Imo State. All right. From what is happening there, I've been following politics. I come from a political home. It's more than 10 years I've been following politics in the southeast. What's happening is that the people that have structure in the southeast are supporting PDP. The real mobilizers are supporting PDP. But the people, the common people, are supporting Obi. So Obi may not get up to 90% of votes in the southeast. Obi can get, let's say, 60 or 50. 60.
Yeah. If you heard what I said here,
I'm coming, please. Obi will get within that range of 60 to 70. Let me say 60 to 70 percent of votes.
No, from 60 to 50. You don't give them 70. I know what I'm saying, to be honest with you.
My brother, I'm also following what is happening. So within that range, what PDP we get 25% in almost all southeast states, but I don't see them winning southeast states. The states APC.
Okay, hold on. Okay. Hold on. Let's unpick that. So if you feel PDP will get at least 25%, and there is no reason why PDP would not get 25%, because the southeast traditionally belongs to them since 1999.
Yes.
So, and they may even get more than 25%.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, if PDP gets 25% because they have all of the structures, what percentage would APC get? Because APC would at least,
Let me be honest with you. The state APC will get 25%, and I said, and a bit close to 30% in Southeast is a Boni state. Now, I am from Imo State. I don't think the place Hope Uzodinma is working is Olu Zone, and his influence in that Olu Zone is not even much. I don't think them APC getting 25% in Imo. The people that are likely to get 25% in Imo State are PDP. I'm being honest with you. Because
what about Enugu State?
Now, Enugu State, APC, the next state APC can get 25% in the southeast is Enugu. But I may give them around 20% or within 15 to 20%.
Let me tell you, there are some factors you need to put on ground. See, it's not about only mobilizers. Do you know the business guys that have believed in? There are guys that have lived in Lagos from the east, that lived in Lagos that believe in Tinubu. Do you know?
Yeah, you're right.
Wait. When I come here to talk, I don't talk out of sentiment. I talk out of factors that I've considered. There are guys who are not even into politics, but they are even friends with Tinubu's son. And you know favor in this life. People know as an Igbo man, you know what it is for somebody to help you from somewhere you are not from.
I know what you are talking about.
So you need to put these factors into consideration. Then we'll see. People will go back home and tell their people, see, you see me, I'm a big man today. You look.
Ezendibo, see, if you look at my analysis, you will know that I'm trying to be as factual as ever. I'm not bringing in. I'm telling you the truth.
No,
There
I
are those
agree with
people.
what you're saying. I agree,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I'm just
Now,
I still want you to see certain things
yes, I
to look
know.
at this
There
point
are
too.
people that have done business with Tinubu and his boys in Lagos that are in the southeast. But I'm telling you that Tinubu has helped. But I'm telling you that I don't see, you know what it means to get 25%? What I mean is, like, you have 1 million voters, people, like 1 million people voted. And you're telling me you're getting up to 250,000 votes. Let's be empirical with our analysis. I don't see that. They will get some votes, but I don't see them. The only state I'm looking at that they can get 25% is Ebonyi. Then likely
they will get
Enugu.
more than 25% in Ebonyi State.
Yes,
But
I agree.
it might
Within
not get to
25
50%
and
or
30,
but it is going to be more
30%.
than.
No, I don't see them getting 50.
No,
Now,
I
if
said
you
it
look
will
at
not get to 50.
now, if you look at, I don't know why people keep discarding ANAP polls, but if and we are people that like science and follow things empirically. If you look at, I'm following the trend closely. Obi is likely to get more votes in the south than in the southeast, but he's definitely going to win southeast. The problem is that he may not get up to that 90%.
No, hold on. Repeat what you just said. Obi is likely to get more votes in the south than in the southeast.
Yes.
That's what you said.
Yes.
Explain.
Now, the truth is this. If you look at how Obi emerged as a candidate, you understand that if you people can give me time, let me just analyze the whole stuff and how Obi came out. You know, when they started handshake across the Niger.
Across the Niger, yes.
Now they've started planning. When you know how the meeting is to make those people that are marginalized or like they are always feeling cheated in Nigeria to pray to be part of determining what happens in Nigeria. And if you look critically, you will see that the Southeast, I'm being honest here, the Southeast are the ones that have been marginalized the most. And if you look at the this rubbish rotational presidency thing, if you look at it, you also see that it is if you are doing handshake across the Niger, it is the turn of the Southeast to produce president. So they now looked for a credible Igbo son. And to be honest with you, I know most of the politicians of Southeast origin. No one is a saint, but I can tell you before God and man that Obi is one of the best we have, if not the best. Now that was how they started preparing Obi. This Obi thing to become president did not even start today. It was Jonathan that pulled him out of Abga. He did very well as a governor. They pulled him out of Abga, come to the center, come to a bigger party, a party that has structure. Now, this he came to PDP, and
no. Hold
I'm
on.
coming. I know where I'm
getting. Wait, it's a dialogue, not a monologue. When Jonathan pulled him out of Abga, it wasn't necessarily to groom him for the presidency. He may well have identified talent in him that he wanted to use for a particular purpose. So it wasn't to groom him to be president, or is that what you're suggesting?
No, it wasn't well thought out that this guy is the star boy to make president. But they wanted him because they saw that he had something to contribute. And you can see from that time he started appearing to the television, giving talks, and people started listening to him. He started going to platform, giving talks and all that. So that idea of bringing people to the center started for some time now. Now, you know how he was picked to be VP to Atiku. I'm not going to dwell on that. So that handshake across the Niger, they were looking for how to make him a candidate in PDP. With all the things that happened in PDP, he couldn't get it. He left Labour Party. You can see that when he left the Labour Party, the first people that endorsed him were Middle Belt Forum, followed by Afenifere and Pandev. Now, the South, Goodluck Jonathan is strongly behind Obi. Now, if you look at the states,
has it come out to say that?
He can't. No, everybody has his own methodology. You can't. Obasanjo can say his mind, but you don't expect maybe Jonathan to be telling people this is this. He will.
See, let me tell you something. Let me counter you. Let me counter you in this thing you're about to say now about. You see these South people. Let me tell you, South people. They're even part of. I don't want to say they're part of the problem, but see, you don't need to bank on their votes. I know that they will give votes, but it's not like the way you want to come up here and bring it up now, because you see South.
I am not
Solomon.
saying. See what I'm saying.
Hold on. One voice at a time. Carry on. One voice at a time, though. Carry on.
Okay. You want me to carry on?
You carry on since you've shown the
All right, no problem. I'll round up soon. Now, Solomon, if you look at the polls, it's not that Obi is going to get like 80% in the South South. That's not true. But
can you give me how many percent you think he will get in the South South?
Now, I think Obi will get up to 50% or 60% of South South. But the truth is, you know that South South has more states, and invariably they will have more voters. Look at Rivers. Rivers has 3 million votes, 3 million registered voters. Look at Delta State. Now, if you add the number of votes Obi will get from South South, it will be, I'm just postulating from what I'm seeing, that it will be more than the one he will get from Southeast. But these things can change, all right? So that's what I'm just trying to explain, that I feel he will get more votes in the South. And to be honest with everybody here, I may not be supporting Atiku, but if you look at this election critically, I think he's the one that may win, if you look at it very well, because he's the one that is likely to get 25% across Southeast states, across South, even some part of North Central, even Osun State. Look at Northeast and Northwest. If you look at it if you're a data analyst and you look at it critically, you will see that he has a good chance. So when people say Atiku is not in the race, I really laugh at them. I say, are these people new to politics? Are you not seeing what's happening?
But is Atiku's body language in the race, though? He's been in Dubai since the 21st of December, not even bothering to put in an effort. Just
you have a point, one man. Wait. But it is not Atiku that is doing the groundwork. This is PDP that already had the structure.
One man.
Yeah.
You don't need Atiku to be in front. There are people that are doing the underground job for Atiku. These are the ones you should be talking about. They don't talk much.
Such as.
If you come to the east, you can see Okwesile Nwodo, Dan Olansi, Soludo, Obiora Wankwo, Omeki Hedioha. There are plenty. I mean, there are plenty. You come to South, is it because
to be honest, the only useful name there is Soludo. The rest of them, they don't.
One man, you don't know that space. One man, just take the name she has given to you. You don't know the space. Even these guys will give him more votes than Soludo, that is a governor.
Okay.
To be honest with you,
I'm just being honest. Even look at this guy. Uche Secondus. Uche Secondus is a great mobilizer in Rivers State. There's some people that are working on the ground you don't know, that we just keep calm. Even in Bayelsa.
Sorry, brother. Did you say in the South Obi is going to get 60% of the vote?
I think so, 50 to 60%. But it just, if you extrapolate the number will be more than the number from the Southeast.
So which state do you think Obi will win in the South?
Obi will win Rivers State.
Actually, I've got the states, so let me run you through it, and then Ike. Is Ike Abi?
Ikenna is my name. Yeah.
Okay, Ikenna. I'll run you through it, and then you tell us how Obi will perform. Only 6 of them in Akwa Ibom. How is Obi doing?
I think Obi is going to win. Let's say with maybe 40% or 50% of votes. 40% or 50%. It's not gonna be that wide. Well, I think he will take it.
And in Bayelsa?
The same range in Bayelsa too.
Cross Rivers?
Cross River, I'm afraid of Cross River because why I'm afraid of Cross River is that they have an APC governor and you have a PDP that is divided. One side is siding Wike, if we get tilts to APC and you have the governor that is also in APC, I don't know. That's one state I can't say. I'm afraid. I'm not sure. I can't talk about it.
Okay.
They will vote for PDP.
Speculate on how you
that state can divide it 30, and the remaining 10%, the person it can tilt anywhere.
To Showore. All right. And Delta State.
No, it can tilt anywhere to PDP, APC, or Labour Party.
All right. Okay, for somebody to take it. And Delta State.
Delta will be divided between PDP and Labour Party. I think
APC guy, don't overlook. See, one man, can I say something here? There's this guy, this majority leader in the Senate, Omar Agege. Let me tell you. And this guy, what is his name? Fidos and Ebe. They are the two guys contesting for this governorship under APC in Delta State. Wait, let me just round up on this. Wait, let me say this thing. And this guy with the campaign, I'm watching their campaign closely. I know how the politics in Delta State is. You will not take APC out. See, okay. I believe APC is going to get 30% in Delta State. Trust me.
No, I don't think so.
No, Solomon.
I am telling you.
No, I don't think so. Can I say something?
Magnus will do better in Rivers than that guy will do in Delta.
What did you say?
Magnus of SDP will do better in Rivers than Omar Agege will do in Delta.
100%.
No. See, Omar Agege is not winning the election, but they have the numbers to give Tinubu 30% in Delta State. I know what their campaign is all about. I know how their campaign is going. I know what I'm saying. You don't take out Fidos and Ebe. You don't take out Omar Agege. These guys, they are really working. APC has a structure in Delta State as it stands now, but they can never take over. But they have a structure.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
Now, to be honest, the governorship, if you are following what's happening in Delta, the governorship is even likely to go to Omar Agege.
No, PDP would get this governorship election, will win this election. Trust what I'm telling you now. They will win it. But it's going to be tough, but they are going to win this election. Trust me.
But do you know that for presidency, most Deltas, Delta is divided into two. You have the Warri side, that is Riverine, and you have the part that is Igbo Asaba. Now,
yes.
Now, if you look at the Asaba is more like in the hand of Itobi. Now, if
you will not say the Asaba. It is not only Asaba that. See, let me tell you, in that side, they are talking about Delta North and Oshimili and all that. See, in that Delta North, I don't even. That is the part these guys from Patu told me, but they cannot really deliver. It's not him. His personal. It's not him that would deliver that place if at all. But he cannot. I know the people that are there. That is the main place I grew up from.
Okay,
see, in that place, Obi is going to get votes there.
In Delta.
Which is he in the governorship election?
Yes.
No, but I know one of the House of Assembly guys from that Delta North guy.
The
guy
that guy cannot.
That human rights guy, Gushwe Harrison. But that guy cannot give Obi the vote. He's going to get.
One more. Can you continue with the state, please?
All right. So what are we? So you are saying Delta State will be tricky?
Delta, I see Obi winning with 40%.
With 40%.
Okay. Guy, that one is not correct.
Okay, what do you think?
No,
that's what he thinks now. Well, what do you think, Solomon?
Yeah, Obi will get either 25 or 30%. Guys, just give it to Obi like that. Obi can get.
Okay, split it up for us very quickly. Delta State, Solomon. Who gets what?
PDP might even get more than 50%. APC is going to get nothing less than they will get from 30 to 40% or even 45%. APC have structure in Delta State.
Oh, hold on, no. So PTP gets 50%, APC gets 45%, and Obi gets 30% out of 100%.
30%, yeah.
Out of 100%.
He can't get 40%, yeah. He can't get 40%.
Which school did you go to, Solomon?
Delta State Polytechnic.
Okay.
Can I say something? Can I say something?
Wait. No, it's not the calculation I made now. Sorry. Is this sorry. It's not about I'm not
we are being as much as we can. Yeah, it's not about sentiments. And
I am not
telling
summing
you,
it up to 100%.
yeah, I am
I'm not doing
telling
like
you.
100.
No. I'm not. If you look at my analysis, I've never given someone 90%, or that would be unrealistic. I am telling you from what I'm seeing, and we will come back here. God keeping us alive. We will come back here and analyze the election. And I'm telling you that P2B is going to win within the range of 40%. Take this from me. I know what I'm saying. Just take this from me.
All right. Edo State, which is I think you're go on. That's always
Edo State PDP will get 25%, but Labour Party will take Edo.
By how much?
Let's say around 60% or 50%. You can anyone that is telling you that someone will win over 70 or 80%. That person is being delusional. To be honest with you.
Okay, one more. Can I say my own, please?
No.
One more. Sorry, one more. Can I say something, please? Sorry. In this percentage, I was not summing it up. I was not summing it up that I know 100% is 100.
Solomon, it must be over 100% now. You can't.
No, I was not summing it up like that. I was not.
Turnout.
I don't know why this guy what's his name? This dog guy they call Dex is calling himself dumb.
Don't worry, they will give you a flogging in the comment section later. But River State, land us on River State.
Okay.
Ike.
Okay, Rivers is a dicey state, but now let me start with PDP. The people that originally own the structure in the state, PDP is going to get 25% in Rivers. That's a given. Now, APC, if we get tilts to APC will get. I think APC will get 25% because Wike has worked in Rivers and his people love him. I will not lie to you. Now, Labour Party, we will take Rivers, but Labour Party will not get. It will still all those.
So hold on. They are going to take Rivers State irrespective of what Wike decides. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, because this election.
All right.
Why I'm saying this is that this election. If you have voted in Nigeria and you understand how they vote in Nigeria, you understand that there is a little INEC has been improving along the line. There will still be some form of malpractice, right? But the level at which you do that, it's been gradually reducing. And the people, I think, in this election, we may not have it 100%, but the people's voices will be heard by what they vote for in this election. And I think the people of Rivers State are actually tilting towards P2B.
So what is
hold on. What led you to that thought? What led you to that thought?
Now, if if you have voted in Nigeria, how they bring about incident form and how after from the polling unit to the collation center, that is where rigging occurs. Now, if you're telling me that you're going to upload results from the polling unit to the INEC server, which everyone can access at the polling unit, I think you've done a lot to reduce rigging. And if you're saying that everybody will have a bimodal accreditation before you vote, you are telling me that you're also reducing, you've scrapped that use of incident form because someone can just come in and say,
No. Sorry, that wasn't my question. You said you had the inkling that River State, irrespective of what Wike, their former son who controls that place with an iron fist, you are saying irrespective of what Wike says, that River State will vote for Peter Obi. And yes, I'm asking you how you arrived there.
Okay.
So don't tell us about election.
Okay. Now it is about the pulse of the people.
The pulse.
What the people, if it's about feeling, because the truth is, now let me tell you, by virtue of my work, I moved around Nigeria before I left Nigeria. So
are you a data analyst too? Because that seems to be the
no. I'm a medical doctor actually, but I have done a lot of research. So when I'm talking, I talk. When I'm talking, I am this kind of person that if you bring out a research or bring a poll, I study it critically. And also I've been asking people and I've been hearing one or two things that are happening, telling me that Labour Party will not win Rivers. Well, I will not argue with you. What I will say is time will tell. We will all see.
Just to interject shortly, one more.
Yeah, go on.
Meanwhile, greetings everybody.
Hello. Yeah.
What's the what's the name of our new person?
I'm Ikenna by name.
Ikenna, okay, Ikenna, welcome.
Thank you.
Ikenna, I want to give you a short advice, because I listened to you shortly, and immediately I knew that you were on ground and you know exactly what's going on. Immediately you made that comment that Obi might score do more in South than Southeast. I knew this person was really on ground, because the whole Obi thing started from South.
But
people,
it should be shameful that where his
wait,
own
I'm
region
coming,
is not doing
Solomon.
better than.
No, don't say
now,
that. Obasanjo did not win Southwest.
Wait. So because the elders and the society leaders working for Obi in South are more than the elders and society leaders working for him in South.
100%, my brother.
Yeah. So immediately you say that, I knew you were somewhat in tune. But again, the advice I want to give you is here: being in tune as you are going to have a lot of a lot of people are going to doubt you in this platform. Trust me. Your pushback is going to be massive. So I hope you just brace up for that. Trust me.
No problem. It's okay.
Brace up for that.
It's part of communication. Our interaction, if I'm right. If I'm right. So
yeah, Wama, can we go back to the talk for the day? The talks for the day.
No, we have not finished South now. We have not finished.
Okay.
One man still there.
One man went to the fridge.
Where is one man?
One man has gone to the moon.
Yes, sorry. I went to get some water. But
one man. The data you're reading out, is it the new INEC release?
So what new INEC release?
They put out the new release today.
Oh yeah, I think somebody sent it to me in private chat. Was that what? Yeah. What's the story behind that? What's going on there?
Okay, so they had the last time they put out this thing. There was a mass complaint about things like teenage voters and multiple registration and all of those shenanigans that's been happening around. You get what I'm saying? So they had to retract it and start working on this thing. So they now put out a fresh this thing. And the numbers, I have the numbers here. One man, there's a lot of registered dates. And again, the youth skyrocketed. The youth demography is controlling almost the biggest population of the entire voting register. And funny enough, the numbers I'm seeing from the Southeast here are quite encouraging, because numbers coming from Anambra and Imo combined together are more than numbers from Nasarawa, Yobe, Bayelsa, and Ekiti joined together. And the numbers here are really impressive. The highest is Lagos, obviously, 7 million voters. I think it's still maintaining that. It was 7 point something. I think a lot of things were scratched from there. And I think the highest voting grounds still remain Lagos, Kaduna, Kano.
Are those registered voters or voters who have actually hold on. Are they registered voters or voters who have collected their PVCs? So
No, registered voters. So the people that have not collected their PVCs is about 6 point something million as at today. Yes. So it's still quite high.
And where's the bulk of that?
I don't know. Okay, maybe I'll get the spread of that. But INEC it's just a day before yesterday that they commenced the word-to-word distribution. So now that they have decentralized it to the world, so I'm sure the collection is going to skyrocket in the next 1-2 weeks. Because
and what percentage did you say the youths are of
this thing? Yeah, I think they rose up to close to 40.
40, and that's from the age of 35 downwards. Or what constitutes a youth? Uptown. All right. Yeah, we can now.
Yeah,
I was asking
34 downwards. 34 downwards.
All right.
Yeah,
and what are you reading into that? How does that advantage your candidate?
Okay, no, I think I'm just saying that Okay. With respect to Obi, okay. The fact that almost all the southeastern states are above 2 million registered voters, almost all of them, and with Anambra leading with 2.6 million alone. And I say that the combination of Anambra and Imo alone has more votes than Nasarawa, Yobe, Bayelsa, and Ekiti joined together. You know, and Lagos 7 million, a huge battleground. Kaduna, Kano, Rivers is quite high, 3.5. Delta is quite high, 3.2. I think the lowest is
that's why I said the number of votes Obi will get from that region.
Yeah. South actually have two vote banks in Delta and Rivers, and funny enough, not Central is not doing bad because Plateau has 2.7, Taraba 2, Niger 2.6, even more than Sokoto has. So I think in that northwest, the thing that made that place high is just literally just two states, just that combination of Kano, Kaduna, and Katsina, 3 states. If you remove those 3 states, other ones are just joined together.
But you can't remove them now.
So Obi can win the presidency just from the southeastern votes.
No, now that's not what we are saying. We are
Obi,
just mocking him? We are just giving you analysis. He didn't even allow us to move around the region.
From the distribution I'm seeing, so from the register I saw, so I sieved it through high voting block, medium voting block, and low voting block. So the high voting block is Lagos, Kaduna, Kano, Rivers, Katsina, Delta, Oyo. 7 of them, and out of 7 of them, Obi is competitive in Lagos, he's competitive in Delta, he's competitive in Rivers, and then Southern Kaduna, which makes up almost half of Kaduna, is competitive there, which makes he's competitive in 4 out of 7 high vote states, which is quite well. And then another impressive thing is that in the medium vote states, which is 2 million above, he's competitive in almost 10 out of 17 states that are in the medium vote states, and all Southeast states almost are above 2 million plus. And in the low vote states, which is Ekiti, Zamfara, Yobe, Ekiti is the lowest, 987,000 only. Yobe 1.4, Osun 1.9, Ondo 1.9, Kogi 1.9, Gombe 1.5. All these ones are lower than 2 million. It's not necessarily even where he's that competitive anyway. Except from FCT.
And you factored in voter apathy.
No, now all those things. No, all these things we are saying is all things being equal. Now we are not God. We don't know what will happen in February, so we are just working with numbers. We have all things being equal. Like you make the calculations in economics, so we don't know where voter apathy. We don't know any of those things. But the things you will know about Southeast is that Southeasterners line up. If you check the 2011 election, check 2019, check 2015, they line up with one candidate. Southeast have never split their votes, never. They have never split their votes.
Let me add something to what you said, Uptown.
Yeah.
Now, if you look at the Southeast, when they have something, they will gain. Like they have a project. Look at the output of the Southeast. I will just like everyone after this analysis, I will leave soon to go back and look at how Southeast did when Jonathan contested.
2011, Anambra gave Jonathan 1.5 million.
If they feel that they have a stake in this election, they come out and vote. But why I'm just considering PDP is because the people I've known in that area.
Sorry, brother, 1 second. You see that guy just say Anambra gave Jonathan 1.5 million votes. And later you guys will say it's only the Northern that rig election, that people in the South does not rig election. How do you get 1.5 million votes in Anambra State?
Are you not listening to what he said, that they have over 2 million registered?
They have 2.6 million votes now
so
in Anambra.
If you have 2.6 million, then you shun out 1.5 million.
Is it not Kano that Buhari won 1.9 million votes?
What exactly are you saying?
No, what he's saying is that they rigged the election now. And let's not take it out. Yes, now they rig election in what are you saying?
They rig election everywhere.
this way you are talking, at times where you come here and talk, you just talk like somebody who's just new to the political space.
Excuse me. Can I say something? Solomon? Sorry that I've been interjected. Now, when I talk, let me say this. In election, the rigging of election goes in the direction of what the popular opinion wants in that region. You can't just come and force an unpopular candidate on the ballot, day of ballot. The only way you can get that is through the courts. But if it is something that is happening on the day of polling, I am telling you, yes, you can manipulate and inflate figures, but it's going in line with the people on ground, what they want. You can't just come and force the candidate on them.
You know something? I actually agree with that statement. I too feel that rigging, it usually still reflects the will of the people.
100%.
It does. That's why when you are checking these data, you don't really factor it too much because it's widespread and it really goes towards the will of people. So, but when I say
it's like,
okay, can I ask you a question,
one
please?
point something, and then somebody attacks me, am I the one that voted in 2011?
Solomon, let me add something now. Let me add something before I just leave. Now, in 2015, the mood of the North was, it's our turn to get power back. Like, we feel shortchanged and we want power. If you look at Kano State, that was the mood that reflected Buhari winning with 1.9 million votes. That's what we are trying to tell you. So it's the rigging. Yes, figures can be inflated, but it goes in line with what the people want. Thank you.
No, all right.
To add to that, rigging is a consolidation, literally, like just to pad up to it. Just rigging cannot do much. Rigging is like maybe the real voters are maybe 1.5, and then you make it 1.6, 7. It's just a consolidation, just to make it more concrete. Rigging can never be. If not, nobody will be sweating their ass out.
So if they declare Tinubu the president in February, so would you accept and say will those rules still apply?
If they declare Tinubu president, actually, I don't want Tinubu to be president because I don't feel he's the best Nigeria needs now. He may be a master strategist.
But Ike as well. I don't want Obi to be president.
Yeah, it's your choice. Allow me to exercise my
Thank
opinion.
you. Yeah.
Allow me to exercise my opinion. Now, I don't see Tinubu being the best candidate. One, look at his frailty and other things. I know what we went through with Umaru Musa Yar'Adua and when Buhari is sick. Come on, Nigerians. We should just sometimes we choose to off our conscience. Let us just put it on and ask ourselves, the way the nation is going, if we are people that know God and worship God, is this what we want? But if Tinubu wins and it is a free and fair election, then who am I? It's like a game of football. Some people did not want Messi to win, and Messi won. So you have to accept it and move on. Life goes on. What we should be thinking about the election is how to move Nigeria forward. People are suffering in Nigeria. If you are living abroad, if you see the number of calls people call, you say, I've not eaten, I'm not. And if you are someone that is doing something that's related to humanitarian work in Nigeria, or you've done something like that, and people still call you, you understand how people are suffering in Nigeria. So we should all carry our conscience and think about how we can move Nigeria forward. If Tinubu wins, no problem, but let him win in a free and fair manner. And let us think collectively as a nation how we can move forward. In every country, there is a way the country will be moving down, and it will reach a limit. And the people will say, no, we cannot continue. Let us see how we can raise our country and move forward. It happened in India. It happened in Bangladesh. And I listen to you people's analysis. You people keep calling, people be always calling Bangladesh and Vietnam. Now, let me tell you something. I worked as a doctor in Saudi Arabia for 2 years. I saw how they moved people out of poverty. Everything Peter Obi said is how Saudi Arabia did it. I'm not lying. Now, the Asia, why he keeps calling Vietnam, Bangladesh, and you people keep laughing, is because these are the people that are bringing people out of poverty right now. And he's telling you to go and look at what they are doing. Go and see what they are doing. He can't come and be telling you United States of America. He can't come and be telling you UK. Those people have left us. He's telling you your contemporaries.
So my brother, can you hold on 1 second, please? Can you hold on 1 second? So what did Saudi Arabia do that Peter Obi said he's going to do?
All right, thank you. Now, there are 3 ways you can move a country forward.
No. I said, what did Saudi
how
Arabia
to move
do?
people out of poverty?
No,
Now,
I said, what did Saudi Arabia do? You said you were a doctor there for 2 years. I said, what did they do there that you've heard Obi said he was going to do?
All right, thank you. Now you have to what Saudi Arabia did. First of all, they did something to stop rural to urban migration. How did they do that? They moved development to the hinterland. They started building roads inside rock, opening places, taking hospitals downtown, giving them accessible healthcare, encouraging their people. Any skill you want to learn, come and learn. We will give you free loan. Like the hospital I worked with. Can you imagine that the gate man of the hospital, the car he drove when I was there, was even better than mine? So they were giving them.
Why is that? Why is that? Was the gate man being paid more than you, or are you just are you stingy, as they say?
No. It's not that. The truth is that is how they pay. They are going to favor their people more than you. So I don't know what they aim, but I know that anything you want to do. That's how. Like if you want to go into education, if you read, be a scientist, be a doctor. Like in the US here, when I did a program with the hospital, I saw a Saudi Arabia sponsored by the Saudi Arabian government to come here after having their training. They go back, and when you keep engaging people, taking development to the lower end, making them produce to be productive, that is how you stop poverty. That's how you pull people out of poverty, and invariably you reduce the crime rates.
So that's Tinubu's plan, by the way, what you just said.
No, Wama, wait first. Now you jumped the gun, Wama. Let me finish.
Yeah.
I was building up a case. You just come and jump and just.
Oh, sorry. Carry on.
All right.
So I was going to ask him, what do they produce in Saudi Arabia?
Saudi Arabia exports oil. I mean, there are 2 things. So many things Saudi Arabia do. Do you know that Saudi Arabia is a tourist town, but people don't know?
So I'm just asking, what do they produce? Is it a producing economy?
Saudi Arabia is a producing economy, yes.
Oil and religion.
They export oil. It's a religious tourist town. They export gas. I mean,
they don't produce car. They don't produce.
I didn't say car. I said gas.
I know. I'm just saying. I want to know that they don't. So basically, so they did not lift people out of poverty by creating a productive economy. Is that what you're saying?
What do you mean? What do you understand by productive economy? If they tell you are productive, when they tell you that you are productive, what they are trying to say is that everyone is engaged.
No. Hold on, Ike. I think what Akim is saying to you, and then from there I want to move on to Solomon to get it back on stream. But I think what Akim is saying to you is that Saudi Arabia is essentially a mineral resource exporting country, has no production base. So as much as they build into the interlands to create a life for the people in the interlands, there is no economy there that sustains any life outside of those exporting raw materials.
Exactly. No, can I say something? Please, one man, with all due respect, I think you are mixing it up. When they say someone, you are productive, look at Nigeria. It is still the mineral resources that we have. When you say you are productive, is that you are making use of it. People want the value of what you have. You are exporting it, and they are giving you foreign exchange. That is what's being productive. Production does not mean you have a car hub. No, production means
that the security man that owns a car better than you. How did he acquire that car?
Now he was encouraged by the government. Please don't be useless at home. There is job for you. Just be busy, be doing something. And they paid him well, and he was diligent in doing his duties. This is what we should be thinking in Nigeria.
How did he get the car? That's what I'm saying.
Do you expect me to be asking me how he got the car? I mean, that question is ridiculous.
You just don't want to say it. These people they provide credit facilities for their citizens.
I just talked about zero loan. Did you not hear me? I said they give them zero credit.
Whose plan is that? Is that an obese plan?
No, is not what you are just misconstruing everything. Tinubu said student loan. Now, let
No,
me
it's
tell
not
you the
about
loan.
finances, car finances,
I know,
mortgages.
I'm coming. Let me tell you the loan. If you want to, don't mix up issues. Let me just say it the way it is. Now, if you are talking about loan, the loan facility in Saudi Arabia, it's zero interest loan. You know, it's Islamic banking. They don't give interest, and they are not even.
All right,
They
land
are
that
not
point.
even.
You are taking off topic too much. Land that point, and then we move on.
All right, no problem. So they are giving them some kind of loan, and they are not even strict on them paying back the money. What they just want to know is that you are busy doing something. We are encouraging you to do something. Nigeria should be interested in its citizens being productive as a person, having somewhere to go. You are contributing to something. You are bringing it. That's what it means being productive. And if every strata of the society is productive in that manner, from the common man, middle class, the government, that is what it means moving a country from consumption to production. So this is what it means in practicable terms. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you for that explanation. Here we were thinking something else,
Can
but
I
now
take
we
a
know.
bow?
Take a bow. You take a
Thank
bow. Well done. Good to hear from you. Come on again because you present so well. But back to you, Solomon. So the daydream believers, Solomon, daydream
No,
believers.
the Joseph of our time.
Look at that. Unbelievable. Solomon, back to you.
Yeah, their candidate is working hard, and the people that are working with him, they are still trying. But even if their mindset on its own, I don't think they are the same. Even if they claim to have the same mindset with him, I believe Obi is coming with a genuine mindset, and to work for a better Nigeria. But in all these other parties now, that even if they have tips there are still people who are reasonable and that can help him out. But I just wish assuming the system would have allowed him to get in, and he will be able to call those other good people, other good best brains in other parties that can come and work or be in his cabinet. But this is politics. It's not going to be possible, Sha. So yeah, V is really trying. You don't need to call them daydreamers, but they are trying. They're trying. Somebody like Playtown, I really like the way Playtown is supporting Obi, but it's just that he's from Anambra, and I feel like I don't know Playtown, and I don't know his relationship with Peter Obi, but I feel like these guys, maybe his father and Peter Obi are friends, or there's a relationship between his family and that of Peter, because the way this guy supports
the thing with Uptown is it's a product of that system, and it has to defend its own.
Yeah, that is what I see. Because
Solomon, I think you needed to see how I told Buhari in 2017, 2016.
How what? Sorry.
You would needed to see how I sold Buhari in 2016, 2017.
Really, you supported Buhari in 2015?
All my friends.
No. How will you do that now? No. You see, you want to make me now. If not that I have I've watched out for Obi personally, I would have said, now this is what you want to do now to Obi. But I know he's not going to win the election, Sha. Let me not.
Solomon, I pulled out from Buhari around 2018, 2019, when the indices that detected his failure became more than the ones that detected future progress. But then, even till now, even as I have a lot of problem with him and some of his policies, the irregular policies, and a lot of, can list them for you, and they are more than his pros. His cons are became more than his pros. But even as that now, till today, I can still defend his infrastructural inroads. I can still defend some of the things his government has done, even now that I don't have any inclination towards it. But I can still stand by some of those things I defended, and then I'll criticize heavily the ones they failed in, which is actually more than the ones they passed. So that's how I am.
Yeah, I will not take it away from him when it comes to infrastructure. But there's something like Amechi said the other day. He went to Rivers State. He told them it's not to build infrastructure, especially like flyover when the people are hungry. It's crazy, because if the people die, who would make use of all this infrastructure?
Solomon, the difference between Buhari's infrastructure, when you come to the infrastructure ladder, there's something they call critical infrastructures. So critical infrastructures are economic infrastructures. Then other sets of infrastructure is something I call service infrastructure, like building bridges where there's no river, which is mostly what Wike is doing in River States.
No, hold on. Because I've heard people say that so often, building bridges where there's no river.
Yeah.
You know the main purpose of a bridge is for traffic flow. It's for traffic flow. It's not
Amechi cited those. He cited
it's not
those
to bridge
reasons.
over a river. It's for traffic flow.
No.
Amechi cited those reasons.
When you say building bridge where there's no river, it's a figure of speech. One man, it's not literal.
Right.
So what it means figuratively, what it means is that where is even not necessary, you build it. So where the traffic congestion in that place, if you check it and check the indices and it's not really affecting economy that much, and you go ahead to build it because that's a way to siphon money. That's building bridges where there's no there's. So if you're building like what Omahi is doing in Ebonyi State, normally if random person look at it, they will say Omahi is doing well, but he's not. Why? Because if you check the indices of people of Ebonyi State and you look at what Umahi should be doing in Ebonyi State is what Peter did in Anambra in 26. So when you come to Ebonyi State, they have a great number of poor people, and most of them are rural dwellers. And most of the rural communities has no connection with Abakaliki, which means that even though Ebonyi State is highly agriculturally favored, when they grow their produce, they cannot move it to the cities. So they sell it for less, way undervalued price in the rural areas. Now, Umahi is not investing in education, but what he's doing is building Dubai skyscraper schools that no Ebonyi State citizen can ever afford. Building Dubai model mall.
All right, we must move
building
on
Dubai model mall that no citizen in that place will ever be able to pay for. So he's not true.
When you come to road connection, I'm from Ebonyi State. Umai tried to connect the rural areas to the urban centers. So
no. I said with the situation of Ebonyi State, he needed to focus on that, but not just that. It's a collectiveness of a lot of things. Like he has to take in primary health care centers to see. Both my brother and his wife, they are both medical doctors and they work in Ebonyi State before they travel to the UK. So I speak with them. The primary health care centers, they are non-existent in the rural areas. They are none. So, and these rural dwellers cannot even come to the urban place. And you are building David, whatever school of this thing that is worth billions that nobody in Ebonyi State can afford. And you're building an airport. You brought in an airport of that magnitude where you are using concrete to build a runway and if you go to the statistics of the Nigeria aviation and you check traffic routes, and Ebonyi State has one of the lowest. Why? Because before I can fly in and out of Ebonyi State, there has to be commerce. Now you have not dealt with the commerce because it's not even a commerce state. And then,
all right, round it up. We don't want to be locked into Ebonyi State, but round it up and then we go back to Solomon.
Yeah. So that's the thing about Buhari is doing critical infrastructure. Buhari is building gas pipelines from Nigeria outside
to Morocco. Do you know? See.
I'm coming.
You people,
sorry, guys. I don't want to labor that part too much. But round that up. And then you round off what you were saying, Solomon, and then I'll go on to Thomas. Back to your town.
All right. So with the Buhari did so well with infrastructures, and even the ones he completed, which makes up almost like 90% of what he did, which means he continued every single thing Goodluck Jonathan started, which is a plus. It's not something you see often in our kind of society. But then I had problem with his leadership in terms of leading Nigeria, managing Nigeria's diversity, and then staying aloof and cutting out government out of the people, and then how he managed IPOB and all the security, and then his poor communication. His poor communication is so poor that he cannot even sell the things he did to Nigerians. He can't even sell it. So those are big problems he has here.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. One of these days, I'll do a one-on-one session with you, play town, because I feel you have a lot to say about always
I
pressure
actually
stuff.
do.
I don't just want to answer him because of Wario, but let me just keep quiet.
Yes, you know, if you answer,
He's not uniting Nigeria. You people hated him and you stay away from him. So what does you stayed away from him from the beginning. He tried to put a bridge in your place. He tried to do this. What do you want him to do?
No,
Even your own
my
son,
friend.
when he
That
was
is
there,
not.
what
No,
did you do?
you know,
just hated him.
Uniting
You
a
people don't
country
like to hear the truth.
is science.
As far as we are concerned,
it's not a lie at all.
as far as we are concerned, the only people that are excluded, that feel excluded now South, is not because they're excluded, but because they choose to hate everybody.
Even it's causing problem with Brimo's space. In Brimo's space now, it's causing
problem. You know the mistake that Buhari made, Patrick. He should have married Amaka. If he had married Amaka now, everything would have been okay. We don't marry Amaka yet.
Like Atiku did.
Like Atiku did, you see?
But they hate Buhari. Me now that I'm not Hausa, why did they hate me? I'm a Yoruba man. So you hate Yoruba.
Nobody hates you. You guys should not stop. I hate when people bring up
let me tell you, I never knew. Let me tell you, I never knew we were this hated until I started listening to Kano. I went to school in Enugu. We told the love, I almost married a lady from Abangwa. But I just thank God I didn't take that step, because that guy is from the same Abia State. The way you people hate us, I told my son, I said, look, you cannot marry from there.
See, Mr. Patrick, let me correct you on that Abia State.
Mr. Patrick, as educated as I am, I feel very unsafe. I'm a Yoruba man. I'm an Edo man. I married a Yoruba woman. But that's the truth you don't like to hear. You hate everybody.
Let's move on, because I don't
yeah, let's move on. That space usually gets out of control. But round off your thoughts, Solomon, and then I want to move on to Thomas. I still got some questions for you, Solomon, but just to break it up, I'll move on to Thomas. But round off your thoughts, Solomon.
Yeah, so like me, I'm not sentimental in my judgment or in my contribution. I always give to whoever. I always say the truth and say what I know. Like this Obi's movement. Obi is a good man and he's good. Like but I see him like somebody who is open, who is prone to learn. He's open to learn and to for the betterment of Nigeria, but like I keep saying here, the system will not allow him. And I know that is why I can tell you that he can't win the election, no matter the emotions people pour out. And if like they should cry from now till he's not going to win the election. I'm saying it. And right now, this hating Mr. Patrick is talking about, the thing is still happening with Brimo and all that. Even if he said something carelessly, but he was pushed to it. So that is why he just had to reply them and say that Igbo this that. But I know he's not talking to somebody like me. He just feel obedient that.
Sorry, who was that? Who was that? Who are you talking about?
Brimo.
Who's that?
Yeah,
I'm surprised you didn't bring the story though.
Yeah, Plato, I know you'll be familiar with that space.
I mean, it's a trendy story.
Yeah, it's a very and it's serious.
All right. So we'll open up that space then after we've heard from Patrick. Not Patrick, from Thomas, who may leave us shortly. So thank you, Solomon. Let's go on to Thomas. Just to sway it a little bit, move it around a little bit. So Thomas, are you there?
I'm here, one man.
So Thomas, so to it then, let me take you to this space, the concerns around Atiku Abubakar. So I put that question to Solomon, and he's telling us that Atiku is working on the ground. But really, there are concerns about Atiku's health, and as there are about Tinubu, but maybe more so about Atiku's health, who seems to be constantly being flown to hospitals in London. Even before, at least Buhari waited till he was president before he decided to take residence in a UK hospital. But constantly being flown to London for medical intervention. So that's one. Not been in Nigeria since the 21st of December. That's two. And then this expose about his fraudulent practices as vice president of the country, and the fact that you don't even see any campaign coming out of that space. So, Thomas, what is going on with Atiku?
Oh, thank you, one man. Good morning from Australia. Good evening to you guys. One man, the last session we did before going to Atiku space, if you don't mind, please. The last session we did, I make mention that I will stop talking about Peter Obi. But I think now they want to sell a fraudulent candidate to us. So I think I will reverse that. I will start talking about him. You see, sometimes you see, that is why, when they are talking, everybody is talking, I just kept quiet, just digesting what everybody is saying. Is this same guy, Pandora paper, is there wailing on his head, moving account of Anambra to Fidelity Bank that he is the chairman, 250 million cash in his house in Lagos, lying about what he left in office, and he has been debunked. Unable to move the high GR of Anambra when he governed. Buying bulletproof car for Damian, his brother, 2 bulletproof car for Damian, his brother. His wife spent almost 2 billion naira gallivanting, traveling around the whole world. Extrajudicial killings in his own tenure in Anambra. Somebody is shouting consumption to production. How many complaints, how many factories did Peter Obi build in Anambra when he was governor of Anambra State? Insecurity when he was governor of Anambra State. Everything that I listed now, one man. Can you fight on any of this crime on any other candidate that we have on the ballot now? From Atiku to Tinubu to Kwakwanso, let's talk about the 4 big ones. Can we mention anything that is so insensitive? I don't even know the English I will use on these 3-4 guys. And they are packaging this guy to us as if Nigerians are full. We are not seeing all this. Sometimes I found it I found very hungry in myself that what are we doing? What are we doing here? And when we are talking of Tinubu, they will be the first person to come out to attack Tinubu. When we are talking of attack Atiku, they are the first person attacking Atiku. Can we all this what I listed now? Can we take it away from this guy? And everybody that is shouting for this guy is from his section of his country. Any Yoruba guy that is not supporting Peter Obi is Southeast, is problem of the Southeast. Guys, let's just think very well before you put this man as the president. I've said it countless of time on this platform. He's not going to be president anyhow. He's not going to win anyhow. But
so
let's faction. My brother, please, I'm not interrogating with you. Please, can I finish my thoughts? Please, thank you.
Thomas, I was on the panel on just popped in on in Media, just the other day, and then just to talk politics and all that. And then one of the guys that was there, you know my views now, and you know how I express them. So I express my views in the manner that I do. And then one of the persons there, he say, there's this classic question that makes the round from that obedience space. So they'll say to you, okay, so you are the CEO of a company. If somebody like Peter Obi and somebody like Tinubu, if they turn up, who would you employ? So that's a classic question that they ask in every space, that space. So I then said to the person that, well, I'll look at their CV, you know. So, and when I said that, it was stumped, you know, and that finished him, you know. When I said I would look at their CV, that finished him. Because, of course, that's then the invitation to present Peter Obi's CV. And then they start to say integrity, and it's integrity, and he left some money, and it says, they say it's a stingy, you know, and then it went to the usual diatribe that you get out of. So there it is. That space, it crumbles under just the merest amount of interrogation or so. Yeah.
One man, Tinubu, we are talking about that is frail, he's dying, leg is shaking. They even make song for him from some region in Nigeria. This guy moved the IGR of Lagos. Everybody and running to that same Lagos. They can't seem to go to their state and develop their state. This guy moved the IGR enormously. And we are criticizing these guys, but this guy, he can't even, the person that came after Peter Obi moved the IGR. The records are there. So sometimes I found it like, it's just like a sectional, is our own. Let's just support him. And there's no crime in doing that. I will just leave that space. It's just a digression. Let me move to Atiku. One man, let's not deceive ourselves. Atiku will still get 25%. The structure is there. It's in London. Yes, please.
Okay. I think you are very right with your opinion anyway.
But Baba Kare, wait. Baba Kare is talking now. Baba Kare, target Nicola become a target. Make that decision first.
Which target?
I could hear somebody asking you a question. Target. Target. No. Carry on. I was just carry on.
Anyway, I just want to Thomas to rephrase the way he talks about when you're talking about issue of Igbo, right? I'm a Yoruba man, but the point is that you cannot say that some people cannot go to their state. To me, I think that is uncalled for, and I think it is. If we continue like this, we continue having the same problem in Nigeria. If we say that, okay, Hausa cannot go to their state, Igbo cannot go to their state, so what about the Yoruba that is living in the north? What about the Yoruba that is living in the east? Are we saying that Yoruba are not living in the east, or are we saying that Yoruba are not living in the north? So if we continue like this, I think this division will continue like this. I think we should be very careful about issue of saying that, okay, some people cannot go to their state because Nigeria belongs to everybody. Unless Nigeria divide, that is when some people will say, okay, this is our state. So the state belongs to everybody. It doesn't really matter that Tinubu doing well in Lagos State. Igbo has right to be in Lagos State. Likewise, me, I have right to go to Onitsha. As far as the constitution of Nigeria still stands right now. So I think we should be very careful with that statement that some people cannot go to their state.
Well said, Baba.
One more, let me just add to what Baba Kure said.
Hold on, don't add to it, because I think Baba Kure summed it up perfectly. And well said, Baba Kure. Actually, I should have said what you said, but thank you for saying it. So well said, Baba Kure. So with caution, proceeds, Thomas.
Yeah, no worries. Baba Kure said if anybody found it very offensive, I apologize. But what I mean, I don't mean it in that context. What I meant is that you can't come from another region and you are living in that same region, and the state is doing a fantastic job, but you are the first person to jump off the bandwagon to criticize that state or criticize the person. That is what I meant. I don't mean that you can't live in everybody have the right to live any place in Nigeria, but that is not what I meant. Back to Atiku, one man. I said some people are still underrating the PDP in Nigeria. I will tell you, Atiku will still do well. He will still come second. There is no out. There is no doubt. If he is not coming first, Atiku PDP will come second. The structure is there. Atiku is in London. They are saying he's sick. Is a rumor that some say he's having meetings with some MP. He's having meeting with some people. Fine. If Atiku is not in one man, Atiku wasn't in Nigeria. He's in Dubai. When he came back, he cleans to the ticket. Don't you think about that for once? Where the Wike is in Nigeria, is the one holding the party together. He can't even win the ticket for PDP. So Atiku has the structure on ground working for him day and night fervently. So all this Atiku is sick, is this, is that. They told us Tinubu is sick as well now. That is not new. So Atiku in London or in Dubai, the structure is down for him. Atiku will get 25% the whole Southeast states. Atiku will get 25% Southeast, South, in my opinion. Because the structure is there. Atiku PDP, Southeast is the best. Sorry?
I said it's a fact.
I don't like to use facts. People get annoyed with facts. That why do you say it's fact? In my opinion, he will get 25% in all Southeast states. Go and write it down. The structure is there.
I'm not sure that he will, Thomas, because if Peter Obi performs to the level that people anticipate that he will perform, and if you look at the history of voting in the Southeast, they always like for instance, if you look at last cycle's results, they were voting in the 90% for candidates. So that's to tell you that once they make the decision to go in a direction, they go overwhelmingly in that direction. So if Obi gets about 75% thereabout, APC will still put in a performance. I can't say Atiku getting more than 10-15% across the board in Southeast.
Yes, I think sometimes we jump on this momentum, this tsunami. There are some people, they don't even care about tsunami or this. Why is Soludo wants Atiku? Why is some Southeasterner backing Atiku?
For selfish reasons. Soludo wants Atiku for selfish reasons, for self-interest. Yeah,
you are fine. Other people that wants to back Atiku, do you know their motive as well? You don't know. So all this momentum is going to sweep the Southeast. It's supposed to sweep the South. Forget about it. I'm telling you about structure. Labour Party is a structureless party as far as concerned Nigeria for now. It's a structureless party. PDP, APC, they have meeting. They speak to the grassroots. Labour Party is not in that category. To me, in my opinion, it's not. Maybe they've stepped up a little bit now because of all this momentum in Peter Obi's camp. But you can still take away the structure on ground for these two parties in any state in that country. You can never take it away from them. Think about it for once, because they have been there for decades. This is almost 2 decades now, from 1990 now. So all these people backing Peter Obi today, one man, most of them are not even Labour Party supporter. They are not card-carrying member of a Labour Party. They just jump into the momentum. You want to talk about the party that have structure. They can tell you.
Thomas, the people that are backing Peter Obi, they admit freely that they are not part of the Labour Party. They are part of the obedient movement, which is nested within the Labour Party. You know that there are two separate things in that space. There is the Labour Party, which is the traditional party, and then there's the obedient movement, which is this phenomenon that we're seeing. So that phenomenon, a lot of them did not even bother to register with the party. All they are going with, if Peter Obi leaves Labour Party tomorrow and goes to Accord Party or something, they'll just move over. So they owe only allegiance to Obi and not the party.
That's fine. You can say that. I may agree with you, but I'm fervently and vividly sure about what I'm saying. PDP, this article they are still shouting is in London. It will still get 25% in the southeast. Election is just around the corner. God will spare our life. We come here the same time. We will be here analyzing this thing. I mean, I'm even doubting APC in the southeast because I know that is not APC's base. If you are talking about getting election, but not PDP. PDP that had the structure for almost 2 decades now, from 1999 till now. And you say one obscure party will come from anywhere, and just grab it from them. Somebody is telling me that Peter Obi will get 80%, 70% in Southeast. Where is the vote coming from? So people that has been in PDP for years, day and night, going to parties, going to rallies, going to campaign, going to ward meetings. The Labour Party have ward meetings that they converge, that they make decision.
Thomas.
PDP can come out today and tell you how many card carrying member they have in that state in the southeast. APC can come today and tell you how. Yes, brother.
Do you know what I feel? I feel that Obi, if is not rigged out, will win 70% in southeast. See all those structures, they are only there to rig. The people are behind Obi. The only thing those PDP and APC structure can do is to rig him in areas where they think they can. If they don't, he will actually get 70%. You understand? Because the people are supporting him. That's what I feel, Sean.
Please, just allow.
Sir Patrick, it's not everybody that is supporting him.
Thomas,
not say that it's everybody.
You had all the thing where you are here.
It's not everybody that's supporting him, Mr. Patrick.
Thomas, you have finished.
Just to back what Patrick just said up with data. This is 2019 results. PDP got this is Anambra State. PDP got 524,000 approximately. APC got 33,000. So that's over 90%, you would say. In Enugu State, PDP got 355,000. APC got 54,000. In Imo State, APC did a bit better, but still over 100%, 140,000 to 334,000. So what that tells us is that once they make a decision in the Southeast, they overwhelmingly go with it.
One man, you are talking of parties now that have structure. You are talking of party. I'm talking of Labour Party now, one man. You are talking of party that have structure. You are trying to go on my thought now. The same thing what I'm saying, because they have structure. That is why even APC in the Southeast, even though PDP in the Southeast, that is their own block of votes. But APC, they still gather some reasonable amount of votes in maybe 2 or 3 states in the Southeast. Because why? Because they have the structure. Can Labour claim this thing you are talking about, Labour Party? Labour Party that has 5,000 votes across Nigeria. 5,000 votes. 5,000. Well, is that's fine.
Sorry, Thomas. You know, oftentimes when people criticize the Labour Party space that they lack structure, and they tell you that the people are the structure. Are people too quick to dismiss that? Because if you look at the mass, somebody was just sending me a clip of some app that somebody built to contribute to the OB.
One man, I can speak on that app. I sent it to you.
Yes, I didn't. I was just really highlighting that there's a crowd movement behind it, which some people argue that in and of itself is a structure, and a truer structure not propelled by money. So, is there no argument to be had with that, Thomas?
Well, let's just give it. I'm just giving them the benefit of doubt, but in my opinion, I'm not seeing Labour Party performing beyond expectation, or maybe over the. I don't think so. The normal party on the ballot, maybe APC and PDP, they will still get. Woman, are you telling me now that Peter Obi will become second in this ballot? I know he's not going to win.
No, Peter Obi will come third or fourth. Probably third, because I think he may well do better than Kwakwanso, but of course, yes, but yeah, he'll come third or yes.
Then you can say, permit me to say this, anybody don't be offended. So the big amount of vote, where is it coming from? From the southeast? Can we say that? It's coming from the southeast. Fine. We can say that, no equivocation about that. So it's coming third. So if he can become the second, so what is this movement for? What is the movement for? That is why I'm saying, because of the structure of the party. Talk about Southwest. Talk about the North. Are we seeing this same momentum or this followership in the other region? Let's just say it. I'm not being tribalistic, but I'm saying, but the block vote of Peter Obi is coming from the southeast. We can say that. What of the other region? So if he's not coming second, so what is all this brouhaha, all this momentum for?
Hold on, Charles. So Thomas, if we look at that data that we just looked at, actually, let me share the screen so people can see it. If we look at the data that we just looked at now, if they vote in this pattern with 85, near 90% of people voting for Peter Obi in the Southeast. So this was the example that I was citing you earlier. So these are results from 2019. So this is from the BBC. So there's no disputing this. So this is Anambra State right there. You can see 33,000.
33,000. Yeah, I saw it. Yeah.
And then if we go to Enugu State, it pretty much repeats the same thing. So if they vote, the point I'm really looking to make is, if they here's Enugu State right here. If they vote to the same pattern in February, that will give Peter Obi give Peter Obi a real bank of votes, that whatever he then gets from other spaces will add on to that to then put him in a strong. There's an argument to be had, for an Obi performance, not an Obi victory, but certainly if you look at the numbers, you can compute, permutate performance.
One man, are you factoring Labour Party as a party into your consideration?
No, that's true. Actually,
are you factoring that?
No, I did not.
You did not. You did not factor it, one man. I've been in politics. I'm grown up when there is politics in Babadi Dibu in Ibadan. If one man, you don't live in Nigeria for so long. I think we have left. We at least we live in Nigeria. You are Oyinbo. You are in UK. But I live in Nigeria. I know politics like I know what's going on when we are talking of politics, when we are talking of structure, when they are talking of party that have structure. One man, you don't have structure, you don't have anything in that country. Forget about movement, this tsunami, forget about it. If you factor Labour Party as a party that had 5,000 votes 2019 into your assertion, what you are saying is it's not going to matter anything. Some people are still, one man, I'm telling you now, some people are still diehards of PDP in the southeast. They will not even vote for Obi. Do you know that? They will still vote for PDP. Forget about all this blue, all this momentum you are talking about. Some people in the southeast will still vote for Atiku.
Okay,
Go and write it down.
If you guys can let me for 1 minute.
Of course, you can
speak.
speak.
For 1 minute? Okay.
Is
Thank you.
Is that audio?
Yeah, it's audio. Mr. Thomas, are you done?
No, you can interject though.
You can interject now.
Yeah.
What do you mean? Are you done?
I really wish that.
I mean, I'm saying.
Can everybody hold on? Odion, you can interject. You can interject, but Thomas still have the floor. Yes, come in, Odion. Good to meet you.
Mr. Thomas, I don't mean it that way. You sound very sarcastic in responding to what I want to. You don't even know what I want to say. You just what do you mean?
Apologies. No, apologies. Carry on.
I'm sorry about that. No, I mean, I'm just saying. It's a question I needed to ask Mr. Thomas, because the question I wanted to ask Thomas is, he's talking about structure. The way you are, the way politics work, the way I know how politics works, is that you don't condemn a particular party that the federal government recognizes as a political party, just like what they call ANC that Mr. Oshowore is leading. You understand what I mean? Mr. Oshowore is still very, pertinent in the political system of Nigeria. So also with Kwakwazo. When you look at the political party of Kwakwazo, you see that political party is recognized. So you don't just because for one thing or the other, because you have some element of sentimental disdain for a particular party, you can't just be condemning it and giving people the notion that, oh, it's not going anywhere. But like you said, structure, that's the question I wanted to ask you, is to give the audience what you mean or what your definition of structure is. When you're talking about structure, like somebody said, I'm gonna be off the air. Yeah, I'm gonna be off the air in a second. So when you're talking about political belief, because the way we know it, even like you, Mr. Thomas, if you want to engage in politics, you can join any political belief. Because when we start condemning any political party that is springing up, what they call the Labour Party the Labour Party, they only just, like I can say, they only just picked up and just boom, they went AWOL when they passed the 7 months or 8 months. You understand what I mean? So we have to give, even you yourself, when you pop tomorrow from Kwakwazo political party, people will follow you. But when we have that sentiment of we have to leave this political party for all these old political cargoes, then you see that then we have a problem. And that is why you see the youth, or what I call the youthocrats sometimes. The youthocrats are not coming forward, because when we start downplaying or truncating the mentality of people to join the youth to join the political party, then with all that condemnation, you see that people will be withdrawing their political tentacle in getting involved with the political or the trendy political or temporary of the day. That's what I'm just trying to say. So we should not condemn any political. Let us all join anyone that comes and anyone that can give Nigeria the benefit of that, to enjoy the benefit of what they call democracy, is what everybody is looking for in Nigeria. I live here in New York. Where I live here in New York, I'm following the political party that for years I've been following. I'm a political scientist. You understand what I mean? So if Nigeria is good tomorrow, all of us will want to go back to Nigeria to go and enjoy what politics is all about. So my take is, we just have to be careful the way we use our language, so that we don't sound like we have monopoly. We have monopoly of wisdom. You understand what I mean? Thank you, guys. I'm very sorry if I offend anybody. I just want to make that point. Thank you so much.
Just give me like 1 minute. Let me quickly confirm that.
Thank you,
Patrick.
You know my concern when they are saying structures, and people say People are the structure. The question I will first of all ask people like maybe Uptown or any obedience is that why did Obi leave Abga for PDP? It was because Abga was not a national party. It doesn't have a structure spread all over the country. And he felt that PDP already has structure spread all over the country and it would be a better platform. So even Obi himself understood or understands the importance of structure. Him joining Labour Party is because he's left with no choice. If there was another party that has national spread and structure, he would have tried to join that kind of party. You understand? So let us not dismiss structure because Obi himself, his actions in 2019 and in the past since he became elected being governor in Anambra attest to the fact that structures are very important. You understand? So that's my take on the structure argument.
Yes. Patrick,
I can respond to you.
You respond, but Patrick, just for the benefit of the conversation and the audience, when we talk about structure, just give us a brief feel of what people mean when they talk about structures, just so we are all on board as to what we're talking about. So, what are we talking about when we say structure?
You see, structure is what you have. For example, in a system, people that do system engineering or system, the structure is what you have, process and systems in place that runs even without you being there. That's why an article can be in London and there's still a campaign going on. Because PDP has structures and systems, and they have process and systems. So they have structures in place. Okay. So, and some of these process and systems are built to address issues. For example, a company has process and system to deliver customer service, to meet market challenges, to address competition, to address legal issues when there's a change in legal environment. So these parties have structures, which is process and system, to be able to meet challenges in the political environment, any attack by their opponents, any investments in their own market. Maybe, for example, an opponent is entering the Southeast, which is a stronghold of Labour Party. The structures and the systems of Labour Party in Southeast will fight that the system and process of Labour Party in Southeast, which is the structure, and that includes the people too. People, process, systems, and and the modus of operations. Those are structures. That's what we call structures.
All right, brilliant. And just to add on to that and to localize it to politics, in politics, if someone's having a presence right across the whole of the country, pretty much in every local government area, you have a presence. And that presence that you have, it has established relationships with trade bodies and influencers within that space. So let's say, for instance, let's say Jalingo, let's just take a random space. Let's say the PDP, they will have somewhat of an office there, which is manned by personnel, but those personnel, they have long and established relationships with the motorbike riders, the market women, the lawyers, etc. So they have long established relationships, and they also have satellite staff that are not on the books but are ready to be called, and this is spread right across the whole country. So these are in politics. That's what they mean by structures.
Woman, do you know one major advantage of structure is this? In a process, in an organization that have process systems and operations that are effective, you can take a decision overnight, and that information will go around the whole country before the daybreak. On an election night, they can take a decision and the information will flow. You understand? So there's free flow of information. Decision process is faster. So, and you know that even a day is a long time in politics. Right. So you must have systems of process of communication, system process of mobilization. If APC wants to call the meeting of all ward chairmen tonight, they can do it.
That's
Say,
true.
oh, we want the all world chairman to convert in the next 2 hours. If Buhari
Yeah.
says that, the information will flow. They know who to talk to, the chairman of so and so state, the chairman of the state will talk to local government chairman, the chairman local government will talk to what? Everybody will be talking like that. That's how you have a system and process. Not in a situation where Obi wants to go to a place, they don't even know he's coming. You understand? Because they say, we thought he was coming 3 o'clock. It's not his fault, but the party is just growing. You don't expect it to. The party doesn't have structure. The party doesn't have structure. And that structure is going to affect the way they govern.
Thank you. So thank you very much, Mr. Thomas. You see, I pretty much, I pretty much take into you. I mean, I really do accept your personal definition of what it is. But one thing we have to put into consideration, what I'm saying is this: when you are talking about structure, take for instance, you talk about communication. In case of any kind of like emergency, if somebody like the PDP, we all assuming that PDP or APC that they have a structure. We said they have a structure. So in that kind of circumstances, it will be easier for PDP or APC to communicate anytime they summon up any kind of like emergency conference or something like that. So now, we live in an era of a technological day and age. Am I right? You will agree with me.
Carry
so now,
on.
when we live in, that's right, we live in that era of technological day and age. And as such, anytime you want to convene any kind of, anytime you want to convene any kind of like political emergency, it's just a question of reaching out with telephone or whatever you want, and everybody will convene. Now, I was watching this guy this morning, about 2 hours ago. I was watching the gubernatorial, what they call, this individual from Lagos State. Is campaigning now. You see, what I'm trying to tell you here, even in United States, even in England, I'm pretty sure they have, in United States here, they have what they call independent political party. We only have one individual, from Vermont, Henry Sanders. He's been in the Congress for the longest of a time that we can recollect. Of recent, the election that just passed in the United States, I think from Vermont as well. The governor that popped from that is from independent political party that is not even recognized. And we have some green political party. They exist. But what I'm trying to tell you is that those political parties in Nigeria, the PDP or the APC that have been there for the longest, what do we got out of those political parties where we are right now?
Hold this steady. I want to share some. I want to share. Just hold on. I want to share something with you. You know what goes on here? It's not just us on the screen and people in the comment section. Just hold on. It's not just us on the screen and people in the comment section that are in this conversation. What usually happens when we're having this conversation, people listening in their homes, they are also sending in something to my Instagram. So I'm going to share on the screen now what somebody sent me on Instagram to add to this conversation. So this is what they said. I hope you can see it. This is what somebody said. It says, breaking, INEC Nigeria is yet to receive list of agents for Labour Party in over 90,000 polling units across the country, with 94% from the Northwest, Northeast, and North Central. Those shouting we are the structures should make themselves available in those polling units. And this is from an obedience. So
1 month disregard. It has been debunked.
Hold on, guys. Listen, we don't put out something that is not authenticated. So people can just put out people.
The National Working Committee did a press conference, and their list is over complete. In fact, it's over complete.
So that's why we have to be
this has been debunked like 4 hours ago, sir.
We have to be very careful, because some of these people that are posting some of this stuff, they're either from other political party, opposition political party, that are trying to counter out. They try to counter out whatever it is that is popping. You understand what I mean? So, like I was trying to tell you, I was trying to talk about this all these consolidated political party like APC or PDP that will now say, oh, these are organic political party. All these people are not giving. Just imagine if somebody like Thomas the way Thomas is talking, the way I've been listening to Thomas, if Thomas want to contest the way, I listening to him, I can see that he really understood the kind of like the rudimentary politics in Nigeria. If somebody like Thomas want to go contest in Nigeria today and said he want to contest on some political platform, either PDP or APC, he can't even go. He can't even go near because of the amount of money you will require to even pick the form. Like what happened? So as per the issue of Obi, when somebody, I think Mr. Thomas was saying something like Obi, when Obi was coming in, when Obi was why is your problem? And some people are saying that their problem with Obi is that he was in PDP before he left for the other point. Mr. I want everybody to take this into consideration. Let me just make this point aware and listen to other people. In politics, you see, in Africa, we have what they call Afrocracy. The kind of politics they practice in Africa, right there, Afrocracy. Now, in that Afrocracy, they have another branch of it, or what I may call a suburb of it, is what we call a chameleonocracy. Chameleonocracy is a tactical system of what they call Afrocracy, where those that are powerless to get involved in the politics of the day, they either join some political party with their own internal notion or concept in joining that political party, and they're looking forward to branch out. Because if you want to go in there and tell them you are a Labour Party, you have to go in as a kind of like chameleon. We all know what you camouflage. As soon as you know what you want, you need in order to get Nigeria going or put them in that pedestal where everybody we benefit what we are lacking in that Nigeria. Then you branch out just like Peter Obi. When you say even rolling out, I remember what they call Adamo Shomole, which in those days, I campaigned against that guy very, very vehemently. I call him political Nebuchadnezzar in those states. But now when you look at Oshomole at that time, Oshomole was talking about Atiku or some other thing. He called them political rolling stone. Atiku was once in APC. Atiku was, it's not in PDP. Atiku was actually, when Atiku was actually in PDP, he campaigned against Jonathan. We all seen the video where he was saying that Jonathan is not going anywhere after Jonathan begged and all those things. So you see, when you put all these things together, we are young generation. We are youthocrats. So we have to be able to do something in order to look for a way to truncate these people so that we can exhibit what we need. The technology of the world today. Imagine I was looking at this guy from Zambia, the president of Zambia. If you see what that guy is doing in Zambia, it's a very young guy of 60-something years of age. If you see what they are doing with technology,
My brother,
we don't need any.
my brother, can I interject?
Nigeria is different.
Oh goodness
My brother,
me.
No.
can I
So
interject?
what I understand.
Can you hold on?
Let me sum up.
No. The first
Hold
thing I'll
on.
say to you is bring the tempo of your voice down. Just bring it down, right down, and
Odion.
settle it down. Yeah, Odion.
Yeah, go ahead.
Odion.
Thank you so much. Go ahead.
Wait
Go
for
ahead.
another one of your Edo
I
brother
gave
make
up.
intervene.
Thank you. I'm listening. Yeah, I'm listening.
Okay, now you see, you talk about technologies that we can call through phones. You understand? But you see, there must be a framework for that communication. We must have a structure we must have a framework that compiles those people's data, that compiles their number, that tells us, that will determine who will take the call, who are we calling. Those are frameworks. So in structures, it's unfortunate because Obi is coming late. I'm not saying Obi does not know all these things. Even if Obi does know, the people around him knows. You see, it's coming late. You need in structures, we are talking of frameworks for changes. If you want to make changes, how do you do it? If you want to, there must be who is going to approve your changes, who is going to do this. So all those structures must be in place. When you have those framework in place, decision making becomes faster. The party becomes more agile in their activity than others. You understand? They become a more dynamic party. So you need a framework in place. Then one of the structure is the people. So when Obi says people are the structure, he's right in a way. But the people is a part of the structure. Then when I'm talking of people, I'm not just talking of the masses. I'm talking of the kind of leadership. You understand? For example, when Doyin Okupe left, you don't now start thinking, you don't even need to appoint someone. The next person on the line knows he's the next person. Because you have process that says that if this person is out, this person is the next person. You understand? So you must have people, structures, and processes to. You must have processes to get the right people. Then you must have a system of strategy, because strategy is also part of the structures. You are looking at people, you are looking at operations, you are looking at systems, you are looking at strategies. So these things is not just what we want to talk today. If, for example, we have a call, maybe they say election is coming on Saturday, and Friday before the election, INEC says we are postponing the election. People have put structures in place to mobilize. Maybe they've given polling agent, they've already paid them, they've sent the money to the money of the polling agent out. How do they make sure that they don't pay those monies out until maybe next week when they will now have the election? How would they take a decision that night to start mobilization for election, to sustain the tempo of mobilization? Those are the things that we are talking about. What you want, what you are saying, that we must push them out. That's what you want. That's not what it is. Reality. There's a book I read by Larry Bossidy. It talks about confronting reality. The reality is what it is now. What you want is what you are saying. The desire to push them out. What you want is not sacrosanct. Is not what must be. It is what you wish. And if you have the power to make it happen, then it will become what it is. But as we speak to you, the reality is that an army that is going to battle without a structure against an army that is going to battle with structure, if that army that has structure has maybe 10,000 soldiers, and the army that is going to battle without structure has 500,000, the army with 10,000 might win them. That's the truth. Now, Alexander has won so many battles like that. You understand? So that's the reality. Except you don't want to confront it. Yeah.
All right. Well put, Patrick.
One more. Can I add up to the structure?
Yeah. Come in uptown, and then we go back to Thomas.
Okay. Structure is simple. Structure is simply an assemblage of a pyramid of people in layers, across layers of a society.
No,
that is from top to bottom.
No, it's established relationships. That's at the epicenter of it. Established relationships.
One man, allow me now.
Yeah.
As an assemblage, remember, you cannot assemblage people without common interest. So it's an assemblage of people across stratas and layers of a society which share a common interest. So if we're talking about political structure, we're talking about political interest. Now, the structure we have in Nigeria, so in those layers, in those stages, whether from the polling booths, polling units, to the ward levels, to the local government, to state, whatever it is, those are layers, like an onion bulb. So the individuals in charge there, they hold sway of a number of people which is answerable to them and under their party umbrella. So, but in Nigeria, because of bad governance over the years, this structure has been able to hold a certain demography of Nigerians alone. And that is, when there is a better government, people that involve in politics are more emotionally involved than financially involved in terms of financial and emotional interest. But in societies as ours, whereby people don't have faith in their government, the people that is involved, the few handful of people involved in governance, in politics, are hugely financially involved, which is why we have a monetized politics in Nigeria. But then, so these people that hold sway in the different layers of this structure, the people they hold as loyalists, they hold them with financial involvement rather than emotional commitments. So they just hold literally more of.
Is that an absolute assertion that you are making? that the
Yes.
people they hold in political system, they hold all of them.
Yes.
In that,
So
no,
now,
I am a member of political party. I'm not held that way. And I'm sure that's not the way Obi is holding you.
allow me.
No,
No,
hold
I'm
on,
just putting you to question.
hold on, Uptown. Now,
Yeah.
Patrick is right because you said
Allow
that
him to
like
land.
no,
I'm hearing
sorry,
you.
don't mind. I moderate, not you, but thank you, dear. Patrick is right. You said that like a categorical statement, and you just glossed over it, but that's actually not true. Yes, there are some people held by monetary gains, but I
Mostly.
think what's the evidence for that?
Okay, one man. If a certain controllers of a particular space, if are holding like 100 people in that space, in the highly monetized Nigeria political terrain, up to 70 to 80 are held financially.
In your
I'm coming.
in your
Let me complete my
opinion,
let me
yeah,
complete
go
my
on.
statement. Let me
Go
complete
on.
my statement. Except in novel situations like the Abiola situation and like the Buhari situation. Those are novel situations. Now, in novel situations, that margin goes low. It might shrink to at least as low as 10 or 20.
But that's not true simply because you use a new term called novel now. That claim is wrong. That's what we are saying. You don't have a basis for that assertion. Not even on one leg. You have just made that claim, and that's it.
What
It
I'm
has come
doing
from your
is
reasoning, and the reason you are just building. You are leading us in the wrong path. That's the thing. I observe your
I
argument. You
respect
have
your opinion, but
tendency
if
to
you can
lead
let
us
me learn, maybe I
in
don't
wrong
want to.
paths. Okay.
Yeah. So in cases like Buhari cases, see, the more emotionally invested people are, the more less controlled they are. So in a society where a lot of people are not emotionally, remember, I'm not talking about the entire Nigeria. I'm not talking about PDP members or APC members. I'm talking about Nigerian community, 230 something million people. Now, the more emotionally invested they are, the more they participate in politics. The less emotionally invested they are, the less they participate in politics. Meanwhile, that means that the few that will now participate, apart from those loyalists that are some that are loyal to a party, the few out of the other ones that are out of that party, the few that will come is now the ones that will need. Since I am not emotionally to this, what else do you have? Anything? Okay, give me money. Let me make it be because of this money I did do. So that is the point I was making. I'm not talking about APC members or PDP members. I'm talking about the larger society, which is why you find that the structure, even though it's $1 billion structure, it can control only about 35% of even Nigeria voters, not even Nigeria population. If you check the Nigeria population, the $1 billion structures of Nigeria political classes controlling, it is less than.
Don't worry about all that. Do you know what a straw man argument is?
You can enlighten me.
Do you know what a post hoc fallacy is?
Enlighten me, one man.
Well, that's what you've just done. That's just a straw man.
Okay. One man. Just to conclude, let me just round off. Then you can continue.
But you're not saying anything.
I'm not doing the
now.
structure thing again. I'm abandoning it. So,
but don't make up stuff though. But carry on.
Yeah, you are convoluting the definition you put, because your definition was pretty much really decent. But the thing where when you start monetizing the definition of it, that's where I have a little problem, because when you are talking about political, what about the traditional structure or the customary structure? You understand what I mean? Because it's not just only the people at the Achillon of any political system, but it goes all the way down to the traditional and all those things. You understand what I mean? So how much can you monetize? Because when you start monetizing it, then it becomes corrupt. the definition becomes corrupt. You understand what I mean? Just say kind of like that's
But we
all
have
I, you
we
know.
have a
I
corrupt
find it.
system. What do you mean by definition become corrupt? Can you define our political system without corruption?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I thought you were giving a universal, or I mean, generally accepted kind of like
No. I'm
definition.
talking
I
about
don't know.
the political structure
You
in
are defining it
Nigeria.
from Nigeria perspective. Okay, then thank you.
Yes,
I
that's what I'm
got it. I
saying.
didn't know that you're
I'm
looking at it from
localizing
Nigeria
it to
perspective.
our
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm
You're
localizing it to
right. You're
Nigerian
right.
perspective. You get what I'm saying?
All right,
No,
but so don't be categorical on something that is subjective, dude. That's I think that was,
one man.
hold on.
Every analysis is subjective.
Yeah, but you were stating it categorically, and I think that was why Patrick felt the need to step in. You were stating it as though you were stating something factually categorical when it's just your subjective interpretation. But round off what you were saying, then we go back to Thomas. We'll bring it back on stream. Yeah.
That already. I mean, the only analysis that is categorical is when you analyzing empirical data. But when you're doing normal analysis, it's not categorical. Everybody knows this is a universal knowledge. All right. So someone talking about let me not go toward that because it's not sitting well with a lot of people. So let me save my energy in that space. When you're talking about structures, and I think I don't know whether it was Thomas or Patrick, I can't remember, that was mentioning about people having a structure, and it is you can't come from anywhere and hijack that space.
Take us there quickly before reading for time.
Yeah.
Take us there
so
quickly.
let me remind him that earlier this year in Ekiti, PDP took third, and PDP had a structure in Ekiti. SDP took second. Mimiko won governorship with Labour. In Anambra State, YPP was formed, a small party, and Senator Fanyoba defeated PDP structure, APC structure, and the strongest structure in Anambra State, APGA structure. He defeated 3 of them combined together. And then, so when you hear that when people make a decision, structure ceases to matter. For example, when people decide to go and vote for a PDP presidential candidate in Anambra State, their strong APGA structure gets dissolved.
That's a localized space now. That's a more simplistic.
I'm just saying. I mean, we
and
can't.
then you are
politics.
ignoring the fact of alliances because
the point
all those examples you have cited, if you look at them, there are alliances in structures that are involved.
No.
Some of them have structures in their party. Someone like Mimiko, for example, Mimiko had a structure in PDP, and he moved his structure in PDP into
Obi didn't have structure before he joined APGA.
No, but
he was not even a politician.
The Ojukwu structures.
Ojukwu didn't have structure.
The person that has the party, the person who founded the party does not have
Ojukwu didn't have structure. Are you aware?
The person who founded the party doesn't have structure.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't.
The person,
He doesn't have structure in Anambra. None. It's non-existence.
All right.
Okay,
the entire Anambra structure, 90% of political structure in Anambra was under the control of PDP. The entirety of political structure in Anambra State.
See, Playtown, do you know that his personality and his role in the Southeast region, then him coming from Anambra State, will play in making that party, APGA party, a major stake holding party in that state.
See, do you know what I did to the both of you now? I moved you, I pushed you to my corner and made you my spokesperson. Now we are now going back to now talking about personality being able to dismantle structure, because now you're not talking about this guy's personality.
Individuals have their structures. These individuals have their structures. They brought their structures into those parties.
No, allow them.
All right. Sorry, gentlemen. It's getting a little bit convoluted, and I've lost track of it. But have the final say on that space, Patrick.
All right.
And let's
now, what we have seen, if you look at individuals, if you look at examples we have cited, these are individuals that were in political parties and moved into another party. All those people that you have mentioned, I don't know of the people in Southeast. I know of Mimiko. He moved with his structure in PDP. You understand? He moved with his structure in PDP. It's just like when Tinubu joined APC. Tinubu moved the structure in ACN into APC. You understand? Buhari did not defeat structure. Buhari aligned with APC structure to be able to win. You understand? So people, MKO Abiola that they are shouting, he had to ride on Yaradua structure to be able to win. I did one were the ones that helped him to beg Yaradua. Oh, they just gave him that ticket now. They called him to come and become governor and they made him governor.
So how did he win? Who made him win?
They made him all those professor, whatever, all of them that
professor. None of them have any. None of them can win their booth self. None of them on their own can win their polling.
Can we move on, please? It was people that made Obi win. The Obi was even called. He was called to come and contest. And when you are talking about personality, you can't compare Obi's personality, the kind of personality I mean in this sorry, I'm digressing to this Obi's personality and Ujuku's own. You can't compare this where you are saying that you're factoring your
take the result Ujuku got when you run for president.
Sorry. Don't unmute yourself.
That is what Obi will still get now that he's going. Don't worry.
Ojuku himself is a structure. Ojuku just by himself is a structure. But back to you, Thomas. Thank you, gentlemen. But back to you, Thomas.
Thank you for all these big grammars.
Yes.
You know me, one man. When I hold a position, I hold it very strong and very fervent. If there's anything that will change, the obedience to prove us wrong come 2023. 2023 is even here. Come a month thereabouts now. All these things they are saying, they should prove us wrong. But I am speaking on the existing data that I have, that everybody on this platform have as well. Now, if obedience came and bring this third force, now I will believe them. But to me, somebody said I'm dismissing party. I'm not dismissing them. They should prove Nigerian wrong, that they are parties that can win election. I make mention of this many times on this platform to everyone. The person that came third 2019 election is a Nicholas Felix. How many votes did he get? He got 110,000 votes. The third person, you can go and check, go and verify. The third person on the presidential ballot 2019, Nicholas Felix, he got 110,000 votes compared to the other parties. Buhari got
humble moderator, can I say something?
Can I finish,
about that,
please?
Yeah.
Can I finish, please? Let me finish.
Carry on, Thomas.
Yeah. So Buhari got 15 and Atiku got almost 12 million. Can you put 110,000 into a ratio of those millions that I just mentioned now? So to me, Nigeria today, we have two parties. In my opinion, you may disagree, I don't care. To me, we have two parties in Nigeria today. We have PDP and APC. If Obi did well, I'm still grinding on this, he will not get 3 million votes this election. If he do more than that, maybe 5 million or 6 million, now I will be reckoning with the Labour Party. But for me today, I don't reckon any party that is Labour Party. The only party that I know that can win election in Nigeria today is PDP and APC. So they should prove us wrong come 2023, just this February. That is my submission, one.
Mr. Thomas. Sorry.
Let me move Thomas on. We spent too much time on that space.
Okay, no problem.
Let me move Thomas on, and let me move you on then to Tinubu campaign malls alliance with smaller parties. So this is what is going on now. And this usually happens traditionally round about this space in the electioneering. So what the major parties, especially the ones that are look likely to win, what they do is to start to sweep up the smaller parties. And then those smaller parties then start to declare the candidate of the major party as their flag bearer. So Tinubu APC in talks with Accord and a faction of the SDP. So what are you then making of that space, politics via alliance and negotiation?
Oh, thank you. That is not new in our politics. You will still see many realliance, realliance and alliance, if there's any English like that. Some people, they don't like to deceive themselves when it comes to politics of Nigeria. I said it on this platform. I will love the SDP guy. I love him. I would like him to win. But if I'm saying SDP guy will win election in Nigeria, I am deluded. I'm deluded. I'm the best fool in that country. As of now, the SDP guy cannot win election in Nigeria. Go back to what I said earlier on. It's still playing on or what the question you asked me now. So people will just sit down that, what are we doing here? We can't win election. Somebody is there that can win election. Why don't we liaise with him? Why don't we liaise with? We can't win. We know, one man, people that can't win election, they know they are not going to win. Shoruwe is in his dream of world coming. Shoruwe will be thinking that he's going to win the election of this year. He will not be deluding himself. They know, politicians know that they can't win election. They know. So that is what the small faction from SDP are saying. You are going there. Adebayo Adewale is my candidate, but telling me that he will win election this time around. He can't win election. So that is where this small faction from different parties, they will come together. And who do we know? Who is this best? His chance is more robust that can win election. You will still see more alliance come before this election. Some people will even say, vote our party in the Senate, in the House of Rep, in the House of Assembly, in the governorship. But when it comes to the presidency, vote this party. So it's not new to me. I can't be a political novice not to know that is not going to happen. More realliance and more alliance is still going to come.
Do they actually add anything though? Is the question. What does a party like Accord Party or even SDP, what do they add in terms of anything to let's say an APC or a PDP?
They didn't add anything, one man, but for them to realign with Tinubu, it may give them some deals. It's give and take now in politics. Give me this, I will give you this. It may not bring anything on the table, as you rightly said, because the dying heart of Tinubu, they will still vote for them. There's people that will vote for Tinubu, they will not be in SDP camp. They will never be there. But it will give them some sense of belonging that if this person wins the election, we too can get some contract, we can get some posts, they can make us a special advisor. There are many posts that is lying out there that is not being filled now. Yes.
Accord is strong in Ibadan. Accord is strong in Ibadan.
Of course.
And the relationship between Ladoja and Tinubu. I know that's what's going to happen because of the relationship between Ladoja and Tinubu. You'll get God knows.
Yes, Patrick, I am in politics of Ibadan very well, so I know everything from Alawakala to Lamadeshino to everyone on that place. My house is not far from Molete now. I live in Challenge. There's nothing you can tell me about politics of Ibadan that I will not tell you. So there will be more reliance with Tinubu because they know that he has the chances of winning this election, not somebody that is coming from a obscure place or obscure party. You said you want to win election in Nigeria. That is my submission, one.
All right, brilliant. Fatai, go back out and come back in again. Your system is not connecting properly, so I'm not able to put you on the screen. So go out and come back in again, Fatai. But thank you, Thomas. So let me take the window to acknowledge this. I was going to say the super chats that have been coming in, but only one super sticker has come in, and that's from Sweet Switch. So thank you, Sweet Switch. So ladies and gentlemen, the super chat super sticker space is now open for use. So feel free to use it at your will. So use that and illuminate the screen with multicolor. A space that has actually, usually I will report that Ayo, as ever, has done as he always does. But Ayo has done as he always does, but only to be joined by a couple of people in this instance. So that's Ayo doing the buy the coffee thing. In this instance, joined by James Sabah, and then also joined by Ayo Dele Joseph. So thank you to the three gentlemen, Ayo, James, and Ayo Dele. So it must be an Ayo thing. So Ayo 1, sandwich between James and Ayo 2. So thank you, gentlemen. So there it is, and there it is. So Thomas, now, the Nigerian passport, yes, we know that it doesn't have cachet, just for reasons of, some of us that have had to use it, or those of you that have had to use it. But to say that the Nigerian passport, it has equivalency with passports from South Sudan and Somalia, how hard the mighty falling. So that's the report coming out of the international space, that the Nigerian passport is amongst the 20 worst passports to hold. Doesn't surprise you, I suspect, but does it disappoint you?
It doesn't surprise me, but it's very disappointing. Our passport should be the first, maybe first in Africa first, then it should be competing with the rest of the world. But I think we have not get there yet. But I will tell you, my Nigerian passport, I respect my Nigerian passport more than my Australian passport. When I'm going to Nigeria, I don't take my Australian passport, because if I'm going to Nigeria, I will still need a visa to go to Nigeria if I'm not having my Nigerian passport. Many people, let me just give you a little bit example what happened to somebody that I met in airport in Melbourne in Australia. Australia brought many people from this war zone place like Liberia or this Kenya in Australia. Many of them are living here, but immediately they got here, they forget about their house. They love that Australian passport. They will never get their passport of their country.
Can I ask Thomas a question, please?
Yeah, go on, Baba Kure.
Yes, Baba Kure, yeah.
When you said to me that when you go to Nigeria, you didn't take your Australian passport, right?
Yeah.
So how did you get back to Australia?
What do you mean?
How did you? Well, it's a simple question. How did you get to Australia, knowing fully well that you cannot use Nigerian passport to go to Australia?
By Johnson Suleiman. What he meant was that he didn't use it to go in. It wasn't as if he was not having it on him.
Well, but what he said is that he didn't take it to Nigeria.
No, I don't need it. I don't take it to Nigeria. Yes.
But when you are coming, what did you use?
I used my Nigerian passport. Yeah.
Did you have Australian passport? You have Australian visa on your Nigerian passport?
That's the mistake you guys are making. Australians, you don't need a passport on your, you don't need a visa on your passport.
You don't need a visa to come back.
If you don't have Australian passport going back, that is the question.
My brother.
Thomas, what are you talking about?
Let me explain to you.
How are they going to let you leave Lagos?
Am I just
Thomas, what are
explain?
you talking about?
Let
If you
me
don't
explain.
have, if you don't have your Australian passport,
Let
how
him
will you
tell
enter
us.
the embassy?
Let him tell us.
Oh
Then,
my God.
don't worry.
Thomas,
Just
let us know.
tell us. Yeah.
Yeah, Australian is different from other country. You don't need a visa on your country passport before you enter Australia. They have their visa page separately. That is what you're going to print. When I'm coming to Australia, I haven't get Australian passport. I have Nigerian passport, but there was no visa on my passport. Going to Australia for the first time, coming to Australia for the first time, I have a visa page printed from Australian website, immigration. That is what you will tender. You don't need Australian visa on Nigerian passport before leaving Nigeria. My Nigerian passport is blank. There is nothing there about Australian traveling. So that is what happened here.
You just take a printout, is what you're saying.
Yes, print out of your visa. That is it.
All right.
So
all
that
right,
is it.
Mr. Thomas, I agree with you, but I hear what you say, but I don't agree. Because the point
but
is
you may not agree.
Because the point is that if you are a citizen of any country in the world, I'm not living in Australia. If you are a citizen of any country in the world, you want to go back to Australia, you don't need visa, right? Understood. You need visa when you are going to Nigeria. When you are going to Australia at first, you had your Nigerian passport with printed visa on that your so-called Nigerian passport when you are going to Australia. Now you are an Australian citizen. You are going back to Nigeria. You use your Nigerian passport to go back to Nigeria. How? Because remember, at this time you don't need visa again. So how did you enter Australia? That is the question. When you become a citizen, you don't have Australian passport with you, and you don't need visa to go to Australia. How did you use Nigeria passport to enter Australia without visa?
No, with your ID card now, can go in.
Which
Can
ID?
go in.
Which ID?
Yeah, I've had my nephew. We went to the US. When we're going to the US, he just entered US with his ID because he's an American citizen. Is when he's coming
From which point of entry?
From
which point of entry? From Nigeria?
No, from what's this one in Toronto, near Toronto? This one that had a lot of snow. No, I'm talking of from Canada now.
Canada. I have my uncle came here from US in September. You cannot compare Canada, UK, and US. Because if you have Canadian passport, you don't even need to send yourself through immigration in UK. You just scan your passport and you go. The same thing British. So when even your driver's license from US,
you
can use it to go to Canada and you still use it to go. And even the photocopy of your passport, because they have it in the system. They use common system. Both of them have the information of each other in their system. You are leaving Nigeria. That's what I'm saying. I understand what Thomas is saying, but I don't agree with that. You are leaving Nigeria.
Baba Kure.
Yes,
my father-in-law is still in Nigeria now. He's doing the same thing. That is what happened here. So I don't know about your country. That is what happened here. So I can't agree more than that.
Say
so
now you go to Australia without visa, you go to Australia with Nigerian passport without visa, and they will allow you to go and play in Lagos.
Australian ID card.
I agree with you, but I don't believe.
That's all right.
I understand what you're saying, but I don't agree.
Hold on, Baba Kure. Who's that? Mute yourself, Thomas, please. Who was that?
I'm not the one. It's not me. It's not me.
All right.
I'm muted.
All right, brilliant. I think what Thomas is saying, correct me if I'm wrong, is that the visa is not stamped on the passport, but it comes as just as a printout sheet that you can just use to enter. Is that what?
Yeah, that was when he has not become Australian citizen. If you are
you're saying if it's a citizen, then it doesn't need a visa.
You have to. They are not going to allow you to leave Nigeria without having visa and without your Nigerian passport, or you present your Australian passport. I can bet it with you.
Baba
I am
Kure,
not
are
living in
you getting me
Australia.
wrong?
That is how it works. They are not going to leave, let you leave Nigeria. I can tell you that.
Baba Kure, it's not that
Guys,
I
can I
will
say
not take
something
my.
about that? I just came from Nigeria. Can I say something about that quick?
Are you
If
in
guys don't mind.
Australia? Are you in Australia, Odion?
I live in United States of America. I shot to Canada. I have Canadian passport and a U.S. passport. I can say I can remember what happened to me about 4 months ago in Nigeria when I was coming back with U.S. passport. It was a crisis at the airport in Nigeria. It was a crisis because when I was going, it was a kind of like, I couldn't get my visa quick because when I was going, I have an expired Nigerian passport from U.S. going to Nigeria. So I finally get a letter from Nigeria embassy to Nigeria. So coming back to U.S., it was a problem at the airport because they were requesting the paper that they gave me in U.S. that I went to Nigeria with. They took that paper from me as soon as I arrived. Immediately I arrived in Nigeria. So now when I got out, because I was told at the embassy here that when I get there, it's just to get into Nigeria. When I'm coming back to US, I shouldn't have any problem. So when I was coming back, then the immigration, because of their bribery and corruption and stuff like that, they delayed me. It was a big problem that the immigration consular in Nigeria airport has to come because we engage in ourselves in some kind of like squabble before they get. So if we are leaving US going to Nigeria, we need Nigeria passport. If you don't want to use US passport at all, you can have Nigeria passport with visa on it. But if you have US, you can attach it with your own Nigerian passport. You can travel with it. But when you're coming back, you don't need Nigerian passport. You can just use your US if you choose to. But if you have your visa on it, you don't need to present US passport. Just use the Nigeria. Now, the question I wanted to ask the guy from Australia is, so if you have that, I'm talking about you traveling to Nigeria directly, you don't need a Australia passport. So if you're going back, if you transit in a European country or somewhere, what do you present to the people? What do you present to the immigration? Because you can't give immigration in Germany or print out a passport. Print out a copy of a visa or something like that.
Hold on. Why not? If that's the Australian system, then why not?
No, I'm just you are not in Australia. I'm talking about you are transiting. When you are transiting,
One man. Let me. I think people you guys get me wrong. Just calm down. Just calm down. Let me explain myself again. Maybe you get me wrong and I misspoke. When you are Australian citizen, when you are going to Nigeria, you can use your Nigerian passport because you are going to Nigeria. Nobody will ask you for visa going to your country. What I said is that when I'm going to Nigeria, in the exit from Australia, I don't show them my Australian passport.
Thomas, what you said is that you did go with Australia passport.
Maybe you gave me. That's all right. Just calm down.
That's why I said he misspoke.
Maybe I misspoke.
That's why I said he misspoke.
Yes, let me explain from one set. What I'm saying is that I respect my passport, Nigerian passport. I will never go to Nigeria on Australian passport. That's what I said. So when you are going to Nigeria, you show your Nigerian passport, but you will have your Australian passport with you. Do you get what I mean? So when you go to Nigeria, you tender that. Then when you are coming back, you are Australian citizen. Immediately you show them the Australian citizen passport. You are free to enter Australia. But in another sense, when you are permanent resident of Australia, there is no visa of your permanent residency on Nigerian passport. Nigerian passport is blank. You will just have a printout of your visa, of your permanent visa. Permanent visa in Australia, resident, they normally issue it every 5 years, even though you are a permanent resident, but they issue it every 5 years. So when you are coming back to Australia, you just show them your Nigerian passport and your visa page of your permanent resident. That is what you will use to transit out of Nigeria back to Australia. So I think I've made myself clear now.
You just made yourself clear now, because initially what you said, because I don't have any argument about this, what you said was that when you go into Nigeria, you don't have to go with your
no, you still have to go, because when you are coming back,
I've said you travel with your Australian passport, but it is your Nigerian passport you use all the way from Australia to Nigeria. Clarify the whole discussion here.
Yes.
Right.
Yes,
so
that is it. Yes, yeah. So if you are coming back to Australia, that's all right. So back to what we are saying. It's very unfortunate, one man, that our passport can descend so low like that. But still, if it's descend so low, I'm still proud of the passport.
But Thomas, who do we blame? Who do we blame for that?
Nigerians, we are the problem ourselves. It's because how we, no. The government have their part, but even the citizen, they have their own problem. You see our Nigerian people now in Dubai, sparking cutlass on the road. We see them in Italy now. We saw them everywhere. You even mention it any country. We see how we organize ourselves, so we descend so low. I share a video of a man saying, this house, it belongs to me, to a white lady that doesn't even understand what he's saying. So if we don't, they said charity begins at home. If we don't present ourselves very good to the national, to all the world, it's how we present ourselves, they will present us, they will handle us. So I'm not surprised, but it's very disheartening, Mama. My heart bleeds for hearing that news when you read it.
All right, brilliant. Thomas, sorry, Patrick, mute yourself. There's a lot of heavy background noise coming from you. Thomas, I want to play you a clip sent in by one of the subscribers. I'm not going to tell you what it is. I'll play you the clip, and then you can react to it, and then I'll go on to Baba Akure. But watch this.
But nobody will give all of you any credit. You are working hard, you are sweating now. We want you to sweat well for this party until you deliver victory. Until Bola Tinubu became the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Yes, sir. We will not give you but a slight clap or a soaked slice of bread.
So that's Tinubu in Enugu State talking in the usual gibberish manner that he does. What are you making of that? He told them that if they don't vote for him, they will remain marginalized forever.
This man. but
that was not what he said. One man, sorry,
one man. You are getting it wrong. He's talking to his party member. You twisted it, one man.
No, one man know how to twist. He would just so that it will crack us up. It's not like he's meeting.
I think he's talking to the party member, the in-house member. Patrick, am I right? That is what he's talking to. I don't think he's talking to. Yeah. Yes, I don't think he's talking to the populace. He's talking to the people that is working for him to actualize his dream. So he can talk to his party member like that. Of course, why not? That if you don't deliver, we will not take care of you. Go and deliver. Sweat. We are not. Yeah, of course. Why not? It's allowed in politics. So far, he's not talking to the populace. He's talking to his party member. I don't find anything wrong in what he said. Is good in politics, because if you are a leader, you will tell your subordinates or who you are supervising, go and work, deliver. When you deliver, then you will see the dividend of for your democracy, of dividend of your hard work. So it's talking to their party members. So it's fine, mama. I don't find anything wrong in that.
But what about bread soaked in water? What metaphor is that one? Bread soaked in water.
One man, Tinubu talking parables now.
Is that Bola Balu again? Bola Balu again?
No. He talks. Wama, you understand what he mean by that, isn't it? But obedience, they will join now. They will jump now. Say he's talking about bread. He's talking about agbado. Everybody knew what he's talking about when he mentioned agbado. What he said now, I understand what he meant. Some people may not understand. It's just telling them that we are not going to go and work. When you work, we will reward you. It's just, we talk in Yoruba talk in parable, and Tinubu often talk like that. You can't take that for him. When he talks about agbado, I understand what he meant then. But some people jump into the back. Even they are calling him now agbado. So does that stop him not to become the president of Nigeria? It is well, Mama. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Thomas. So thank you, Thomas. So let's go on from you, Thomas, to Baba Akure. So Baba Akure, yes, and there is. Yeah.
I'm right.
So there you are. Yes. So Baba, could I take us to the passport space? Because I know you are always interested in things like that, and I know you take great pride in your Nigerian passport. But it looks as though not a lot of people share that pride with you, because they are telling us now that is one of the top 20 worst, or is it bottom 20 worst passports to hold. Just the trauma of going through an airport with a Nigerian passport, always a brutal experience.
Well, thank you, woman, for having me tonight. Anyway, well, I'm not an expert anyway, but I know a little bit about the issue of immigration and stuff like that. That is why I was able to argue with my colleagues, Thomas. But all what Thomas said, I think he is right. Well, before I was not really proud of using Nigerian passport, but when I get another citizenship, I see the importance of having Nigerian passport. Why? I'm going to explain to you. When I was in the Caribbean, I applied for Nigerian passport for my kids anyway. So why did I do that? When I want to apply for visa to go to Nigeria, that will cost me like $300 US. And having a Nigerian passport will cost me like around $120 US. Then that $300 US will only give me 3 months thereabout visa to go to Nigeria. Why $120 US will give me 5 years passport, of which I can travel to Nigeria anytime I want within the space of 5 years before it expires. So that is, if you look at the economic part of it, that is one of the reasons. However, going to Nigeria with your green passport is, we might be having congestion, maybe sweating in our airport, but you still feel proud that where you are home, nobody can harass you. We can be harassed sometimes, but nobody is going to give you 3 months, 6 months. You are coming to your country, you can stay as wherever you want. You can be from Alafia, Oyo, like one man. One man want to go to Alafia, Oyo now and ask British passport, and they will still give you time to stay in Nigeria, right?
Yeah, but you know, if I wanted to go to America today, all I have to do is just book a flight. If I want to go to Dubai, all I have to do is just book a flight.
I understand all that, but if you are going to Nigeria, you have to get visa. You go to.
No, I have a Nigerian passport as well, so I don't know why people get visas to go to Nigeria.
You might not want to be proud of it, or you don't want to use it, right? Then when
I use it. I want to be able to be proud of Nigeria, but I cannot deceive myself that there is anything in Nigeria to be proud of.
That is right. But when you going back there, right, then they will give you, bam, 3 months or 1 month or whatever they decide. But when you have that green passport, even though you are in a long queue, you are sweating, nobody is going to give you, okay, well, you are going to stay for 1 month. They cannot do that. You go, you do whatever you want to do. Anytime you want to get out, you feel you get out. That is beauty of it. However, it is very disappointing that our passport is not really that strong as that, because even Even Suriname in the Caribbean is even better than.
We are at the level, same level as South Sudan,
when
Somalia.
you're talking about issue of mobility, when you're talking of all these small island in Caribbean. Anyway, I'm not going to say island, small country in the Caribbean. They most of them even go to 150 countries, 160 countries without have to get visa. And why is our passport like this? Thomas already said much about it. But I'm going to cap it with two reasons. Number one, when the country, the fault is from, number one is from our political class, our leaders. I would state that, number one. Secondly, I will say individual of us. Why is it government? Number one, if there is good environment where you can strive, you can make better life, you can do good for yourself, you enjoy yourself. Look at 1980s, because somebody was challenging me the other day how old I am. I can talk about as far back as late 70s up to early 80s. So you can now decide if I'm old enough to vote in 1993. So that is for that. So in 80s, talking of 83 thereabout, that I know very well, you don't need visa to go to UK because economy was still good at that time. Even in 1988, 1989, how much is US dollar? 22 naira. Our father will just buy, when they come from cocoa farm, they sell 2 kilos of cocoa. They used to buy clothes for us. As far back as 1988, even Nigeria passport was still good. You want to travel, you can transit UK without have to have visa in 1980, 87, 88, thereabout. If you are going to Antigua or West Indies, you don't need visa to go through UK. You just buy your ticket, you go through UK with your Nigerian passport, and you go to Antigua and you go to Barbados. But now, what do we have? If you want to go to those countries, you have to submit all the paperwork like you are getting visiting visa before you can ever transit UK to go to any of these Caribbean islands. So that is how deteriorating our passport is. If our country is good, if our economy is good, if our leaders has foresight and they can make the country better, nobody will be willing to be good, running here and there, because right now, even in every week, people that we talk to me about how they want to leave Nigeria, how they want to do this, how they want to do that, at least I will have at least 3 or 5 people every week that will talk about that. So they will be talking to another people too. So you can see the level of desperation because the economy is not good. People cannot afford to feed themselves. So that is the part of our leaders and our political class. Now coming to we as a person, like Thomas
Sorry, Babakwe.
Yeah,
can I ask you a question? Now you've given an example of some Caribbean countries who are not even as economically as buoyant as Nigeria in terms of the size of the economy. Yet they have those access to those countries. You understand? Isn't that contradictory to
what I'm saying?
You're saying now?
No, sir. You just wait, man. I live in Caribbean very well, so I know the landscape of those places, right? They might not have big economy like Nigeria, but the government provides the basic amenity. They have electricity, they have pipe and water, they have jobs to do. I'm going to cite an example like Antigans. When they travel, they are just like Hausa people. You know, they ply go, ply come. That is what Hausa will tell you when they go to UK embassy. Ply go, ply come. They travel. New York, most places, most states they travel to in US is New York. Me go to New York, 2 weeks you see them back home. What are you going to do in New York? Because they think they are contented with what they are having in their country. They have job, they are doing well. So I'm not contradicting what I'm saying. I know exactly what I'm talking about. If they provide job, the basic amenity for people will not be running out of the country. How can you tell me that somebody is getting 50,000 naira and that 50,000 naira, when you buy a bag of rice, you get $3,000? 3,000 naira back. Is that a good economy? Because you are talking that I'm contradicting, and I'm not contradicting myself. You have let me explain. That is where our political class comes in. So when you're talking about individual, even though despite the fact that we got the opportunity of getting out of the country, some people still choose the life of a fraudster like Robert, the fraud people. I can say it loud and clear. So defrauding people when you have so many opportunities. In fact, I was talking here the other day, a few days back. We have so many people here. They steal somebody's people's vehicle, and what you see is you find them in Lagos. They want to live flamboyant beyond. They want to pose. They have that opportunity to do whatever they want. They strive, become better person in life. But what do? They choose the life of criminality. So what happened in Dubai? Those people who use a machete to be running around the street. So that is our own individual problem. When we have that opportunity, we misuse it. Even some people their visa, they give them like 2 weeks. They overstay their visas. So these are the things that make our passport like that. It's not that because of the color of the passport. It's not it. It is based on the economy of that country. When any specific country see how many number of people applying to their embassy every single time, what do you think?
Baba Kure, remember those days when a Nigerian team would go abroad for a competition, and in the middle of the night, all of the athletes, they will run away, they will disappear.
Yes. But that is just minor. That is just minor to criminal behaviors. That's many people are involved in. I mentioned something here. Maybe if some people could still remember, you can imagine a company sponsor you all the way from Nigeria, because the same Nigeria, you say, oh, this is not good. Well, you don't even have anything to do. You have a company that sponsor you from grassroots, getting you permanent resident to come to Canada, giving you job. Then what do? 6 months after, bam, you run away. These are the people that has nothing to do back in Nigeria, but they have opportunity of companies sponsoring them to come here as a baker. So when you come here now, that is when you see, oh, well, that money is too small. You've already got what you want. If you can be saying that. Yes, I'm hearing you.
But this particular situation you mentioned, there is also sometimes a little story of human trafficking.
That usually comes out. Yeah, that usually comes out of Edo State, doesn't it?
Let me tell you something, right? The issue of trafficking is different from what I'm talking about. I'm going to explain to you. If you listen to me, please. A company when you're talking about human trafficking, they take you all the way from Nigeria. They brought you to abroad. They seize your passport. They put you in a congested place. This one is totally different. You have a company who sponsor you. They need people. They sponsor you. They get you permanent resident. You came here. You find your own house. You have to find your own house. They even paid your flight ticket all the way from Nigeria to this place. You buy your ticket. You come here. When they see you come here, then they pay you. They pay you back your ticket money. Then you're working for them. The same minimum wage they are paying their own citizen is the same thing they are paying you. But now, because you see now that you've already have permanent residence, you've already got what you want, they can't do anything. Boom! 6 months after you left the place. How do you see that? I have met the company. I spoke to the manager. The manager said, are you serious? If we are talking about Nigeria, you just forget about it, man. I would rather go to Costa Rica or South America to go and recruit somebody that will work on down to go to Nigeria and recruit people. because 5 Nigerians already in this small community. So what do you think? What do you say about that? So these are the things that we even do, and we shift all the blames.
Sorry, Baba Kure. Which is
Go
your
ahead.
community there? Are you in Manitoba?
I'm not in Manitoba. I'm in New Brunswick.
Oh, okay. So you have Nigerians in NB very well.
Or where do you have Nigeria all over? Even if you go to what do you know? Crab Hole.
Crab Hole.
Yeah.
Is that in Northern Territory?
Even you
Northwest
find Nigeria,
Territory.
even you find Nigeria in Crab Hole. Anywhere you call Crab Hole in the world, you will find Nigeria there. So just. But what I'm saying is that what we do also is also bring problem on that green passport. It's not the color, but the way our political class run the country and our own individual attitude. That is what downgrade our passport. But no matter what, I still use Nigerian passport to go to Nigeria.
But Baba Koko, this particular narrative you are talking about,
yes,
how does it affect the? You said, like, let me just limit it to the specific example you cited. Like, the guy comes, he's got already a green passport, and he goes to find another opportunity. How does that translate to the devaluation of the passport?
How does it?
Yeah,
because they will now see that you guys are not trustworthy. So then they will have to place a lot of orders on you to come in.
You mean that the person violates the contract? Are you talking about contract violation?
That is exactly what I'm still saying.
Because if there is no contract, or if there is no official contract, the person is allowed to go if he finds opportunity. It's as they say, America, land of the free, or
opportunity.
Land of opportunity. Yeah. But if you are talking about contract violation, if signs a contract to be working for the person or the company for 1 year, 2 years, and after 6 months because of other stuff they ran away, okay. But if there is no, it's neither here nor there. Could be a case of exploitation. It could be the person. It's a one-side story.
It's not exploitation. It is me leave here, sir. It is just that we don't want to take things little by little. I know us for that. I can tell you that. That is what I'm saying. I'm telling you. You know, I can use myself as an example. I was on this show the other time and I talked about myself from grassroots to the stage I am. But most of us, we like to take it from the roof. We don't want to start from scratch because we want to oppress. Then when we continue doing like this, that is when you see we are having problem of getting visa. And that is, you might not say, oh, wow, how does this issue of contract and somebody file permanent resident for, how does it affect Nigerian passport? It goes a very long way, because when things like that happen, that is when they start scrutinizing you.
But that is reputation there, bad reputation.
So these are the things that is even affecting our. So now, if you want to say, okay, how does contract affect Nigerian passport? Then how does Cutlass in Dubai, how does it affect Nigerian passport then? Is it not still
but all I'm saying
criminal
is,
behaviors?
I think it's different. You see, if, for example, I come into a country, let me give you the reason. When I come into a country, maybe I have an agreement with someone to work for them, and I came in there, and I worked for some time and left. It will affect my national reputation with companies, with that company or with similar companies that want to hire Nigerians from outside. But it will not affect the national policy in relation to passports or international relations. This is a foreign affair issue. This thing we are discussing. You understand? Yeah, a country cannot go and on a national scale blacklist a country because when you hire them, they don't stay. That's profiling. That's wrong. That is, you understand? You can't do that. But the point is, just like you said, there are major incidences that will make them to be careful with us. For example, Boko Haram. You understand? If I tell you my experience when I came to the UK, that time I was not a Canadian. when I got into Heathrow, I saw this woman behind me. The woman had dressed like all this Eleha, and the guy in front of me dressed like Niger Delta. So when I got to the immigration, they just stopped the three of us. And they told me to sit down, told all of us to sit down. When I sat there, I just slept off. I was there sleeping for the next 2 hours. So the guy came to me and said, "Why are you sleeping?" I said, "I am tired already now. What do you want me to do?" So eventually he saw that I wasn't really nervous, so he decided to let me go. But do you know that they kept that man, the guy? Obviously, the Niger Delta guy was not going to come back because say, "Oh my God, what I go do now?" You know, you could see that there was something. There was something there. What I'm saying is that insecurity in a country may affect the way they scrutinize us to give us visa. You don't want to just give Nigeria visa free to US, for example. What if a Boko Haram person just, you understand? So those are the kind of things. Then people like Victor's Obi, people like Ush Poppy, people like what the boys are doing in Malaysia. Those are the kind of things I would say make them look at you and say, "You're from Nigeria." Oh, you know, that kind of thing. Those are the
all
kind
right,
of,
all right,
to me, those are the
all right.
kind
Let
of
me let me
thing that
let
we
me
should be talking
explain.
about.
Let me explain in depth to you now, right? You think now that okay, because you signed a contract with somebody who want to bring you from Nigeria cannot affect your passport and it is profiling and stuff like that. When that continues, you bring this person first time, you bring this person second time, and all of them follow the same suit. This one give one excuse. Oh, my boyfriend has a cancer in so place. Bam, you left the place. This one say, "Oh, I want to go back home and marry." Bam, you left the place. These different excuses. Now, do you know that every company is accountable for anybody they bring out from outside? It will affect that company immigration policy because everybody are assigned with because there's different immigration program here. So specific company has immigration officer that deal with them in a provincial stage. When you
I'm in the same country with you.
I know that. Okay, when you nominate a person to a province, and the province say, okay, where we agree this person can come. When you want to sign for another person, you know what they will ask you in that form? They will ask you, those people you signed for in the last 2 years, how many of them stay back? How many of them still working with you right now?
So it will now look like the man is using it to do business.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, in this small community, we have 5% that from Nigeria that behave the same way. That company now cannot sponsor anybody right now because they banned that company right now. And you see policy like this always go to federal. When they see things like that, it's okay, where they start pinpoint you. Well, a lot of Nigerians still come in anyway, but you will see that all these things, we might look at it in a microscopic way, but when you look at bigger picture, you will see that all these little things that, this doesn't really mean anything, has effect on that passport. But whichever the way, you see my flag, that's my flag right there. I'm a bona fide Nigeria. Anything you see, well, I'm still qualified for that too, but it's not that as that of that Nigeria, because if you tell me to go to my yard, I know that I have somewhere to go. What is going to say? Even if I don't even have passport, see my name, and they will say, "No, I'm a So that is it. I'm still very much proud of Nigeria. Anytime I'm going to Nigeria,
Baba, correct.
Yeah.
Baba, correct.
Yeah.
If they asked all Nigerians to pay some amount of money back for debt, will you pay part of it?
I'm not going to anyway.
So your patriotism, it doesn't reach that level, Abi.
It doesn't reach that level.
It doesn't reach your wallet.
No. Those people who steal the money have
He's
to pay.
obedient now. They don't pay shishi.
They don't play shishi.
Listen to me, one man. You see some of our politicians, right? When you combine their just put 10 together, I can tell you that their wealth is even bigger than GDP of Canada. So how come now some group of people will steal the money that it is me will now come and pay back? I know. you see all these small countries that I mentioned in the Caribbean. I know that one politician in Nigeria can even buy the whole country. So when they steal all the money, how do you expect me to come and pay it back? I know. I don't really benefit much that in Nigeria. It is just that I still believe that okay, Nigeria. I was born in Nigeria, and my placenta was buried in Nigeria. So that is why I am so much into that Nigeria stuff. Otherwise, nothing. And I also have all my property there. That's second thing anyway. So those are the things. But
you completed your bungalow, haven't you?
Of course, that one where we have a lot of projects anyway. One man, let's.
Yes, you are still building.
Yeah, one man. Let's forget about that.
Oh, okay, all right.
You know, I'm a Nigerian man to the core anyway. Honestly, everything that I owe, right there, except this one that I'm in here. That is the only thing that I know that is substantiated here. But when you're talking about landed property, houses, and stuff like that, it is right in Nigeria.
Can I interject for 30
Go ahead, interject.
So it's not. I don't think like there is a disagreement with what you are saying, but the point is like these are like a micro thing. They are not the big things that affect the worth of a country's passport. Like,
okay.
On a bigger level, what really affects the passports? It's like country alliances. Like for instance, like before the European Union formation in the 80s, like you mentioned before, like in the 80s, Nigerians could go and this and that. There was this big, what do they call it? Commonwealth. Commonwealth. There were many people like in the generation of like, say, our dad, like they studied free scholarship in the UK, did everything like that. These were largely due to Commonwealth. The Commonwealth was still strong by that time. But by the time the European Union formed, so it just essentially broke the Commonwealth. You can't get into the European Union is only for Europeans. So they want more Europeans. They don't really want like so-called third worlds, anymore. Even if they want cheap labor, they want the Europeans. So the point, like even all these South Americans, there is a lot of military, not security arrangement. They make there's a lot of agreements. There's a lot of agreement. So these international agreements they play bigger role in the worth of your passport. So if you don't have like access to European Union, for instance, that's like a chunk of this thing that's going to devalue like what they call the worth of your passport. Like this is one block, one block like this, you can just boom, you are out of being able to directly enter it. This thing, the behavior of Nigerians and this, like you mentioned before, like this Dubai incident. I saw the video about that Dubai, they call cult or whatever it is. Maybe it was like maybe 10 seconds. I think it was
They are dope people.
Yeah, I saw it. Okay, I mean, troublesome guys, but I don't think it was as serious as the Dubai government made it to look like.
No, it was bad though. Maybe you didn't see the clip. It was.
No, it was in the night. In the night, like 10 seconds. They were calling it what is it called, cultism and all these things. I mean, I don't say they were fighting. They were fighting and doing bad stuff.
There was a lot of backlash against Africans in Dubai because of that incident. It happened twice. There was another one when they went into some apartments. Do you remember what they used to call UTC? Those knives they used to call UTC. They had them and they went on a slashing spree in a gangland war taken from Edo to Dubai.
I didn't see that. I didn't see that, but I saw that video. I didn't trust that video. There was also another. The reason I'm saying this is this cultism propaganda also came to Cyprus, but it is totally false. It was also like a lot of news, everything like that, but it's totally rubbish story. In that period, Dubai, the Emirates flight, since this parallel market, there was a lot of propaganda going on with Nigeria and everything like that, trying to take advantage of the parallel market. and they were I don't know how to describe it in like a one sentence situation, but they will buy the Nigerians will buy dollars. They will buy ticket at black market rate. Rather, then they will now go to the CBN repatriation. They wanted to hear this news that they wanted to repatriate their money. This there was a lot of propaganda around that time to pressure the government so that they can repatriate their money until the CBN was like, okay, this is too much, and those things happen. My point is this: those micro things. Many of them, there is a lot of propaganda there. You know, I don't know, but I know for sure these little incidents, they are not really the big thing that affect the worth of the passport. The big thing that affect the worth of the passport are country alliances, you know, blocks, a particular block of nations or whatever, you know, like stuff like that. Yeah. I mean, I know that country alliances play a big part.
You might be right. You are right in your own opinion, but to me, I do not agree. Why? Because if you look at South Africa, for instance, you can check the capacity of their passport or the country that the passport can enter into. Though we might want to claim, because I know what we can claim. We say, oh, it is because they have some Portuguese, they have some European in South Africa. Okay, let's leave South Africa alone. What happened to Malawi? Let's go to Malawi. Let's go to Swaziland. Let's go to
even Ghana.
Exactly. So this issue of European story and stuff like that, I don't buy it. You are right in your own opinion anyway. I'm not. You are right in your own opinion, but I don't believe in that. When you check Barbados passport, you will see that the country that has strong economy and their citizens are not getting out of their country as fast as we do, you will see that their passport is always stronger. When you go to Jamaica, when you look at the Jamaican passport, I think Jamaican passport is about might go to like 80 or 70 countries. Why? Because they believe that okay, there's too much criminal activity. Not that Jamaica they travel enough like Nigeria too, but there's some issue of criminal activity that attached to that, like killing one another and stuff like that. I mean, something like that. Anyway, let's put that way. So these are the things. It's not issue of a European bloc. Are you telling me now that Antigua and Barbuda form European bloc with Britain, form bloc with Switzerland, Portugal, and all those places where they can go free without visa? Are you telling me that St. Kitts and Nevis on St. Vincent and Grenadines have a block with form one block with European Union? No.
No, you have to know the more because you have to know.
It is just because their citizens are contented with what they have in their country because at least their political system favor their citizens. The citizens are not getting out or stay outside and overstay their visas. So these are the things that is affecting. It's not issue that European don't let us come and talk about a European Union hate Africa or hate Nigeria.
No, I don't say that.
What of the relationship?
I'm not saying that you say
that. What of the historical relationship with those Caribbeans?
With those
some of them.
Are you saying
Bahamas and the rest?
Are you saying now that we don't have relationship with a British before? Are you saying that we don't have?
No, we don't have the kind of relationship they have. As at the time,
we don't
even
have
now, as we speak now, the president of Bahamas is the queen, is the king. You understand? As we speak now.
Mm.
And I don't know, like for example, in my country, the president of my currency is the Queen of England.
Which country is
that? Yeah. Many of these
Canada.
Countries are like
the currency you spend now in New Brunswick is not the same currency. This Queen now, your $50, $100.
So now, are you saying now because they have what's the name of this
No, the historical relationship between them. As at the time we were free and we got the freedom, Bahama was still, they had their prime minister, but the king, the president of Bahama was the queen.
Okay.
You understand?
Okay, now
some of those Caribbean,
let's dump that
land,
and
their
let's dump
president
that
is
and
still
go
the
to
queen.
India. Let's dump that and go to India. Is
Can I
India
quickly
use prime minister?
can I quickly come in? Can I
What is the
interrupt?
relationship between? Let's just forget about this issue of relationship. They have a prime
No,
minister. They have a queen
relationship
representative
is
or king
external
representative.
affair
And it's
relationship
not
is
the
key
issue.
now.
Baba Kure,
The foreign affair relationship is key now.
Can I interrupt? Can I just interrupt?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Now
you can't interrupt, but you can interject. So interject.
okay. Can I interject?
You can carry on.
If that is what will please say, Oma.
Yeah, carry on.
So now I think we're comparing South African passport with Nigerian passport.
Yes.
And my take will follow, I think, what Fatai. I think if it's Fatai, I don't know who is talking about bilateral agreement and multilateral agreement with those countries. And I follow that path. And I think that is true. Now, sometimes we pick Nigerian passport because it belongs to us. We see it as something very useless. I used to have some clients, some Lebanese guys. It took them years to get that Nigerian passport. That me
It is even before you can, if you go through legitimate means, you will spend 15 years, 15 good years before you can get Nigerian citizenship.
It's ranked number 96 in the world, and is one of the most difficult to get. So
what of Nigerian visa? Is it not difficult to get?
A Nigerian visa. So sometimes we don't value these things. See, Nigerian passport can enter 43 countries without visa.
27.
But sometimes Nigerians don't go to check these things. 43 countries.
27. 27.
No, 43. Go and check.
No, I just read it out. That's what brought it up.
Oh, it should be 43. Yeah. I will check the database and send it to you. It should be 43. Why South Africa, as of January, I think enter 70 something or something like that. Now, when you trace the history of these two countries, South Africa.
Oh no, I beg your pardon. I think you may be right. Hold on. Holders of Nigerian passports can access only 46 nations, mostly in Africa. So yeah, you are right. I'm wrong.
And Fiji Island.
No, not only Fiji Island. In fact, Barbados. Enter Barbados. See, wait. I've entered at least 3 with my passport without any visa. I've entered Seychelles. I've entered Dominica. I've entered Barbados. And
Which Dominica? Is it Commonwealth of Dominica or Dominican Republic?
The Dominican Republic.
That's Sao Tome.
Yes, you can enter it. Now, I know you can enter Cook Island, Fiji, Haiti, you see, even St. Kitts. But, most time we don't really check all these things. We just believe that what we are holding is so valueless because there's a narrative outside there that everybody says, this thing is valueless. It is not that valueless. People appreciate it outside, you see. And sometimes
you can enter in 193 countries with a Japanese passport.
Oh, that's Japanese passport, yeah. But when you now look at the historical reason or the historical background behind all these things, you realize that yes, our leadership over time have not really done much. Probably because of the military government that intervened from the 60s. And, they wasted a lot of our time till, let's say 90s, yes, sometimes in the 80s, but till 99 when they released us from the shackles of the military era. And throughout all those periods, don't forget that they were not able to participate so much in the international politics. And the international relationship was very, very, very bad throughout the military era. So when you compare, like South Africa, for instance, the reason why you have that in South Africa just got independence when? 90s. And if you observe the time they were able to strike a deal, they were able to get bilateral agreement with those countries. It was the time when they've not gotten their independence at all. I think they had that from Mandela time till now. The ANC was able to have, I think, about 8 countries. That's 7 or 8 countries after their independence. Okay, but we couldn't do that. I believe because of the military intervention in Nigeria and a long period of military era, we've not been able to do that. And that's why for me, if we are lucky to have a very good foreign affairs minister, okay, and we'll be able to strike deals with a lot of countries, because what do they really need? Let me tell you, if you go to the Caribbeans, most of the people that go there to do investment, they are Nigerians. Or don't let me say most, many. And if you observe the what they consider in getting bilateral agreement with all these countries, these are part of the things they consider. They consider the value you are adding. And part of the value you are adding is you having a company there, you having properties there. Yes, I know so many Nigerian politicians go there, not because they love those countries, not because they believe those countries are economically stand and the place is very secure economically, but they go there because they believe there's a safe haven for them. They save a
Get
lot
second
of things.
passport.
Yes, to get a second passport, which is not. Yes,
Rotimi Amechi did that, didn't he?
Yeah, a lot of
What
them.
of Akpabio?
Yeah, even Dezeni. I got to Seychelles Republic. I saw one very big Janjati building somewhere in Victoria Island there, and I was told it belonged to Oshiomhole, and that was when I gave up. If Oshiomhole with his short conductor.
Is that in the Seychelles?
No, Seychelles Republic, yes. Seychelles
No,
Republic.
that's where his wife is from, the flight attendant.
No, I think the wife is from. It's not Seychelles now. The wife is from. Is from. Is from this country around
Tanzania.
No. One island around Morocco. I'm not sure.
No, I think the
I
wife
think
is
she's from Cape Verde or something.
No, Cape Verde. Cape Verde. Yeah, sorry.
Cape Verde is very far from Seychelles. Seychelles is down after Rwanda. You travel down on the Indian Ocean. It's very small island, but it's about 70 islands combined together. In that ocean. They told me this is the house belonged to Oshiomhole with his short conductor, and I was not surprised anyway. I think I was disillusioned, and since then I felt I gave
So
up.
my brother, you are proud of Nigerian passport like me. Are we in the same category?
My brother, I'm very proud of Nigerian passport.
I'm very proud of it too. I'm very proud of it.
I believe once we get it right with our leadership, we have a lot to negotiate with all these countries and have bilateral agreements, strike by
you know that statement you just made, it probably predates your birth. Once we get it right with our leadership, they've been saying that since 1960.
I know.
Ego better.
Ego better.
Yeah, I know, but when you look at it, you see, and I always tell people, if Nigeria have been this political conscious, okay, right from, let's say, the beginning of time, or let me say even since 1999, if we have been this political conscious about what is happening in our environment, and I'm not talking of, I know there are so many emergency political analysts around now, people who don't even really, if you ask them events of what even happened in 1999 to 2015, they don't even know. They just join political analysis from 2015. There are so many people like that. But if you watch very well, you realize that we have actually progressed. Seriously, we've progressed. We can't.
In what way have we progressed? You said if we get our leadership right, there's no possibility that we'll get it right next month, because there is nobody that inspires confidence in you in the whole field. We have a choice between Obi, Atiku, and Tinubu. So that tells you then that that's another 8 years in the bin.
I don't think so. Let me tell you.
Not really. Let me second you.
Okay.
Actually, the very point, like I made the point about the multilateral agreement. Look, when you look at the way Nigeria is run, and you say, okay, we get leadership problem. But the problem we have in Nigeria is system problem. Things needs to run like a system, like predictability. All these countries, you look at our country, you can't predict what everybody is going to do tomorrow. Even all these things with the Nigerians abroad, everything. If you tell Buhari now, oh, Nigerians kill somebody, it will not even like get to the bottom of it. They will just accept Nigerians. Yeah, okay, I know it's in Nigeria. I mean, that's not That is not the way a government needs to view its own people. You need if Nigeria runs systematically, stable and systematic as a country, we will be able to strike deal agreement with country. We'll be able to move around. But if everything just like whoever anywhere belle face, that's how Nigeria is run. That's how Nigeria works. That's really the problem. Even that has even more effect on the worth of the passport. Nobody can predict what you get from Nigeria. It's just like this wild, not really wild west, but almost like this wild west in terms of direction. There is directionless. If you have a direction, predictability, you will align with certain. You will be able to key into some countries. Whether it's economy or whether it's a military arrangement or whether it's something. All these these Asian countries, many of them they have American backing. Many of their independence is grandfathered by America, and because of American influence around the world. You understand? They get it.
Well, man, sorry, I think I have to go now.
All
Thank
right.
you very much.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Frankie. Thank you for
Yeah.
joining our Patrick. Thanks a
Yeah.
lot.
Yeah. So anyway, I don't. It's really. All I'm saying is that it's more complex than Nigeria are just bad boys with bad behaviors abroad. These are micro. Unless it's like a huge mass, like that it's going to really destroy the image of the passport. But the real big stuff that really affect the passport, is agreement with multilateral agreement, country to country agreement, blah 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 like this, and then predictability of the system. Nigeria cannot if Nigeria continues to run like anywhere belle face, it will not add any value to the passport.
All right.
All right. Round up that space, Baba Kure, and then I'll move you on to another topic.
Thank you very much. I still need to discuss about that a little bit. My partner, I mean the speaker said it's more than it is a bilateral relationship and stuff like that. And I still maintain my own position anyway. If you go to each country website, go to their consular or the how they been rating each country, you will see all the factors like that I mentioned: the political stability, how many of their children travel abroad. Do you know that even some people that they don't really have relationship with some country, I mean like cordial relationship with some country, do you know that some country will say, okay, well, I think we have little quota of citizens from this country. Okay, we are going to allow these people to come in. Now I'm going to cite one example. About 2 years ago, Canada brought out a program that will fast-track anybody from Senegal. It is not that Senegal has bilateral relationship than Nigeria. It's not that Senegal are much more intellectual in Canada than Nigeria. It is just that they know that, okay, well, we have little quota of people from Senegal. Okay, let's just open this opportunity for them. Now, I will still go back to Caribbean also. There's some country now that Canada give opportunity that they can apply for study permit, and within 21 days, even though with the backlog, within 21 days, they have to give them that study. They have to approve or disapprove their study permit. Just 21 days. While Nigeria will be there for 6 months. Why? Because the number of people that are applying. So it already shows consular that, okay, I think these people want to run away. And what are the number of those Nigerians that obey their visa rule when they come to a certain country? These are the things that they put together. If you can recall, when this man, the past United States president, Trump, you will see that he mentioned that Nigeria is one of those countries that always overstay their visas in US. These are the things that affect the passport. It's not issue of a relationship. All these countries we're talking about, Nigeria has relationship with them. There was a time that Nigeria called Canadian High Commission to Nigeria, and they said, "Oh well, we want you guys to manufacture we want you guys to come and establish a factory that will be manufacturing small gun in Nigeria." They signed that memorandum of understanding. What come out of it? So it is not that they don't have that relationship, but how many of your citizens getting out of the country applying to our consular service, where you have a country where maybe in a month, maybe like 50 people will come to their embassy, but in Nigeria, you're talking about 3,000, 5,000. So they've already seen that, okay, there's something wrong here. So these are the things that is affecting passport. It's no issue of maybe relationship or they don't have a relationship. There was a time when I'm going to cite an example before we jump to another issue. Before, anybody with Antiguan passport can travel to Canada without visa, right? When the issue of citizenship by investment came up, Canada said, okay, well, the way you scrutinize people, it is not in line with our own security. So if you don't find something to do about this, your citizenship by investment, we are going to place visa on you. What happened? Few months after, bam. If you are in the Antigua citizen and you want to come to Canada, you have to get visa. But does that stop them? No. If you have Antiguan passport and you apply for Canadian visa right now, if your passport is valid for 10 years, they will give you 10 years visa. So that is where I'm going to stop. So it's no issue of maybe they don't have relationship or they have relationship. It is number of people that is getting out of that country to a particular country every time. How many of them obey the rules and regulation of their visa? And how many of them are committing crime? So these are the things. It's not issue of
sorry. What do you think is the bigger issue? Why Nigeria? Why the Nigerian passport rate so lowly? Is it what you have just describing, which is the behavior of Nigerians? Is it the size of the economy, which then leads people to think that the Nigerian coming will come and constitute a vagrant in their community? Or is it this bilateral relationship that Fatai was just describing? What do you think has the greatest impact?
The greatest one is issue of criminality, I would say, because now if you didn't mention the home affair now. That's why I didn't choose that, because I would have choose that as number one. Because if the country is good, if things are working good, nobody, like I said, nobody will really want to get out because you are doing good. So then the issue of come and constitute nonsense in another country will not be there, because you contempt.
Baba Kure, 10 seconds. Please. 10 seconds. Let me say this first, please.
Can I say something?
Go on, Des. Yeah, we've not heard from you.
Yeah, Baba Kure, I don't think it's the criminality. You know why? In most countries, even in United States or wherever you go, UK, you can hardly see any. You can hardly, not that there's no criminality that is going on over there, but you can hardly see Nigerians committing any crimes over there, because Nigerians are very quiet, except you're talking about all these Turkey, all these small countries that go and constitute nuisance.
Malaysia.
I think it's mostly the economy, how big the economy is in each country. Nigeria economy is bad, and because of it, what is going on in Nigeria, the criminality in Nigeria as itself, not even outside the country, the way other countries sees Nigeria, inside Nigeria, how bad we are killing ourselves and how poor we are. That is what's making our passport bar, not the behavior we are behaving outside the country, because Nigeria are perfectly behaved compared to most countries outside. So Bakure, not I don't think it's the behavior we are outside, not it Bakure.
Okay. All right.
True. To
So
support that about Babakure, I think is the corruption perception index of Nigeria. That's the biggest problem about passports. So the
Sorry,
corruption within the political and the economic space of Nigeria.
sorry. Can I add a little bit to it? Yeah, what you guys are saying is true, but you people are you are trying to single out the issue. They are all included, including what Bakra is saying. Most especially what Bakra is saying. When you are traveling in mass with your passport, leaving your country not to return, that diminishing your passport value very fast by 70%. Not even talking
No.
about.
Do you know how many people
No,
travel
no,
from
it
from
doesn't.
Hold
India to
on, hold
US? Do you
on,
know how
hold
many
on,
people travel
hold
from India
on,
to
hold
US?
on now. You relax,
India,
you relax,
Pakistan.
India,
relax now,
Pakistan is massive. Let me tell you,
relax
it's way
now,
more
relax,
than Nigeria.
relax now, relax. Let me tell you, India is like 1 billion population compared to how many is living in India and still stay in India. Look at South Africa. As bad the economy is, they hardly travel. Look at Cape Verde. As bad the economy is, they hardly travel. Go and look at their passport value. Very high. Their economy is not even up to Nigeria economy. Not South Africa, I'm saying Cape Verde. They are not even close 3% to Nigeria economy. But yet their passport is rate high. There are factors to rate passport, not just only one part. Your part is included, but your part is not the main objective that make our passport down. The way you live your country, your economy, your security, how your people behave in that country affect your passport. Pakistan passport is not good in America. They treat South Africa, Pakistanis as the way they treat Nigeria, even worse than Nigerians if you don't know. In Japan, yeah, they treat them worse than Nigerians. Sri Lankas, they treat them worse when they treat Nigerians. Just that they have those who have better immigration system. Their embassy work better than our embassy staffs. They're sure for their citizen
Eh,
and the best they can do.
what piece? This is a factor you have mentioned. We don't have functioning embassies. Even
Yeah.
to issue passport, it's like anywhere benefits, everything like that.
Yes, no.
Just one question. When you said the mass crowd, Romania was flooding UK. But when the European Union is not going to stop them from going, it doesn't matter how much UK complains, as long as they were in the European Union. Doesn't matter if the whole of Romania, the whole population left there and moved to the United Kingdom. Nothing they can do because of the agreement of the European Union agreement. But if you have all these multilateral these are the I think the differentiation this thing we are having is that ask granting visa versus the worth of the passport. I think there are two different issues. Of course, if the many reputation of individual bad behaviors in different countries is going to affect when you as an individual go and apply for a visa. Yes, it's going to have. But if an America is going to grant you visa free as a country, it's not because of the behavior of individual Nigerians in America. But if you are saying like the ease of acquiring getting a visa when you apply, it's a different story. Yeah, those criminality things affect it. But if it's like whether you can take your passport and enter this country or enter that country, these are bigger world arrangements that play into that. Like how many of these countries, South America, Asia, America has military bases in those places. They have there's a lot of arrangement there. They don't. I don't
And
think
I'm
they have
and
on
I'm
this.
sorry. Someone that is saying Pakistan has better passport than Nigeria, you're very, very wrong. Any country that has high terrorist,
Yeah, that's what.
capacity, there's no way you can compare it to Nigeria. There's no way that Pakistanis are entering other countries and they're allowing it. There's no way Afghanistan are entering other countries and allowing it. Even South Korea, be North Korea. That I don't know what's the name of that. Is it South or be North Korea? South Korea. Because of that, that's where you now link it to bilateral relationship. That North Korea part of a thing or South Korea. I don't know which part of this. That's why you now link it to that bilateral relationship. But any country that has high terrorist activities, that is another way you're going to see it. They don't have that perception that they see around the world, that they don't accept it very well. That's how it goes.
Then I also wish to quickly say that what Baba Kure said about the fact that Nigerians are migrating en masse out of the country, and that is why we won't be able to get that status of no visa, entry into all these countries. I don't think that narrative is right, because when you trace back to in history, you go back to the 70s and 80s, you go back, you look at our net migration rates there and now, and those days when we were not trooping out like this, were we able to enter without visa? That's the question you ask yourself. So if we have never had that kind of status to be able to,
I can answer you. If you look at UK, because the time you mentioned it, you are talking about. If I already mentioned some examples here. In early 80s up to 1988, 89. When you are going to Antigua, because I use that as an example.
Yeah.
With your Nigerian passport, you don't need a transit visa to transit UK to go to Antigua. Why? Because how many of us traveling at that time? Many people left Nigeria to go to UK at that time. They don't need visa.
Excuse me. Let us first clarify that why. That why you put there, I think, is wrong. It's by virtue of Commonwealth of Nations. That was the reason.
So is Nigeria out of Commonwealth now?
We are not, but there's EU. Don't forget. See, EU has taken a lot of power that Commonwealth has, and EU has taken a lot of status.
Thank you, Ogbeni. This is what I was making.
If you go and trace the history of the European Union very well, you realize that the European Union was a big competitor against the Commonwealth and weakened the power that Commonwealth used to have. So
thank you, Ogbeni.
In those 60s, when you see people traveling and you get your visa upon entry, then it was by virtue of Commonwealth. And if you go to even countries that were yet to get independence back then, South Africans, you could travel and you will get your visa, upon entry. So the narrative.
Is that European Union make us need visa to go to South Africa? Is that what affects us?
That's another
to go to Ethiopia?
No, that's another issue on its own. See, Africa has its own issue. Traveling within Africa is different. Now, and that's another thing we have to discuss on another day. Traveling to America with traveling to South Africa with visa, traveling to Ethiopia with visa and others. Now, has its own indices and has its own history on its own. Don't forget that at a point in time, you can use Nigerian passport to enter so many countries in Africa. Okay, the military came and they started having issue within the Organization of African Unity back then, and then several policies started coming in. Don't forget that's South Africa you're talking about. You could enter from Nigeria. You could travel to South Africa before without visa. When Nigeria started fighting against apartheid, which the Western world put there, they started restricting Nigerians from entering South Africa. So when you pick, don't isolate, all these countries and what is happening. You can't isolate it. You have to look at the historical ties. Don't forget that Obasanjo as in 1976 declared our foreign policy, he said, is centered on Africa. That's our Nigerian foreign policy. It's focused on Africa. We want to be the leader. We wanted to be the leader in Africa. And as at then, we're reigning. But when we start fighting against, for instance, why would Nigeria not be able to travel to Congo and some of the countries we've gone to fight war for them back then and others? They believe if you allow Nigeria to enter anyhow in those military days, Nigerians can even come and use their military to even take over their government from them. So you won't allow such. But now this is what I'm saying. If you look at our net migration rates as at back then, when we were not even travel as this much, we were still getting visa. We were still not giving visa, no visa entry. So it's not about how many people is traveling. And all these countries you are comparing us with, don't forget we are 200 million plus. By the time you have 0.01% of Nigerian traveling out, if you compare it to, you can empty, that alone can even empty Antigua or empty Barbados and others. What's their population there? So they could easily open border for those ones, because how many people want to travel outside that country? but they may not be able to open it for us because, okay, look at Asians. You see, at a point in time, they said, despite the issue the Western world had with China, as it stands now, at a point in time, UK was considering granting Chinese people free visa entry. That's no visa entry to UK. Before I think they now
Hong
stop
Kong,
it and all that.
Hong Kong to be
Yeah, and all
specifically
that.
Hong Kong.
Yes, Hong Kong and all that. So when you look at this country, that for me, there are a lot of things involved. Bilateral agreement, multilateral agreement. What do you offer? What do you? And let me quickly use this to buttress the point I always make.
So are you saying to us? Are you telling us now that we have nothing to offer?
As it stands now, we are not paying attention to it.
We have
Our
nothing to
leaders are not
offer?
paying. No, I believe our leaders are not paying attention to all these things. And secondly, I believe that, you see, we have the crop of leaders we've been having. They are, I don't know how to explain them. There are some things that you could easily negotiate and get. Look at what Okonjo came and got for us in 1999, 2001. These were the things we could get before. But we couldn't not get because we didn't have government that could even focus on that and say, let's negotiate this thing out. So that's the way I see it. Our government, our leaders over the years are not paying too much attention on this. And let me quickly tell you one of the major projects I think can fetch us all these things, particularly across Europe. That gas pipeline that is moving from Nigeria across 13 African states to Europe will fetch us all these things. If we can complete that project, and then attention will be moved from Russia to Nigeria, or let's say West Africa, because I learned Ghana is also going to join the gas pipeline also to it, and some other countries along that coast. If we're able to do that, watch out for Nigeria.
Okay, that one will not happen so quickly though. Even the pipeline might take maybe a couple of years, 3, 4, 5 years to totally get completed. It's not
Now,
gonna
5
be
years, the minimum age is 10 years, minimum.
it's not gonna be.
Of course.
Then what?
Rome was not built in a day.
Yeah, I know. You are making very excellent point. Even recently, just to portray that line. When the Russia-Ukraine war started, Ukraine moved up the rankings of this valuable passport. I think one might, if you check it, they will be like around number 35. They moved up or something like that. I don't really remember the number they were, because the European Union they voted to give them some emergency measure to allow their citizens
escape route.
To enter the bloc visa free.
Yeah.
Visa free. So, and even though the war, so my point is all these things, many factors play into it: political dimension, military dimension, multilateral agreement, and of course, economy. I know people said the economy. If you're stable, the bottom line is stability of your. Even when you have a stable economy, and you have a well-run country, you run like a country, like a system, like predictability. You will naturally find alliances, and this thing will happen. But when nobody even know where your country is going, nobody don't know the direction. Then also, of course, also many people that mention insecurity. Those things they play a part. But if you straighten out these things, you will have more alliances, and you will be able to move around. It's a very complex issue. You cannot even wrap your head around. It's not one story stuff. But that's not to dismiss Baba Kure what you are saying. But I think it largely plays a part in visa acquisition. Like if you want to apply for a visa, so the individual on that individual level, they look at the pattern of the pattern of the people of these people applying, these countries people applying, like they look at the pattern. But it doesn't have to do with this big issue of the worth of the passport, how many countries you can enter visa free, how many countries you can enter with at the point of entry visa, stuff like that. Then Ogbeni, you mentioned one, but you escaped me. You mentioned one very excellent, one important point, but I don't really remember that point you made. Yeah, but you're very excellent. But anyway, it's this complex, so I would say.
Just to add to what you said, it's basically perception. What determines the strength of your passport is just three things. One is your GDP, your income. Are you guys making money? How much are you making? So if you check when Nigeria was making more money, then check our passport strength then, and can compare it with now that we're making far less income. So one is your GDP, two is your fragility. That is how vulnerable your country is, and that is what contains even most of the reasons. And under the fragility, you have your security perception of how much you are in control of your territorial space, your terrorism perception index, your ethnic conflict. If you have ethnic conflicts, ethnic conflict indicators, governance, and all of those things, even social stability. So, and also your economic stability. So it's mostly internal than external. The notion that it has to do with how many people live your country is wrong. I'm sorry to say, very wrong. If 100 million professionals, doctors and engineers that's going to add to the economy of any country in the world decide to leave Nigeria today, any country will open their doors to them. Once they have skills, once they have productivity. The sad thing is that because of the situation of this, most of these stuffs I've read out now, that means that the bulk of people that will be leaving the country, some of them, is not necessarily going to add to those countries. So they are worried. So it ties together. So if those countries, your country is doing well, that means if anybody is migrating from such countries, most likely that they are coming to add value. So it's related to that. So at the end of the day, it boils down to how well is your country doing internally. Nobody cares if 10 billion people want to leave that country and come to their country. Nobody cares once you're going to add to productivity. So it's basically internal. Your GDP, your income, then your stability, security, terrorism, and we know we are failing in all these things. That's why we are so bad. Our income is bad, security is bad, terrorism is bad, ethnic is bad, drug prevalence is bad, mortality rate, infants, maternal, everything is bad. The conflict indicators are bad, poor governance and social stability is bad. There is ethnic conflict everywhere. Some of you don't know that Buhari's government, a lot of security facilities, America is not selling to them. Why? Simply because of what? Human rights perception index.
You're right.
You get what I'm saying? So imagine a lot of progress we would have done in security, but why we are not? Why? Because we have not handled our human rights perception index. Something as simple as that. Something as simple as having a good conflict resolution skill, because the more all these pockets of conflicts we side look, we're like, okay, Igbo people, you guys can be misbehaving and killing yourself in South is what's my business. It's not affecting me, Abuja. These people in Oshun, that's your business. So it's not anybody's business. It's your business. It's your country. Those things are cumulatively contributing to your country going low. Your passport is going low. Your visibility in the international community is going low. People want those countries wouldn't even sell military apparatus to you, not to talk of offering hardware, software support, or even training or anything like that. You get what I'm saying? So that is why, for me, I believe any government that does not have a top-notch conflict resolution or consensus building skill right now is never going to pull us back from where we are headed to. No matter what you do in terms of fixing our passports or whatever it is, or regaining our place in the international community. No, it's basically what we do here. How perception. That's us all this. To anybody saying, see, if we start doing well today, if all of us in Nigeria decide to go to America, America will open their door for the entire 231 million of us.
Now, wow, so many things you can't though. They make everybody fear. But let me ask you one question quickly. What's China GDP today?
What did you say?
Who would know that now? Some of the questions. Who would
What
know
did you
that?
ask?
China GDP, everybody will know that now. Nigeria GDP, we know now. China GDP is one of the best in the world now. At least growing. They have one of the good economy. President Peter Obi, I'm asking you the direct question. Are you there?
Is asking what China's GDP is. I'm not sure you're under any obligation to know. You are not a Chinese man.
Not that obligation.
No, Wama, you don't. I think where World Peace is going is he made a point about GDP. That any country will open the borders.
Yeah,
so
thank you.
World Peace want to tell him that then what is the
But he
exception to
did
the
just say
Chinese?
it's GDP. Why is he asking that? He
He
said
asked,
so
I
many
think
reasons.
is one of the things.
So why is he asking
Hold on,
specifically GDP?
Tiger. Is one of the things. One of the things he mentioned. I want to quickly. We are out here to share information. Nigerian have the highest ratio of walking to any embassy in the world in Nigeria to apply a visa individually to get a visa than Chinese, Pakistan, Indonesia, most Asia countries that is third world country. People don't really know that Chinese that is moving a mark, they move in the under one condition, either under agency or school program. For individual Chinese man, this is as good as China GDP is good, the economy is good. Chinese 10 out of 10 Chinese will likely be turned down in American embassy, UK embassy, or any other embassy going for a visit. But in Nigeria, 3 out of 10 will get a visa if they're working personally. China, going to any country you see, they go in mass. Is under agency.
China GDP is $17.7 trillion for the platform, for everybody to know.
Yeah, it's very good, host. Very good. So what I'm trying to say is, you said a lot of things. Is like I said, it's true. So many things are included, but it's not just GDP and all that. China, even as good as the economy, their passport ranks so low in the global passport index. Their passport supposed to be like number 5.
What is my brother? What is China's human rights performance?
Huh?
What is China's human rights perception in this?
China is even worse than Nigeria.
Yeah, no, I think
it's worse than almost and the entire country in the world anyway.
President Peter.
I mean, there's South Korea and some of those.
President Peter, if I may quickly come in on that, you see, when you talk about the human rights abuses or record of China, it depends on whose record are you looking at. If you're looking at the Western record from the Western world, yes, you will see a very poor performance. But if you look at the record from the Asian countries, apart from India and Taiwan, you will see a very good record. So it depends on where are you looking at. And China has been able to be correcting those narratives over years that you can't allow Western world only to be pushing all these narratives. So if you think China is
my brother, so what are we benchmarking rating our passports with? It's not with Western world. Largely, anyway. Largely.
Oh, okay, you said largely, yes, because
largely.
Because that's where we really
patronize. So that is why.
So if we are now comparing Nigeria, okay, with China, then we should expand our comparators. We can't just pick Transparency International is talking about China, and you'll be expecting them to talk something good about China. You won't expect that. But if you go to China, I've read a lot of research carried out by Chinese, carried out by Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, and others, and they are scoring where they will score China very well. An average Western organization will score them very low. So one has to balance all these things. Yeah.
No, the point why I raised it for him is because what I tried to let him know is that the fact that he brought China as a way of countering the fact that GDP contributes to this. So that's why I told him that China is a peculiar case, which is what you even expanded on right now. China is a peculiar case when we are talking about these things in the Western world. It's a peculiar case. You get what I'm saying? So it's not a means of saying because of this, therefore your GDP does not contribute. No, your income is first and it's number one. Your income, how much is your country making? It contributes. It's actually number one.
So can I interject? I want to what's it called? Go on a different route on that the money a country is making. I want to believe it's more about the welfare the country is giving its her citizens, such that an individual citizen believes in that country that it's going to work. if you look at the older generation, they believe more in Nigeria because Nigeria was running a system that they saw the future in that country. But more or less with the younger generation, we are seeing a system that is not going to work, such that whenever we have the opportunity to leave, we either want to stay, make some money before we go back. I've been opportune to school with some countries that you will think Nigeria is even far better off than, but they will tell you they are going back to their country. But most Nigerians, we will want to stay. Let me give an example. When it comes to crime, does Mexico rank higher than Nigeria in crime? But I'm telling you, if you school with Mexicans will tell you I'm going back to Mexico. The worst one that I thought I would not even experience was a Palestinian. The most Palestinian I see that we schooled with, when we finished, they were like, "Oh, the way we see Nigeria, that you guys stay back. Even we in Palestine, we believe in Palestine more than we do, because more or less they have an ideology backing them to believe more in their country, such that they go back." At times, this thing is about the welfare the country itself is giving the citizen. And what are these welfare? Education, healthcare, maybe transportation, the basic amenities, He was trying to tell me that when he finished, he goes back, he applies for a job, he will get a job, start working, then he knows when to buy his first house. As everything is planned, more or less somebody in the Western world, that when you see Palestine from the paradigm of the Western media, you will think everything is as bad as it's here. That if you have your education, you more or less have a good life in Palestine, because the economy of Palestine more or less controlled by Israel. The same thing with China. I remember in the early 90s, most Chinese normally leave their country, but it came to more or less the Xi Jinping, the other one before Xi Jinping's revolution, to start the economic policy of China, so that they brought many of their citizens out of poverty. This way, there was even a time whereby the the Chinese indigenes in France had a problem, and Xi Jinping had to issue a national statement to Macron there, that the way they treat the Chinese will affect their foreign policy. And you find out that the French quickly adjust themselves. But what do we see in Nigeria? When the problem of maybe they find somebody with drug in an external country, it is even people who are holding ministerial position or executive position in Nigeria that will give a message to say punish that person. So it gives a perception that even these people, their government does not trust them. So if our government does not trust us, why should we believe in them? Look at America. If an American citizen misbehaves outside, they will do everything to get him back or her back. If a UK citizen misbehaves outside, they will do everything, because they have a system that believes in all of their citizens. The early 70s, 60s that we are talking about, Nigeria still had a system that virtually every citizen believes. And that was the generation whereby most of us in the Western Southwest believe that if you have an education, you are going to be well off in life. The Awolowo revolution. But now, what do you have? You have a system that even if you are educated, you
all
don't
right.
even know.
Round it off in a
Yeah.
few more sentences. Go on.
Yeah, so even if you have education, you don't even know when you are going to eat your next meal. So I believe the power of a passport depends on the belief of the citizen on the country policies pushed by the government of that country itself.
Okay, one man, please. If I can just few seconds to.
All right, few seconds, and then
Yes.
Baba Kure round of that space. I think we've been on it for too long.
Okay, just to share my experience of what I know about the issue he just raised. I agree with you, but there's a part I don't agree with you. Is it the reason why you see Mexicans and Chinese guys and co going back home? Yes, they do rush back home, but there are things underpinning it which you need to also understand. Most Chinese guys that you see schooling here, they are state sponsored. In fact, so many of them. In fact, I can say 99% of Chinese you see in the Western world, they are state sponsored. Now, in China, what I read about China is this. Before you can go out to say you're going to study, there's a bond you have to sign. You sign that bond that says, in fact, you drop a deposit, I think, at a point in time, they say $6,000 or something like that. You sign a bond. So government gives you that scholarship and then pay everything for your uncle. Then another thing I heard about China is that if you have to pick your course, they pick the course for you. Don't just pick any course. They tell you the course that will be useful for them when you return to China. So if the Chinese policy or direction the Chinese is going for this year is space technology, if you say, okay, I'm just going there to study marketing, they will tell you no. Even if you're going to study marketing, it should be marketing that relates to that space thing. So there's a way they go in a direction. You know, it's a communist state. So there's a way they go in direction, and you must key into that national vision. So once you key into it, then they release you to go. We don't have that in Nigeria. The higher percentage of people traveling outside Nigeria, they go, and I think somebody has made this point before, they go individually to apply for their visa. They are not mostly state sponsored, unlike China. China are mostly, so when you see them, because of the bond they sign back home, you have to rush back home. And another thing is, I learned they've also criminalized it. So if you don't go back home, they are monitoring you. They will surely get you back home. You remember recently, somebody raised an alarm that China has implanted its own police station across some countries in Europe. They have secret police stations.
And Nigeria as well. There's one in Edo.
Yeah, they have secret police station where you don't return home. They will smoke you out. They get you. They repatriate you secretly, and you go to face a jail term. So when you see so many of them, you hardly see even Chinese people discussing freely with you because they censor them, they wash after them. They for instance, I think was it 2019 or so when Chinese issued issued a warning to Chinese students in Canada that they observed that some of them are becoming gay, and then they will smoke them out, take them back home, and jail them. You know, so that's the kind of society China run. So when you see their students rushing back home, there's something underpinning. Same thing with Mexico. Most Mexicans also, they do come state sponsored, okay, and they must go back home because of the bond. I'm not saying in Nigeria too. Yes, we have PTDF and all this sort, and because of corruption, and because we are not firm on our own case. Because I remember when Buhari came, he said, whoever, if you go abroad based on public fund and you don't return home, that is part of corruption. When he was campaigning, I remember one of his interview, he said it's part of corruption, and ICPC should be taking on such a case. So if you don't return home, they should be able to have an agreement with those countries to have you back home and come and face prosecution for that. But how far have we gone on that? I'm not sure. I think he has even abandoned that policy. He's next almost 8 years now, and he's not even pursuing it. So these are part of the policies that make people from all these countries running back home. Okay.
All right, brilliant. Round off that space, Baba Kure, and then I'll go on to Uptown. Baba Kure, back to you. All right. We went on so long, Baba Kure. Oh, I thought you disappeared. Carry on.
Okay. Well, I'm about to anyway.
Yes.
So I have listened to everybody, and I think we have some of us have something in common, and we're on the same page in some instances. To me, I will still maintain my point. It has to do with number of people getting out of the country, and like some other people said, there is also mention of security, which is right. I agree with that. So I think these are the things that is affecting our passport. If you say because of our GDP or because of European Union bloc, I don't really believe in all that. Because, like I said, in 80s, we can go to Trinidad and Tobago, no visa. We can go to a lot of countries with no visa. But when everything run down, because at that time we had enough money, and when people go to university in abroad, they go back home. But now anybody want to go to school in abroad, 99% of them want to stay back, so they are not going back home. So these are the things that make our passport almost useless. So that is it.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Baba Kure. So thank you, Baba Kure. So so Baba Kure, 4-time I'll go on to Uptown. But before I go on to Uptown, let me acknowledge the super chats that have been coming in. Alexander Kashe, it says, every little vote matters to Tinubu. Tinubu is going for a landslide. I have a feeling that is his ultimate goal in this election. Hashtag Article 2023. So Alexander Akashi, thank you, Alexander, for that. So Alexander Akashi, of course, died in the whole article supporter, but also a man vested in reality and pragmatism, and he can see the writing on the wall. He can read the tea leaves. Every little vote matters to Tinubu. Tinubu is going for a landslide. I have a feeling that that is his ultimate goal in this election. Hashtag Article 2023. So thank you, Alexander Akashi. And then Freedom Simple comes in as well with the super chat. It says, pretend Yoruba had their own country next year. How many countries would be visa-free within 5 years? Just a hypothetical question. And what would be the GDP? So that's a hypothetical question, but I suspect that it won't be visa-free within the first 5 years because, of course, it takes more than that to build a nation there. But thank you. It says, pretend Yoruba had their own country next year. How many countries would be visa-free within 5 years? Just a hypothetical question, and what would be the GDP? So thank you. I think you'll be roundabout. Well, if we have ever had Yoruba nation, it'll be something like Scotland. That's probably where it will end up. And then this comment also by the same person, not a super chat, but it rather tickled me. Freedom Simple still. It says plus 234 should have been plus 419. So the Nigerian International Dialing Code, of course, to that space when we're talking about passports, it says plus 234 should have been plus 419. Wouldn't it be cool? Wouldn't it be cute? Actually, let's make that a round robin. Just very, 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 very short answer to this. But just a round robin. We started from Babakure to land it on Uptown, who then takes the floor from there. So for Uptown, when I land with you, I want you to talk us through the Brimo narrative and bring us up to speed with that. But first, let me quickly do this quick round robin. So Babakure, should the Nigerian International Dialing Code, should it be changed from 234 to plus 419?
There's no doubt about that. because everything is attached to that number, 419.
It'll be easier to remember, won't it? You know, people globally in this country, they know 419 and they know what it means.
Almost everywhere in the world, they know what that code means.
My God, we have to look it up.
If you watch a FBI documentary when they paraded some people who maybe scam some people, you will see that there's a Nigerian law that say 419 and all those things that they attach it with us with those guys that scam people. So almost all of them are aware of what 419 is anyway.
All right, brilliant. That should be our dialing code. So, Desmond, you're up next. Just a little joking something about what are one of the commentators, Freedom. I'm looking for the name what he was suggesting was that the Nigerian International Dialing Code should be changed from plus 234 to plus 419, and people are saying that's a bit more, that's more apt. What do you say to that?
Oh man, I don't know. We already a very bad country. I don't know why someone is trying to add more fire into the whole thing. I beg, if we need +111, let them. If it's angel number, that's what we need. +111 angel number, so that our country, if if something can be done,
How about +777? Is that not the mark of the beast?
it's 666 1 man, not
I'm getting everything wrong today, you know. But carry on, yes.
Yeah, but 419 is a very known word, a very known number. So even a child born now knows what is 419. Even 419 is still known. My child is still gonna know what is 419. It's just there. It's just like when a child grows up, if he doesn't even know how he knows Michael Jackson. It's just how 419 is in Nigeria.
Wow. All right, thank you. I'm actually looking up what's for what advance fee scam. It says the number 419 refers to a section in the Nigerian Criminal Code dealing with fraud and charges and penalties for such offenders, advance fee scams. So there it is. So let's go from you then. Let's take it to war piece. Just the suggestion by one of the contributors that the Nigerian International Code, Freedom Simple, should be changed from 234 to 419.
Well, jokingly, it's very funny, and it's not a joke. I don't know who made that statement. Is it Nigerian lawmaker?
No. It was one of the comments. It's in the comment section. Freedom Simple.
Yeah. Please hold on. This is boy I've seen me now. You won't rest.
All right. Let me go on from you then whilst you're sorting out to Ogbeni. So Ogbeni is just a jocular little round robin, changing the Nigerian dialing code.
I know. Funny enough, I have 419 within my phone number. After 077, you have 419.
my God, and you're a lawyer as well. Like,
but I don't think that would be fair to Nigerians who are doing very good outside there. If you said because of that you want to tag us, then what do you want the Chimamanda of our days, Okonjo Iweala, the Oluwole Soyinka, Kemi Bonot, and others? What do you want today? Dayo Kenny, Kende Willie, Masai Ujiri, all those guys are performing so wonderfully, and they're adding to U.S. economy. Without them, if you remove them from U.S. economy, they wouldn't feel that something has removed from their country. So how do you want them to feel? And even when you check the first 100 most notorious thieves and 419 in the world, you'll be surprised that you don't even find Nigeria there. So, his perception is the way we see ourselves.
The Indians are actually more fraudulent than us, in terms of internet frauds, advance fee frauds, and the Pakistanis too.
One man, if you are saying that they are number one,
the Indians,
I'm telling you,
they are criminal to them. But we have the reputation, but they are actually the criminals.
So it's neither there or there. Well, it's a joke anyway, but I don't think it will be fair to those guys, and you won't be fair also to me. At least in my little way, I'm contributing to Nigerian good name in Scotland. So,
who told you that? What contribution are you making to Nigeria?
I know I'm a scholar. I'm a researcher. If you check my name there,
okay, that's fair enough.
You'll see me.
Kevin, the Nigerian end up. So thank you. So we take that question to Fatai. Your response.
I think first of all, in regard to the reputation, yeah, many people commit fraud. They are not Nigerian, and they will just put Nigeria there.
A lot of Ghanaians used to do that a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, once they catch them, they will say they are Nigerian or whatever. They will put Nigeria in the name of in the narrative, something like that. Anyway, with regard to the 419, I think it will become too prosaic. The number, it will not have. You will lose the magic. You will destroy the hustle now.
Yes.
You will destroy the double-edged meaning, the poetic. Well, 419 has a poetic nature to it. You will turn it to a prose. It will lose its touch, its texture.
I mean, in terms of recognition, it's already popularly known anyway, so
Yeah.
unlikely to be forgotten. Plus 419. I'll actually try plus 4. I'll look it up to see if there's any country that actually has that has plus 419. It's a funny thing. Can someone in the comment section look that up, see if there's a country that has plus 419? But it's also funny. That's from Freedom Simple. Let's take it to Ife. So Ife, your response.
No, they shouldn't change it. We cannot be calling ourselves, we cannot be painting ourselves with a black brush, you know. So let us manage our plus 2, 3, 4.
Plus 2, 3,
4. The other one that you said, I want to believe if they can either have a new constitution to really give us a good system, would be able to fix this thing. So that's why people will believe more in the country. You know, you can imagine you have an investment you want to do now, you cannot go back because of insecurity. Once stupid Fulani terrorist or a terrorist somewhere or a kidnapper in your own neighborhood from your ethnicity will just arrange for people and they get you kidnapped. You know, so those are the things.
All right, brilliant. So you're up next, Solomon. Plus 234 to plus 419. Maybe we already know waiting for 19 BRV.
Yeah, it's not possible. You know that you have to consider the country, the regional code when it comes to, like in West Africa. I think it's two. It must start from 2. Nigeria is 2, 3, 4. Ghana is it 2 something, and that's how it goes. So you can't start from 4, 1, 9. Yeah. So, and it will not be a good thing for our number to start with 419. It's not going to make sense because the image of the country is already tarnished with such crime. So now saying that they should you should start with 419 and the country code, the country code should start with 419. It's not going to make sense at all. It's not going to make sense. So let's stick with the one we have already.
All right, brilliant, brilliant. So I'll come to you next, Uptown. But on my way to you, I want you to sweep up this space now that you introduced the Brimo narrative. Anti-Igbo comments. Brimo supporters file counter petition against singers' disqualification from Afrima. So Afrima seems to be some award space. This completely passed me by. It says a Nigerian identified as Abdullahi Hassan has filed a counter petition against the disqualification of Olawale Ashimi, popularly known as Brimo, from the 8th edition of the All African Music Award. Hassan filed a petition to counter a previous one filed by one Charles Ogundele, seeking Brimo's disqualification over anti-Igbo comment he made on social media. The singer had in a tweet said, FUCK the Igbos, hell with it, thus sparking outrage from Nigerians, including fellow singer Paul Okoye of P Square on the microblogging platform. Brimo is supporting Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the All Progressive Congress candidate in the February elections. So that space, what's going on there? What's the latest development uptown? You can start with the 419 and then sweep it up.
Okay. Good day, everybody.
Good day, Uptown. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. On the 419 aspect, it's just a joke, and I guess I would just laugh. And let's talk about things that are more related to our development and national unity. So the Brimo space. So one man, what happened with Brimo is, so Brimo declared for Tinubu earlier, after Tinubu emerged as the APC candidate. Yeah. And he, like every other candidate, he got backlash as well. You get what I'm saying? Just like, and let's paint the picture of what's been going on at least since 2020 in the Nigerian space, since political consciousness started surging through Nigerian youths and all that, which NSAS opened up that space. So the first victim of that space was Desmond Elliot. He was the one that fell first victim of that space because he went to the National Assembly of Lagos to say that NSAS youths are kids. And funny enough, I understood him. Being an objective person, I understood where he was going to, trying to say that, young people and youthful exuberance, and then we don't have to treat them with force. We have to engage little by little. That's what the point he was trying to make here. But then he didn't explain it the way I'm explaining now. So the way he said it, for people that are as impatient as Nigerian youths, they pounced on him. Guess what? 2020, this is 2023. Desmond Elliot has not left that space of insult. Desmond Elliot, as at today, people are still posting Desmond Elliot because he posted something. He was in England. He posted a picture that he was wearing Bart's picture. Everybody started reminding that whole NSAS thing, started bombarding him the same way they did to him in NSAS. And look at this space. When they were bombarding this Modelo during NSAS period, that was 2020, there was no Obi in the picture. There was no obedient movement in the picture. But Nigerian youths, aka the Soros generation, aka the social media generation, they roasted Desmond Elliot like PCs just because he felt he was pro APC and the government and he was against us Nigerian youths. Which is something I didn't like that time. I didn't think they were being fair to him. And even though Desmond Elliot came to explain what he was saying, I apologized at one of the show with Koke Bakassi. But then, the intolerance of Nigerian youth and everything still continued. They are still insulting. That's when he got the name.
Can I interject, please? Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, Uptown. Do you know? Somebody came on. Daddy Freeze. This Brimo stuff. Daddy Freeze covered it up yesterday evening, and he invited people on his live. One of the ladies he invited, this woman, she's from Abia State. She married from Enugu. From Anambra State, and this woman married from this place. She's not even based in Nigeria. She's based in Ireland.
Yeah.
And she was like, she being an Igbo lady, she in a post where they posted an article or something like that. She said she commented on it, and the next thing, people just started coming and insulting. They came there and was insulting her and was talking to her. And she said, let her trace these people. Let her look at these people. She was checking them out. It was Igbo names that were there. The same thing that happened in that Brimo's own. We know that obedience, that is not just only Igbos that they have Yoruba, but the people that championed this insult
Solomon,
on him,
the people that roasted Desmond Elliot during NSAS, who were the Igbos?
See, in NSAS case is different from this obedience movement. See, let me even tell you, in Lagos State, there, if you are, I believe you're very conversant with the internet and with the Instagram space. Do you know there were some people that were supporting, that were rooting in that NSAS, that this election now, that those people, you will never believe that they will support Tinubu. This election, before these primaries, they turned out to be Tinubu supporters.
No,
and these people were people who were at the front line of NSAS.
Solomon, I was on ground during NSAS, and I can list at least not less than 25 major people that headed NSAS. Guess what? Not less than, and you can challenge me with names, not less than 80% of them are the arrowheads of obedient movements, whether on Twitter and on Instagram. And we can start listing all their names. I know them from Wuyemi to Renu to Dayo to... And funny enough, they're mostly occupied by Southwesterners and South-Southerners. Mostly occupied by Southwesterners and South-Southerners. The same people that led the NSAS movement. In fact, the only person that was part of NSAS that is not part of obedient movement, I don't know, maybe we still join, that I can mention is Fouls. Only Fouls. If you remove Fouls, every single person that led that NSAS movement, all of them from beginning to end are the ones heading obedient movement. All of them. The entire name is heading obedient movement. So,
but as I was saying, the woman made her check. She did her check. Wait, now she did her check. She did her check. Excuse me. She did her check, and she saw all these people are from the Igbo extraction, and on even on the Daddy Freeze live there, Igbo people were there. The people that were insulting them, even insulting Daddy Freeze too, were Igbo guys, Igbo ladies. When
the lady they were insulting, she's Igbo, right?
She's Igbo now. What did she even say that Obi ran with Atiku in 2019? What is the difference between Obi?
Wait now. So are they insulting her because she's Yoruba or she's Fulani?
They're
simply insulting her because
what she's making, the point she was making there, why she came on that live is to say that this Brimo was pushed before he would come out and make that statement, and it was from this, forget the movement, forget the obedient movement, but from this major region.
Listen to me,
from
Solomon.
this major region.
Listen to me.
And if you watch it, even it just they are bringing in IPOB, Efulefu, kind of team. If you are not in support, if you are not supporting the Biafra movement, they will just tell you that you Efulefu. Even on this platform, I know certain people that came here. Is not what gave this guy the audacity to question my Igbo. You're very don't let me insult you, Dex. I see. Don't push me to the wall. Let me tell you. Tell me to keep quiet. Why is he telling me to keep quiet?
No, settle down. Have you had a rough day? It's not like you to lose your cool, Solomon.
No. He did this to why we went in the beginning of the section, and now he's portraying that same character.
Please, if you don't mind, I just came
in. Easy. Can you? I was Solomon. If maybe assuming you had probably given me a slight chance to actually even say what I was saying, maybe a lot of the questions you're asking now would have been answered before you even cared to ask it.
Oh, okay. Take us to that Brimo space because it's a new and developing space.
That's why, because I'm suspecting maybe some people in the platform didn't follow up. So let's all of us join the whatever it happens. So that's why, because the way Solomon is going is like you won't carry people along. You know what I'm saying? You just so what happened is that same.
Oh, sorry. Is there a build up to him making that comment?
Yes.
Was there provocation? Yeah.
Yes. There was. So that same way, what Desmond Elliot did during ESAS provoked the AKA Seroseko youth or whatever, which most of them has translated into obedient now. The same character. There's no difference between the ESAS character and this character, which is not something I even sanction so much anyway, because sometimes I face up with some of them who are a little bit extreme. Now, in that same energy, when Brimo tweeted something that was against, we all know already, was against their man, all of them pounced on Brimo the same way. But funny enough, in the same energy, when
sorry, what Brimo tweeted, was it provocative or just his own political opinion?
Okay, no. Brimo was saying that Bat was better and all that. I mean, he was really using force to promote Bat, which is his right. 100%. You get what I'm saying? But just like in the normal tradition of these young people, I mean, they will always be in the comment section. I mean, you're not in their side, so they always attack you, just like they're attacking every other person that is not on their side. And they don't care whether it's you are Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa, Fulani. Once you're not supporting Obi, they're coming for you, because there's a girl called Ada Anambra in Twitter. That girl is from Anambra State, from the same village with Obi. That girl is the most attacked Tinubu supporter on the internet, and she's Igbo and she's from Anambra. You get what I'm saying? So they don't really care where you travel you are once you're not from Obi. And the same thing happened because people that don't follow these things, they usually just judge from one angle. The same thing happened when P Square started pushing Obi hard. If you go to tweet, and one man, any of us in this platform can go ahead to tweet to P Square's page on Twitter today. If you go to P Square's page and other places where he posted Obi, if you see the insults on P Square's page, reminding them that their career died 100 years ago, that they are gone, that are just trying to catch, that there's a lot of it. The same way. So, so even when they went to that Port Harcourt rally,
Yes.
when they went to that Port Harcourt rally that looked like there was scanty crowd, if you go to P Square's comments, they were making mockery of him. There are people that are supporting Tinubu and Atiku. They were making mockery, say that even when they tried to revive their career with Port Harcourt rally, that they still failed and all that, insulting him and all that. P Square has found the need to make videos sometimes and remind them that, see, all of you saying you're going to mock me because of Obi, I'm comfortable. I'm comfortable. This Nigeria, if it's well, it won't affect me. If it's not well, it won't affect me. So you have found need to make those videos all the time, but not once did he find any reason to either insult those fans that does not agree with him back the way they're insulting him, because he knows he's occupying the position of a celebrity. But on Brimo's side, the people attacking him, what this guy now did was to start making ethnic comments. Ethnic comments. A lot of it, one man, a lot of...
Give me two examples.
Let me give you some.
About the clean it up though.
Yeah.
But give us two examples to
there is one he said.
Hold on, to culminate on that now. This one.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. Go on.
So first one, he said Igbos are foolish. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then the second one, he said fuck Ndi in brackets. He said fuck Ndi Igbo. You understand what I'm saying? And something.
Yeah, no, that's the one. That's the one that got him in trouble. Yeah,
yeah,
it says.
Yeah.
Wait, one man.
Hold on. It says because I have the tweet on my screen. It says.
Okay, you have that one. Okay.
Yeah, it says FUCKD in Igbos, and then with 2 exclamation marks, and then 2 dots. To hell with it, and then 2 dots. So apart from
there's another one man. He said
so that's that
one was the longer.
Yeah, that tells me that it was that tells me that that's the final straw. So
yeah,
what pushed it?
So there was another one he made an opinion piece. I think he wrote longer this thing, and he was saying that, and if you read it, it was all tainted in bigotry. He was using language, all those language of like them, those people cannot be trusted. Fuck, I say we can't trust those folks with the presidency. Maybe they go try the vice presidency to test the waters. And you got to say, all those derogatory statement about the entire tribe. He was not even pushing it to maybe the guys on his comment section. He even abandoned those guys.
Were they needling at him in the comment section? When he started to make his political commentaries, was he making just voicing his individual opinions? And then people were needling at him in his comment sections, and they continued and they slowly wound him up to the point that he's using FUCK words.
The same way, one man, that same attacking people, celebrity people that do not agree with you that they do, which I strongly commend. I strongly condemn.
Yeah.
Whether it's from the NSAS era of insulting Desmond Elliott, there's this lawmaker, this gallant woman insult, they made a caricature of her because of how she referred to NSAS movement and the parliament. There was a lot of people that was insulted in that era. That insult continued down and moved into political season now, continued with the obedient movement. That's still insulting anybody that does not agree with them. Fine. But then I commend it. I condemn it. But I think where the problem with the Brimo case is, because one man, I don't think the issues are about ordinary Nigerians in the comment section that insult people, because if you go to the influencers of Obi, whether Igbo ones and Yoruba ones, if you go to their comment sections, everybody that is supporting Tinubu and Atiku insults them. The only reason why Obi's own is very visible is because of the number of Obi is dominating the social media space. So if there are 10 million people that is pro Obi insulting people, and then there is 2,000 people that is pro Tinubu article insulting people, Obi's own will be more visible. So Obi's dominance of social media, that means that if people are insulting people too, it will be dominant more
Sorry,
than
can I
other people.
interject? Alta, can I interject?
Let me finish what I'm saying. So I think everybody's insulting everybody. That's just the truth. Everybody's insulting everybody, which is condemnable. Nobody should ever insult anybody because of their choice, whether it's political choice or whether it's a relationship, whatever it is they do. See the way they're dragging Alex Ekubo now on top of his own relationship. Are you going to do relationship for him? You are dragging him up and down.
What about you? What about you, that chair, or is you?
See what they did. See what they did to you, Ledochie now. They
Yes.
finished him. They finished him.
But do you think he was deserving of it? The way he was robbing his second
No,
wife in the face.
No, it is his choice, one man.
Yeah,
this social media thing have made us think that we can decide people's lives for them.
No, his behavior is unbecoming. He's a public figure now. You can't
And
keep saying
one man on the public figure side, I might fault him a little bit in terms of decorum. You get what I'm saying? But a public figure will choose whether to do decorum or not. The only problem I'll have with a public figure is if they go the level of maybe ethnic bigotry or maybe inspiring violence or all of them, because their platform is big and sensible and sizable, you know what I'm saying, and it's influential as well. So if they go to something that is going to damage other people's life or other people's sensibilities or emotions of a tribe or a group of people, it is condemnable. But if it's his personal life, if he decides to be loud with his marriage, well, maybe the decorum should be there. But then, I mean, he's his personal life. It does not affect maybe my safety in my area or my sensibility or my emotions or whatever it is. You got what I'm saying? So it's two different things. So I think with the Brimo space is the fact that he's a celebrity. You get what I'm saying? And then he decides to make this sort of comments. And guess what? When he was called out, he came out and said, I said what I said. Fuck it. So
he's doubling down on it.
He's doubling down on, he's tripling down on it. You get what I'm saying? And see, social media. If we start to talk about social media today, we'll talk about it in 2024. There is people should start understanding that social media is a fantasy world. If you I know a lot of celebrities that I know, if you start responding to these guys, most of these guys on social media and your comment section, one man, most of them, maybe it's 16 years, 17 years, you think they have sense. 14, 13, even 11 will carry Android phone because they're not seeing his face. He will insult his mother's age, insult his father's age, because he will be like, will you know where I am? Will you come and beat me?
Let me interject.
Is it not the same thing happening here? Because I'm here with Solomon as well.
One man, please, let me say something.
He just lost it.
One man, please.
Hold on. No, I'll hear from you in a moment, Solomon. But what I want to hear from you is the latest development in that Brimo space. Hold on. That's to Solomon because I know you uptown. You will give it a particular inflection base, but I want a more organic. So what's the latest development? But leave Desmond alone. I think you two maybe have issues. I'm sure you make friends back tomorrow. But
Mama, can I come in before two of them so that they can settle down a little bit? I have things to say. Please,
in the Brimo space.
Yes, in the Brimo space, and let me just calm everybody down a little bit.
Yes, but leave it strictly with the Brimo space, so that everybody.
I'm leaving it there. You see what Tiger Tutu was saying? Yes, he's partially right, but he's not really putting it right. This is the problem everybody be saying in Nigeria, that the Southeasterners have one attitude of insulting people. Now, I'm not buttressing what Brimo did is right, but we don't talk about what led to that action. I've been following this space since 2 days ago. This thing started. Brimo peacefully declare for Tinubu with no vulgar or insulting words. But during the process of Twitter exchange, the Southeasterners started insulting him badly. Instead of asking him why he's supporting Tinubu or should tell them his reasons and all that, they started pouring insult on him. Like the first thing we just see in his phone, you're fulefu, your mother this, that, those kind of things. He's human being. When you push a goat to the wall, he will turn back and react. Yeah, unfortunately, he reacted with his emotions, which is not good for him. He's a public figure. Now, that being said, we should not remove the major problem that everybody has been saying, not only today, this thing has been in time immemorial. Because of the culture in the Southeast that seniority
no,
hold on. I'm making a point.
No,
I'm
don't
not insulting
ethnicize
anybody.
it, though. Don't ethnicize
I'm not criticizing it.
Yeah.
No. Because of the culture that seniority does not really matter, except somebody that they look up to that tell them that it's easy for them to insult anybody. That's why you said, like he was saying, that somebody can just pick up a phone and insult somebody. It's not really done in other parts. You hardly see a Yoruba man, even if it's behind a phone.
No.
Are you being serious?
Hold on, War Peace. I don't accept that it's an ethnic thing. I think it's a generational thing. I think
you want man generational thing.
Yeah, it's a generational.
Hold on. I think people of this now knew whatever generation. I don't know what alphabet we're meant to be on now, but I think they've been so liberalized by all that is accessible to them, and they've forgotten manners, and it's a global malaise. I don't think it's peculiar to any ethnicity.
Let me agree about that.
One man, can you give me time to talk?
You understand that society? Do you understand society and people and environment? Yeah, do you understand society, environment, and people influence people ideology? It's been too common now. It's becoming the new normal for every generation now. But people started it. People have that pattern. People have that trend. That was what I'm trying to put.
So Southeastern has started this now.
Calm down first now. Calm down. I'm not even putting a word on.
Don't take it down.
This thing is from IPOB space. It's from Southeasterners. So let's stop fighting words here.
Wait now. Hold on. Let me finish my point. When I finish my point, I think Tiger, you understand where I'm going to. And it's a bitter truth that everybody knows, but we try to avoid it. When we try to avoid it, it keeps growing and growing and growing and growing. It's the monster we are feeding. At least, they say sanitation starts from home. The soldier will tell you a good soldier man starts from his bed, how to make his bed. And it's how you make your bed, how you lay on it. So all this trait is common. It's common from a particular section. And Brian was being mad about it. He took it too far. Now, if we want to address it, we address it both ways. Two wrongs cannot make it right. Now, coming here to say that he said this fucking Igbo and that. If we start singling out what Brian was said, there were people that will have sympathy with him and stand behind him, like he didn't insult all the Igbos, he said Indigo as a group. But then we are feeding this notion that will lead us to another section. But let's address it the way it is. It's hard time we call these people that stop insulting. We be saying it.
No. Let's not go down that. But thank you. I want Solomon to come in. But Solomon, use F rather than say FUCK. Just say F if you want to say whether applies.
I'm not going to even use any of those words.
You just say F because I don't like that word. But
no.
What I do want to ask you, Solomon, is the latest development as we are now. Where is the mood in the Brimo space? Does he have backing, or are people after him? What sort of arrest? Is it backlash or support? Because there's a Hassan that is supporting him, but then
it is. Sorry to interject. Yeah, it has come to an ethnic or tribal stuff now, like the
Yoruba versus Igbo again.
That is what it's going on.
I refuse. It's not.
What is Uptown saying? Look, I'm on Twitter as I'm talking to you now.
Hold on. That's why I asked Solomon.
It is APC versus obedience.
It is not about obedience again. It is not this one.
Hold on. That's why I asked Solomon to come in, because I know he will give us the authentic something. But you will give us a spin uptown. Give it to us, Solomon.
See, one man, when you go on that comment section, under his comment section, the people that will tell him, the people that will tell him that are saying what Brimo said is true are mostly Yoruba guys. But the people can't. I'm not coming here to cite in any ethnic problem or issue confusion. No, I'm just being with what I've seen so far online. And I'm even seeing it here as I'm talking to you. The people siding him are mostly the Yoruba people. That this is they will even say that.
APC
Wait,
people
let me say
now.
something. Uptown. Wait, just chill small. They will even say that some use. You know how they use like a little clip of Nnamdi Kalu's video of calling Yoruba people slaves, calling Fulani people cows. They even use itself in replying what that after all it's this is what they do. They are trying to target on Igbo people. I'm just analyzing this thing based on I'm not being sentimental, not because I'm an Igbo person or because I'm not supporting anybody, but I'm just citing it out like how with what I've seen and what I know. Then him talking like this guy was triggered. Let's just be honest with this thing. This guy was triggered. Like the way what P said here that he made his so he declared his support openly without any sentiment, without involving any and people. People, even those most of the I won't lie, people, some Yoruba people, but not up to the numbers of the Igbos that insulted him or that said throwing these insults on him. Yeah, that were commenting with insults. But in this comment section, people that are standing more with him are the Yoruba people. Yeah.
So as far as you can see, it's split along ethnic lines.
Of course, it's a tribal thing now. It's not just something that
one man. Can I say something?
Can I comment?
Oh yeah, no. Let's hear from Saki first. Saki, come in.
Okay, thank you.
One man, good day, and everybody
Good day
on
to you,
this
sir.
platform.
You've been missing for a couple of days.
Yeah, I've been coming and going this several season. Do stay out of the baobab tree. So I've been coming and going. So
that's Wale Soyinka Abiko for the uninitiated.
Yes. So let me. I will rather take another position in this on this primal space. Whatever happened, pray what Brimo wrote. I totally say it is wrong. I totally condemn that. Whatever led to that reaction by Brimo, I will always say it is wrong. But on the larger scale, I will blame Brimo more, for going that route, whatever the reason is. The reason I will blame him is he's a social media, he's an influencer in the social media space. A lot of people are looking up to him. And so when you are a public figure, you should learn how to, manage certain things that I would rather call this a mere squabble, arguments that are made on things that are not so serious, initially. But he now turned it to be a serious affair. So I would rather blame him. And I will give you just an example to buttress what I'm trying to say. Somebody like Macaroni, he openly declared support for P2B. He took a position that he is voting for P2B. And that very day he was declaring the support, he even went ahead to say everybody is free to vote whoever he wants to vote for. But as for him, Macaroni, his candidate is P2B. That is the way he did it. And then when he made that open declaration, he started having backlash. A lot of people started
insulting him.
Yeah, a lot of people started insulting him, especially from Southwest, let me say. Especially they were just calling him a lot of names. This word they use, almost something.
Omale.
So they started like characterizing him so to the extent that he came openly and said that he's receiving a lot of attacks from these people, and he now said call me whatever name you want to call me. I have taken my position. If you are not comfortable with my position, then vote whoever you want to vote. That is how he managed the space. You understand? Somebody like P Square also declared, and a lot of people started insulting P Square. Some people were even telling him that you made it in Lagos, and why didn't you make it in Igbo land? That you will soon leave this Lagos, something like that. Let's see how you are going to continue prospering after this election season. That is the level of attack they gave him, and they were telling him all sorts of things. Then he came openly and laughed and say, I'm laughing for people who think I'm still like building a career. He said he's no longer building a career, that there is nothing that will happen in Nigeria now that will make him a poor man. And he went and further to say that they are the only musicians who have been touring around the world on their old music, and yet fans are still coming for them. So that they are not looking for any career. He said even if this election doesn't go well, it doesn't concern them. But as for them, that they will not tell anybody to vote wisely again. That they will rather tell everybody vote fit P2B. That they will not say wisely again. That they will say vote for P2B, since P2B means voting wisely. So that is the way they managed it. They didn't go. They didn't go the level of, trying to give the outpouring of tumultuous emotions, from the route of ethnicity. They didn't touch that line. They rather turned those insults. They pedaled down those insults they received from people using another approach. So that is what I expect somebody like Brahimo to have done. Brahimo should have limited his reactions in another context. He shouldn't have come back to characterize those reactions that were generated by his endorsement. He shouldn't have come back to, push it to a particular tribe, knowing fully well the sensibility that area could generate. I think I read his tweet.
The attacks that they were launching against him, was it ethnically laced?
No. They were not. I don't think they were.
They were.
Him,
that's what Solomon just told us now.
No, I
that
don't.
They were even cutting clips from Nnamdi Kanu to throw at him.
Okay, what I'm trying to say is, no matter what was said to him, he's a
no. You can't. No. Is a human being. If you insult him,
it's one man is a mix. There are people that's coming from the ethnic angle. There are people that are just attacking their career. The same thing with P Square. So people are insulting P Square, saying that they didn't make it in Anambra. In Anambra, there is a village that they came to Lagos. They say Igbo people are this and that. They come to take advantage of us in Lagos. So it's the same thing across board. The same thing across board.
So what I'm trying to say in effect is that, even if somebody used things like ethnic to come to you, that person is one person out of a generality of a tribe. Do you understand what I mean? It's just like what Patrick said here when he said Igbos hate everybody in Nigeria. I listened to that and I wasn't comfortable with that statement. I think I would have been more comfortable.
Did he say
said
that?
something like that. He said Igbos.
Yeah.
Why is it that Igbos hate everybody? Like everybody in Nigeria. That they even hate him. That was the reason the person he wanted to marry in Abia State. I think he said something like that.
Yeah,
I'm wondering when I hate everybody in Nigeria.
When he was saying, I felt offended, me particularly, because I see myself in
I wonder why I didn't pick that up. I usually don't let that go, but apologies.
Yes, one man, I had it too.
Who said that? Who said that?
Patrick.
Patrick?
Yes.
Yeah, that's probably why I didn't pick it up, because it was not something I would hear from. All right.
Sorry,
so
anyway.
Yeah.
On the behalf of the Benin people, sorry.
No, yeah, but carry on.
Yeah, so but what I'm trying to say in effect is that let's assume that people reacted badly to Brahimo's endorsement, and then some people came the ethnic line. Some people, not all the Igbos, you know, came the ethnic line, you know. So I think for the fact that it is not all the Igbos, it is just some people who happen to be Igbos. So I don't think it's that thing is enough for him to come on boldly and say things like, I will rather support a sick man than to vote for an Igbo man, something like that. He used certain things, and it was full of bigotry, you know. And he being a public figure, you know, when he has said that, a lot of Igbos will not like that kind of statement. It means that you are also including me, Saki Father, and maybe people like Solomon, Pop Town, who never reacted to your endorsement. You know, when you say Igbos, I see
including
myself.
APC supporters, the Igbos.
I see myself in that picture. So I don't think he could have managed that space that way. Being a public figure, I thought he could have, you know, managed it the way people see social media coconut heads, you know. That is the way Macaroni managed it. That is the way P Square managed it, and some other people, you know. Even this Anambra or sort of that was highly insulted. That is the way she also managed it. She didn't go the route of saying Igbos are stupid, Igbos are pigs, insulting like a particular tribe. For him doing that, he's even calling on people like Ohaneze. I know that something like Ohaneze as a group might even react to this, because you are just labeling a whole tribe for sins committed by few members of the tribe. That doesn't mean that there are no other members of the tribe that have not been good to you. So I think he went too far. He went to a dangerously unfair level. And that is what is generating all this, you know. So that's my contribution.
All right. Yeah, come in, man of prestige.
Can I contribute on that?
Can I come now?
Yeah, let man of prestige come, and then after him, you, Ogweni, man of prestige.
All right, thank you, one man. I appreciate it. You know, I've been busy today, so I've been listening. Thank you very much for allowing me. I was going to come in, but I was offended about Patrick's statement. I said, Oliver, I said, look, man of special, cool down, don't go in. So this is I'll be very honest. I hate when people make a generalization statement. There's nothing wrong having your opinion, but when you make a general statement like the whole ethnic I mean, that annoys me, okay? You know, I don't want to raise my voice. That's why I didn't come in because of Patrick's statement.
I can only apologize for that. It passed me by only because I would not expect.
Yes,
Patrick,
he said it. I had everything. I was listening. I've been listening all day today.
No,
I logged in when you
on.
came in, but I couldn't come in.
Yeah, hold on. I'm not saying he did not say it, but I'm saying it passed me by only because I had no anticipation.
It's okay, one man. It's okay.
But
I just want to calm my knife down. That's why I didn't come in, okay?
He probably did not intend it in the manner that he came across, because that's not how we know him.
He did. He doubled down on it because he said something about he didn't want to marry.
That's not how we know Patrick, though. That's not how we know
me, I was surprised. I used to dialogue with Patrick, you know, I don't agree with his political, you know, and philosophy, but I was just surprised about that. But anyway, having said that, let's go to the current topic we're talking about right now. I listened to Daddy Freeze. You know what, Solomon? You're my, I'm an in-law to you from Umuahia. I've been visited Umuahia when I went to Nigeria, but I'm surprised when you change things. Whether you're trying to,
you said you listened to Daddy Freeze. Did you hear what the woman said? I am not changing.
Can I finish?
Okay,
one man.
I'm listening.
Keep that guy to be quiet, okay? Let me finish.
Carry on.
I listened to Daddy Freeze all today. You see, when he came here and just, you know, tweeted the whole thing. The lady that was speaking is from I think from the island somewhere in London over there. She said that she doesn't agree with when the Igbos or the Europe, because she said she's married. I think she's from Abia. I'm married to somebody. No, she's from Anambra or married to somebody. But anyway, she's an Igbo. But she looked light skinned. She even said some people has insulted her that she's not from Nigeria or she's not from Igbo. She must be somebody, you know, light skinned, somebody, you know, born in London. He said Igbos, Yorubas, everybody has insulted him. So the point she was trying to make.
Sir, that was not what she said, but you can carry on anyway.
Let me finish. But that one man, you can go and listen to that phrase. She said both sides has insulted her, because they think because she's not from here. She said Igbos and Yorubas and other Hausa. She used just the three tribes. He said we do the same thing. She was just annoyed about why can't we be one Nigeria? Then she said about Brian and maybe somebody push him. But he has no right for what he said. That's what that lady said. And you know what Daddy Free said? Daddy Free said, Brian, you have to come to this place, but before you come, you have to apologize to all Igbos. Did you hear that? That's what Daddy Free said. He said you must apologize before you come to my platform. Daddy Free said it today.
Sir, can I ask you a question?
Don't ask me anything. Let me finish. let me finish, because the way you're painting it is not all what it is. You have some point you made, but when you turn it around, make it like Igbo and Yoruba.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, ask me, man.
Yeah. Have you been following the Brimo space all the way
yes,
through?
Okay.
Then let me ask you the question. Let me ask you the question.
Yeah.
Who drew first blood in this whole saga? Who drew first blood?
It's people from Twitter because when he come out for Tinubu, people from Twitter, it might definitely it has to be people from the southeast, but one man, this is, there's no cause for that. There's no reason. Okay, let me give you an example. For example, in this place you and I are. Remember when Thomas, I didn't mean to bring it, when Thomas said Igbos eat human being. He said that, but I didn't get mad. I just said that's not right. I'm not gonna then call the whole Yoruba, say Yoruba, you all do this. Yeah, he said that here, but I didn't get mad because I'm not an ethnic person. I grew up in Yoruba land.
I didn't hear him say that. When did you say that?
Thomas? Yeah, Thomas said it a long time ago. He said Igbos are cannibal. He said my mother told me. This is a 40-something years old person. Thomas said it. One man, don't be acting like you don't remember. Everybody here, he said Igbo. He said my mother.
I remember the section.
Yes, he said my mother. He said my.
You will remember
yes,
Uptown.
I said 40-something years old person. No,
I already remember one man.
One man, Jalicoka was there. He's not gonna lie. He said my mother.
Sorry, this is what peace. I know you are. I've never seen you in this mode. I know you are really pissed. But if you listen to what I said earlier, we start picking who right or wrong.
Can I finish my commentary? This is my turn. I have not been here all day. Please, one man, like I was saying, I don't bring out that Thomas reference to make that. You don't make a general statement. That was the statement he made. But this is not about Thomas. I just use that as a reference. Why we make a general statement? But anyway, going back, I've been following all that. So the way what's his name, Eze said it. It wasn't exactly the way it happened because go listen to Daddy Freeze. Yes, it was in my time it's for today, but it was yesterday. You're gonna see everything that Daddy Freeze said in there, and the people that was commenting, even the lady Eze was talking about the way Solomon said it. That's not the way he said it. And one man, do you know who is leading? Do you know who is leading the campaign against Brian? It's a Yoruba person, Ogu something. Now
I know. If the petition
he has been banned.
For him to be struck,
he can go to this. He can go to his. I think it's called Afriye. I think it's African Music Award.
Afrima.
Yes, he's not going to get it.
Hold on. Has it been banned or have they launched
the petition? The petition has reached. The petition is above what is prepared already. Right. The petition and the person that is leading this is not an
now.
Igbo
You've been talking since now. Everybody gave you that respect, the elderly man. But you don't just say things that is from your emotion. He has not been banned. It's just a petition written by individual. If Africa is going to abandon him, they will come out with an
Hey, man. This is my turn, okay? Because you're not precluded from that. You're not precluded from that. You have something against Igbo too. So don't go there. You're not excluded from that. This is not the first time we are talking about this. I'm beginning from Igbo. Let me tell you.
One man in
I'm calling you out.
I have to against Igbo. My kingdom was insulted back and front.
All right. All right. I've removed War Peace and Prestige off the screen. I'll bring them back in a moment. I'll remove you two only to bring the voices down. So calm it down and then let's have a conversation. So I'll bring them back. You still have the floor.
It's my turn.
No.
You know, I haven't said anything since today.
What's that?
I haven't said anything since today. I don't know what.
Finish?
So it's my turn.
Yes. So carry on,
Okay.
Prestige.
Okay, I'm going to calm down. I'm not even going to go there anymore. But anyway, let me finish my comment. Let me finish my commentary in a more solid way. So, like I was saying, the guy that was leading the petition against him, they have reached the numbers for him not to get any award or whatever. That's where we are right now. But the point I'm trying to make, this is universal. It's not about Igbo, it's about the comment. This man is a celebrity, regardless of what anybody says. You don't have to say that. You don't have to call out the whole tribe. This is my issue I have. When people make a general statement, one man, I know how you are, but you have never made that kind of commentary. I know people in this platform has made that commentary. And anybody can put me here. I am man of prestige. If I have been anything that's ethnic or anything, if you have it, you can play it back. Anywhere I made it kind of.
No, you hate that kind of stuff anyway. The least ethnic person here is probably
that's not my MO.
Yeah.
You don't even know who I'm married. Nobody even know who I'm married. So I'm not even going to disclose this here. So I'm not that kind of.
No, I know who you are married. I know who you are married to.
I hate that.
You are married to an Edo woman. I know that.
Forget about that. That
does not matter. One man.
One day I'm going to surprise you.
Don't worry.
Emilokon.
One man, can I talk?
I'm not talking to you. Okay, I don't want to talk to you.
No. So calm down now.
Okay, one man. I'm done. Let me go ahead and listen. Okay, thank you, one man.
Yeah, good to hear from you.
Thank you, one man.
Brian Boy is not even here, also. I'm not quite sure why you are charged up. But let's hear from Des first, and then we come to you, Ogweni, only because he's been here for a good while, and we've not heard from him at all. So, you're back in America now, aren't you, Desmond?
Yeah, one man.
Right. So have you following this Brimer space? It was actually Uptown that brought it up that this is what is agitating the space at the moment. And I've had a quick look, and it looks as though the guy declared his support for Tinubu, and then the usual, thing that you get from elements of the obedient space, they went into his comment section and then they went wild. And then he probably did not have the maturity to handle it, and then it spiraled to where we are now. So your take on that space, Des?
Yeah, one man. It basically boils down to maturity. To be honest, you summed it up. It boils down to maturity. But I'm gonna say one thing. I'm gonna probably lay a background. In 1964, whatever, Ahmadu Bello made a statement that Igbos whatever, they make a hatred statement against the Igbos, which begot the killing of the Igbos in the north, which basically begot the Igbos going back to the southeast, right, and declaring their own country. So I want to ask this question: what exactly did the Igbos do? Now, the war came, right? The northerners and the southwest for the southeast. So if we're talking about hatred, who has more right to hate each other people, other tribes? The Igbos, right? Igbos has the right, the human right, to hate either the southwest or the northerners. But after the war, what happened? Even that hatred, it wasn't even there. They still migrated to other part of the state, which they felt that those states even hate them at the time, but they didn't care because they're just explorers. They don't care if they're hated in other places. They just want to explore and share their love, right? So we can't call that hate, one man. When man of British says that, someone comes here and make general statement about the Igbos hating or whatever, I don't know if those people think it true. Like the Igbos are the people that you see in each and every corner of Nigeria. That is not hate, one man. I come in your platform, I support. That is not hate, one man. I have Yorubas as my tenant. That is not hate, one man. I know a lot of Igbos. I know a lot of Yoruba that are my closest friends. That is not hate, one man. So when Brimo makes such a hateful statements against the Igbos, sometimes I don't know where it's coming from. Sometimes I don't know where it's coming from. That's why I said it's immature.
Sorry, Des. Do you think maybe a momentary lapse in judgment and a rush of blood to the head? But do you think it was targeting that comment more at the obedience than the great Igbo nation itself? Do you think it was targeting it more at the
I
obedience?
feel like it's the Igbo, one man. You know why? Because in this platform, I have seen some people that with their word, you would see that hatred with their word for the Igbos. And sometimes I just look back, I'm like, what exactly have an Igbo person done to this person for him to be, having so much hatred? Is it that you wanted to chase Chiamaka broke your heart or something? I don't exactly.
The wahala wey Chiamaka don cause for this world.
It's too much.
That Chiamaka of a girl. Yes,
You know,
they should write a song about her. So that's that for you, Uptown. Go and write a song about Chiamaka and how she's just setting the world. Carry on this.
So, woman, I don't think is just basically the obedience. I feel like I don't want to make it like a generalization. Like some Yorubas have this hatred for no reason, just like the Hausas have this hatred for the Igbos for no reason, and I feel like maybe it's because of the war.
Do you not find that word a bit too heavy? Because
Yeah.
you know what I've always thought is that there's somewhat like it's almost like a sibling rivalry. That's how I see not so much the Northerners and because I don't know enough, but for the Yorubas and the Igbos, I see it somewhat as a sibling rivalry. And if you have any sibling, you know that between siblings it can get a bit spiky sometimes, with each of them wanting to say something to cut into the other. So I've never seen it in the realms of hatred. I've always really seen it in the same realms of our sibling rivalry.
Roman is not rivalry. You know why I say it's not rivalry? Because most of these people maybe say what Patrick made the statement today, you wouldn't say he was competing with any Igbo person in the sense like in his own space. So I wouldn't say it's rivalry. Do you get? I feel like it's something within or some. I don't know. I can't explain it.
I wouldn't want to believe that.
Yeah,
I would prefer to believe that it's sibling rivalry.
yeah. You can believe. You can believe
Oh,
it.
Because there is.
Tiger should be the best position to explain why, because
Tiger is not here now. Why do you keep Trigger to you
Trigger, I
fall
mean,
under
Trigger.
oh no
Sorry,
no
Tiger. I'm mistaken. Trigger.
no I
Trigger
was
Tutu.
actually mistaken. He's changed his name. Yes,
He has so being in a better position to explain to us, since he said he's Bini and Igbo. So he have the two blood. He can say from the both sides. He have both family at home. He can explain to us why
I'm not saying it in the
no,
sense of believing
I want to take it back to Brima. I don't want to open up an ethnic space.
Yeah.
No, it's
Take it back to
it's the
Brima.
Brimo
Yeah.
issue. Why people
No,
feel
no. I don't want to open up that space. Sorry, what please? Take it back to Brima. Desmond.
So in Brimo's space, the thing that I don't understand is why so much dislike? Let me put it like that for the Igbos. And for the Brimo, in his space, I think is more of immaturity and dislike. This two is combining towards his statement because there's a lot of celebrities in this world, so many celebrities. Even without the statement he made, you can just be a celebrity. There's gonna be insults coming left and right. Just being a celebrity, some people will not just like you. It's just the truth. Do you get? Some people don't just like you. Even when when they see you smile, they will find something there and they will insult you in the comment section. Even when you do a little thing, they will insult you in the comment section. It's more of you as a celebrity to look those comments, those hated comments towards you, and look it away. That is why you're a celebrity. That's why you are some sort of a general figure. You mature into it. Being a celebrity, you mature. Brimo as a person hasn't matured to that space, and I don't even think he's probably gotten any insult since he started being a celebrity. This is probably the first time that I've insulted him. Do you get? So I think it's one dislike for the Igbos and immaturity that brought up all these words against the Igbos.
I'm not sure it cuts that deep,
One man to add to that. If you go to Tunde Notes page, where he posted about this, go to his comment section. DJ Big N, some DJs in the industry are beginning to speak out about Brimo's bigotry. A lot of people are talking about their experience with him and how he is an extremist in terms of ethnic and religion. I think he's a Muslim. I don't know, but they are talking about how much he hates Igbos and all that. Like his normal colleagues in the industry. Just go to the comment section. DJ Big N is vocal on it. There's this radio AP as well that is talking. Those several people are just speaking about him, and I think he also has cases of depression as well.
Hey, it was on Arise News today.
Even from the Chocolate City,
Arise
whatever.
News talk about it. It was on Arise News today. That's how big it is. Go and listen to Arise News. They comment on it.
Uptown, he went to find that Chalk City stuff because he even dropped a record. He dropped an album that outside Chalk City and he still sold. In fact, that is even what they are nominating for this Afrima award. You will not say it's out of
I said
depression.
his colleagues are talking about his experience. Do you know this guy slapped him in Port Harcourt?
Please let me say something. Please let me say something.
You know DJ Big N slapped him in Port Harcourt. You know what led to the story?
Hold on. Let's bring Ogbeni in, who's been waiting. So Ogbeni, I refuse to believe that it's as deep as it's been painted. What I see is I'm not sure. I'm sure you have siblings, but if you have siblings, what if somebody says something to you that hurts you? You will want to say something that really cuts into them really deep. Not meaning it, but wanting them to feel the pain that they made you feel. I wouldn't want to be imagined that it's in the realms of ethnic hatred. No, I think they triggered him, and he responded in what he thought the best way to hurt the people who hurt him. But what is your take of the Brimo space, Ogbeni?
Anyway, I think I just got to hear about it this morning or so. So I've been able to pick one or two things. But you see, one thing I've realized now in we Nigerians is that most time we choose to go on a selective amnesia. I'm telling you, we have this thing they call dissociative amnesia disorder. And why do I say so? You see, when somebody like Nnamdi Kanu was ethnic profiling other two ethnics in Nigeria, we were not this super active and reacting. You see the kind of names Nnamdi Kanu will call the Fulanese. In fact, if you want to talk about the ethnic, we ethnic profile most in Nigeria is the Fulanese. Who is talking for them? You see, Martin Luther saying justice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. Nobody is defending them. Today, so many people on this platform have talked about Fulani kidnapper, Fulani this, Fulani that. Today alone on this platform. Who is speaking for them? Who is talking about them? Nobody. Or Tom once called them what? Called them a sort of names, and he's talking. Nobody is talking because it's not affecting us. So many of my friends from the southeast, when you confront them with this, even when some of them that are supporting, so many of them that are supporting Nnamdi Kanu will say yes, it's fine because it's fighting a cause. I said, but you don't know this is a problem is creating somewhere, because there's always reaction to any hatred. You see? So, and another thing, I watched Femi Fani FFK, ethnic profiling Fulani also so much that and throughout, I hardly see any Yoruba man that raise objection to what Femi Fani Kayode. Every time the guy will call them slave, Nnamdi Kanu will call them cow, you call them cattle, Islamic killer, robbers, jihadists, everywhere. I see all Fulanis are kidnappers. So you pick the minority to judge the majority. And people keep quiet because we believe it's not affecting us. But now that we think it's affecting our own ethnic, then we see problem in that. I call that selective amnesia. And that is the problem we are having in Nigeria. It doesn't affect you. Then we're talking about maturity for all these celebrities. How many of them grew up like me and you through the maturity-led ladder? How many? Ahmad Dati was the one crying on TV sometimes ago, just because somebody insulted his parent. Where is maturity in that one? And we'll still comment to defend him. And I mean, I've watched so many people, I've listened to many people online defend him that, he's emotional. I said, this is not a leader. That's not maturity. So what kind of maturity do you expect from Brimo? If you go back to his background, where is he from? How did he grow? What tough life or insult has he ever gone through? Yes, I condemn what he said. I condemn it. But what I'm saying is this: if somebody say, somebody just asked a question here, why so much dislike for the Igbos? That's another generalization you are complaining against. Okay, it's the same generalization. How many people from those tribes don't like Igbos? Bring the statistic. There is no statistic that shows that.
I said some. I'm not
He didn't mention any tribe now, my boy.
No, I know, but when you say people hate Igbo, it means not Igbo. You're not talking about Igbo. You're talking of other tribes, right? You are saying other tribes hate Igbos, and you keep pushing Igbo as the only victim here. We are all victim here. That's the point I'm trying to make. We are all victim. I've seen so many Igbos talking about Yorubas, the way they call them Fulefu, told them palm oil, red oil drinker, call them different names and others. But I won't use that to judge the entire race. The same thing with the Fulanese. We all talk about Fulanese. We all agree here. We talk about Fulanese. We profile them anyhow. We talk about them anyhow. But nobody is speaking for them. And that is where it starts from. So my point is this, you see. Once we see a trouble somewhere, you see, let us speak out. Once we see a problem, you are ethnic profiling a particular ethnic in Nigeria, let us speak out. Don't let us become supercharged only when it's affecting us. That is not how we're going to make Nigeria great. The way we're going to make Nigeria great is somebody beside you, an Igbo man, is talking to you as an Igbo and is ethnic profiling Yoruba, you speak against it. You be extremely supercharged and say, no, don't do this. This is wrong. Then the Yoruba, someone like Femi Fani Kayode, speaking against the Fulani, and I think sometimes he even spoke against the Igbos until he now started correcting himself and said, even Bianca, he dated Bianca Ojukwu at a point in time, so he didn't hate them, things like that. But how many Yorubas stood up and challenged Fani Kayode? Thank God, this one, we have a Yoruba man who belongs to the same tribe and is challenging Brimo, leading the petition against Brimo. But I wonder how many tribes would their tribal man say that and they will challenge their tribal man? How many have you recorded in Nigeria? Let's check history. So I'm happy that this is happening to a Yoruba man. I'm happy. Another Yoruba man is challenging this guy, which is a very good thing. And I'll be expecting more people from his own ethnic to challenge so that the other ethnic will understand that, yes, there are people in Nigeria that can still stand to the Nigeria. But the summary of what I'm just saying is this: injustice anywhere, ethnic profiling anywhere is a threat to the unity of the country. Let's kick against it, whether it suits your own, whether it's Simon Ekpa that is calling somebody cow, or whether it's Nnamdi Kanu that is calling, or Autumn of FFK, or these are celebrities too. And they peddle all this narrative outside there. We're not complaining against it. So we should try and balance all these things. That's my take on this.
Solomon is Ofeman.
Well spoken, brother. I like your commentary.
One man.
Woman is not. I don't think he's online. But sorry, I want to say something
Solomon,
to.
you are Ofeman.
Sorry, I'm here. I was muted. But carry on, Solomon.
Yeah, I wanted to say something. I'm not trying to bring instigate any argument here. It's just I don't want to man of prestige to see me as somebody who is being biased. If you can remember in that I know we've passed that side, but in that it feels live video with that lady, she made mention of saying that, look, that even in Igbo land in the east, that they talk about an Ebony person cannot marry somebody from Enugu, that this kind of thing. Then she said that she cannot use because of what is happening in Igbo land and because of Igbo people, and not follow her Fulani friends to be friends. That in where she lives, she have Fulani as friends, she have Yoruba as friends. I cannot come here and start spitting or saying something that is not true or something that is not real. So that is the correction I'm trying to let man of prestige, and my own point of view. I'm trying to let man of prestige know about. Yeah.
Okay, I agree with what he said. That's exactly what he said. Yeah.
Yeah. So I did not come here to spill anything. She was trying to say that the people that were insulting her, that she said if Obi could run with Atiku in 2019, that what is the difference? That was what she said, and that when she checked the people that were insulting her, they were all Igbos. I'm not coming here. I don't come on this platform to even fight I'm Igbo, that I always know, or that I want to come and support Yoruba. I'm not coming here. I come here as a rational person, as somebody that just come here to air his own point of view, and that's all. That is just what I come here to do. I don't come to support.
But that's not the way you started. But anyway,
no. It was the way you understood it, Sha. Yeah.
It doesn't matter right now. But anyway, I'm just myself. I don't know anybody that play tribalism or racism. I mean, America right here is. It came me to the core. I will never in my lifetime associate with that person. I'm just telling you here. I'm just saying here right now. And I know about some people that have done something like that. I will forgive, but I will never forget. That's just the way I am. Something that I have to do with.
Quietness is always complicit. I'll say this. I'll say it again. I'll say it again. I'll say it all over. When you are quiet about some certain things, that means you are part of it. Now you point to Solomon. What pisses you off most is the way he started. This is still the same thing with Brahmo, the way it started. And I've said it before, Brahmo went too far. But if we want to push, two wrongs cannot make it right. You cannot punish one wrong. And
you know my problem I have with you. This is not the first time you have been.
It's my turn.
That's the problem I have with you. So I don't have anything to do with you.
My president, when I was talking, when you were talking, you shot me twice, and I did not disrespect that. I'm talking, you give that respect.
One man, just let them hold on. Let me say what I want.
All right, everybody hold on. But let what peace have a say. But please don't take it to an ethnic space. If you take it to an ethnic space, then I'll have to stop you. But
I understand one man. But sometimes when you suggest like this, now you make me not to put what I'm going to put. What I'm going to put is
we're trying to pull it back from.
No, it's not pulling back. It's not violence. The problem of Nigeria, or we ethnic people, is we refuse to sit down and talk about certain issues that is looking at us at the face, staring at us at the face. But when we talk about it, it's become tribal and we start blaming each other. Of course, these things, we know how it comes. If man of prestige, if man of prestige, there was a state there, me, you, Saki for that man of prestige on this space, talking that time was between what's it called? Obi just started moving to Labour. We're still talking about Nnamdi Kanu being released in December. If not, Obi was on this show. One Igbo guy came here. He said, use the word. I can speak. I'll say it again. Any Igbo man that is in this platform that is not supporting Peter Obi is a bastard. What did you say, man?
No. Don't use those words.
You did not say any word. You sacrificed to say a word. Yeah, it's not me. Before you
right.
hold the guy down. Hold on.
All right. I think it's spiraling out of control now. So we seek to start to round off. I think. Otherwise,
Sorry, man. Let me just make the point.
Sorry. But don't use any big words or any provocative words. And please don't. I'm not trying to stifle your free speech, but you will offend somebody, and then we have to start doing the rounds again.
You have to be more matured here. What I'm trying to say, the guy used a derogatory word on the stage, and you were trying to trap the guy. That don't run when you say this word. Wait to defend. But the guy before you, we could respond. I think if you wanted to respond, the guy left. But I did not see these people responding. It was a pass because it's normal, the new normal. But what I'm saying is, like what Ogbeni just said, and as I said before, injustice somewhere, injustice everywhere. Yes, it's good for you to be mad. It's your right. Nobody's saying that. What he said entirely to insult entirely Igbo is wrong. I said it before from the beginning. And you coming at me that I'm against Igbo. Yes. When Nnamdi Kanu was doing that to my kingdom, nobody stood up. We fought of this thing. Now, let me take you back real fast. There was an incident that happened in Italy in the 90s, the 90s to 2000, that made our Alba to swear. There was a woman, a girl that died, maybe along prostitution, I don't know. Thank God it was only Facebook then. I wish there was all this blew up these days. The people would have been dead. Even at that time, we were dead because on newspapers everywhere, there were calls on us. We accepted it. We never said no. That's why all the Benin people we met are Ashawo. They are into prostitute. But God knows in Italy, the population of prostitute there, if you count it now, the Benin are very few. But we accepted it. We accepted it. We faced it to challenge it. So that is reduced. This is how it's supposed to be. When somebody points out something about something, look at it and see how to fix it. If you are so mad now that Brimo said this about Igbos, what are the Igbos said about that people? Have you ever been mad about it? Come out and say it. Like, this is wrong. And people will say, yes, these people have been challenging these people. People will hold you accountable. Yes, these people have been challenging these people. Because that these other people are just knuckle-headed. We always get past on that. There's a reason Fulani always get past. When you search Fulani, you don't see any Fulani man coming out to insult you back. We our own hand will still say, no, this insult Fulani is too much. We'll give them pass on our own. At least let's stand for justice for one and so for all. And let's address injustice once and for all. This thing happen now. When I tackle a trigger of Tutu, it's not Twitter space people. They're no longer people again. Who created Twitter? It's not human being. Is it not they that went down, right name and create sign up? Twitter just create itself. Now they're putting it's a Twitter space. So Twitter is not the space now that can insult people on their own. Let's face these issues the way it be and let's address it. Nobody like insult. We are Africans, we're not white people. Even white people don't even say they respect themselves. It's wrong, like what I always say, people. Don't be known for certain. Hold on. I've warned you people when I'm talking, stop shouting.
No, settle down, not at the kids. Settle down.
I know. Sorry, I'm just trying to control myself. I've said this before. Even my wife here, I always tell people, my friends, if you are known for certain things, it's not good because when you're accused of something that look close to that stuff you are known for, it will be difficult for somebody to defend you. That's why if you see me in my life, if you tell me about somebody, it's then I'll go close to the person. When you tell me about some situation, I'll try to find out from the both sides because sometimes I'll for the victim that I was accused wrongly. It took my friend just once said, Tony, I know you, you're not this person. He asked one question, I answered, I said, you are right, you're not wrong. What they accuse you for is you have no hand on it. But everybody believe that stuff that I did it. So that experience, I know it. Two things I hate in my life, stealing and lying. I can talk out of context, but for me to just lie on you, I would never. For you to steal your thing, I would never. So when people say things, I try to find out what really happened. Now, because there's a certain pattern from the southeastern area of insult. If Brimo now said because he was insulted, he did this, people will want to buy into Brimo's narrative. But nobody will really want to support the Igbos because of this pattern that is coming up. That's why I said you have to.
I didn't say not.
No, I'm just saying. I'm not making an example. I'm not.
I want to round off. Thank you.
Okay. But anyway, in this platform, the way these people handle this, the man of prestige, Chagatutu handle this case, to me, it was biased. I know you have the right to be angry. Yes, they talk about Igbo, but you should say things the way it is. The three panelists that was that the show, that the free show, gave a good analysis, and that's why I didn't talk about it. They make it the way we understand it, and it was right. That's the way it's supposed to be. Treat injustice anywhere, everywhere, the way it is. Don't give pass to somebody. That's my summation. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. So I want to start to round off to land on Sake Fada. Gentlemen, I want to restrict it to no more than 2-3 minutes because I don't want to go past the 7 o'clock mark. So to round off to land on Sake Fada, let's kick it off with Ife. If it's still here, it's been very quiet. Ife, show you I'm here. Okay, I think Ife has gone to bed. So thank you for joining us, Ife. You are there. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Yeah. So you were very quiet, unlike you. But yeah.
Yeah. I don't want to make it more controversial.
Yes, it's one of those things. Uptown brought it up. I didn't know it cut in that deep, but I'm glad we had the conversation. But close remarks.
But at the end of the day, it shows that we are more or less having. I think where we have multi-ethnic country, you just have to. Multi-ethnic group in a country, you just have to manage this space properly. And I don't know. For me, one man, what's it called? The way I look at these things, I still want to believe if we run a more, if we run a constitution that recognizes the ethnic diversity we have, such that we have governments that address all these our fracas will go down. Nigeria is not the only country that has multi-ethnic groups, but what other countries have done is they've designed their constitution to address the internal issues they have. As big as America is, they have conservative ideas for their native Indians. So I don't know. Unless we just be circling around all these things, opening is panning in our politics now. It's more of this a Yoruba candidate, Peter Obi, and Atiku. And to show in February next month, you will see the majority of all the votes that will come from everybody's ethnic block. If you don't win your ethnic block, the next coming election, you might not be the president. So that's it. And these are the things that caused all this zoning. Even zoning at times goes to more or less senatorial district at times. So if we don't address the issue, sit down together and iron out these issues, we'll just be circling around. The next generation will come, they'll still meet the same problem.
Yes.
So that's the way I see it. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. Well put, Ife. Always well put, Ife. That's why everybody likes to hear from you. So that's Ife. Thank you. Thank you. So I was just reading out your comment. So let's go on from Ife to Ogweni. So Ogweni, so the session comes to an end. I'm not quite sure what we've talked about, but I know we've spent nearly 7 hours talking. So final remarks from you, Ogweni.
Well, I've always been saying that one of the major solutions to our issues in Nigeria, at least for citizens, the enlightened one like us, is we should take time to read and understand our history. I think that thing would, there's a way it's going to help us to understand our country better. And there is this patriotism it could trigger in us if we understand our history. So I just want to encourage us and provoke us today to take interest in understanding our history. Before, when we were in primary and secondary school, when there was no internet in Nigeria, you need to go to library to pick some books to read about Nigerian history. But you don't need to do that any longer now. Even online, even on YouTube, you can read about our history, know what happened in the past, understand each tribe, know the way we used to interact, understand our leaders and others. That would help us a lot to continue to live in this country we call, which is the only country we have for now. And lastly, I would like to speak again on There's a Yoruba adage that says that, or it's a saying, I think, that says that tí gbogbo wọn bá ń gbé, tí ò bá bá wọn gbé, wọn á gbé sẹ́yìn ilé ẹ̀. Meaning that literally it means if everybody in your street are carrying calabash of madness and you refuse to join them in carrying, they will put it at the back of your house. You will be the victim eventually. So when we see people speaking something that we think could, something that ordinarily if they speak against you, it's not something you would like, or they speak against your own tribe, it's not something you would like. When they speak against another tribe, speak out. When you speak out, they know this is what this man stands for. And from there, it begins to spread. And then we can have a better Nigeria that we all dream to have. All right. Good night, everyone.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ogweni, a real gentleman. So Ogweni, one of the fast developing voices on the platform. I just delight in hearing from him anytime he does turn up. So thank you, Ogweni. So a guy that fully established on the platform, the fans' favorite, the ladies' man, Desmond Trigger Tutu. Trigger Tutu.
Yeah, well, man. How am I going to run? I've never even said anything today.
But I know the sleep in your voice is so heavy.
I just flew in today.
I know jet lag and everything, Abby.
Yeah. So, the honest truth is that if you're anybody supporting Tinubu, I mean, it can't help but to lie, because the man you're trying to sell is a lie itself. That's why
no, we're losing you. In fact, we've lost you. Somewhat, but carry on.
Something with your mic.
No.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now. Okay. Can you hear me now? This is what we're hearing.
Yeah,
carry on.
I can hear you. Yeah. I said the truth is that when you're anybody you're trying to that is supporting Tinubu can't help but to lie, because the man you're trying to sell is just a lie. Because when Thomas came here and started lying about P2B, what he didn't do and what he did, all the bad whatever he's been saying, I was just laughing. I felt like, I think he's the one that just went to Nigeria and came back. I felt like he just went to Nigeria and Ghani around Nigeria without even verifying what P2B told him to go and verify. He just went there and came back and Otilo, But it's well, like I said, the truth is going to come out February, and once you know the truth, they shall set you free, one man. And Thomas, I'm sorry, but your lie is not gonna hold. Even when they caught you lying today, you try to. It's just pointless, woman. I mean, at this point, let the Tinubus give up. If it's tribal politics they're going to play, I don't see how Tinubu is going to win it, because if it's tribal, let's give it to Atiku now, because Atiku has the Muslim and the North, and let's give it to be second, and let's give Tinubu top, because he can only max votes in the Southwest. So if it's tribal, Tinubu might as well just go and sit down. One man. We'll see tomorrow. Okay. Good night.
All right. Good night. God bless. Thank you. Go get some rest. You sound as though you need it. So thank you. So that was Des. Of course, that was Des. Everybody knows Des. So from Des, let's go to the musician in the city. Formerly Uptown, now Peter Obi for president. GCFR. So Uptown. Closing remarks.
Yeah, one man. Let me close with reading out an encounter I had with somebody on Twitter on the comment section while we're on this platform. I was doing it. So he said something under the Brahmo section that was highly a bigotry statement. And I told him, my brother, you are a bigot. Heal yourself. Heal yourself. And then he came back and replied. He said, your father is a bigot. If Yoruba people were bigots, they wouldn't let Igbos in Lagos perpetrating atrocities in our land. So I responded to him. I told him, listen, I didn't call Yoruba people a bigot. I called you. I quoted his handle. I called you a bigot. Don't attempt to rub your nonsense on the good people of your tribe. Yoruba people are my brothers. He responded to me and said, Yoruba people are not your brothers. Only Edo is our brothers. And Edo person came to respond to him, say, we are not your brothers. I had to calm both of them down and say, both you, there's Yoruba, both you, there's Edo. Two of you are my brothers. We are all brothers, unless any day you ask for referendum to leave this country. So why did I read this tweet? One man. It is the notion. See the way I called him out. He made a bigotry statement. I called him a bigot, and he assumed by replying to say, if Yorubas are bigots. No, Mr. Man, you are the bigot, not Yorubas. Don't rub your bigotry on the good people of your tribe. And that is the problem we're having in Nigeria. You make a comment, you're called out, and then you assume it is your tribe that is being called out. What makes you a representative of your tribe? If you do a stupid thing, you take responsibility for it. Your tribe will never take responsibility for it. Igbo people will never take responsibility for Nnamdi Kanu's stupidness. Forgive my language. Igbo people, especially not me and not my family, none of us will take responsibility for all the nonsense Nnamdi Kanu and Samanapa says on their page. So, one man, if Nnamdi Kanu makes a comment that is bigotry, all of us in this country, at least those of us that are not bigots, that have sense, should call him out. Yorubas call him out. Igbos call him out. Fulani is coming out. The same way Brimo, if he makes a bigotry statement, we all call him out. I call him out. You call him out. If P-Square come out tomorrow and tweet something and said, Yoruba people, because I've checked the people insulting me in my comment section, I've seen that you are almost all Yoruba, therefore Yoruba people are fools. I'll be the person to lead the charge in dragging P-Square tomorrow. I will drag him till he leaves Twitter. Because it's wrong. We cannot cite wrong things. Femi, if Femi Fani Kayode be waiting, if he insults you, insult Femi Fani Kayode back. So Femi cannot come and insult me and I will go and start insulting Yoruba tribe. Does Femi Fani Kayode speak for Yoruba tribe? If Femi insult me today, I will go and insult Femi. Femi, you called me a foolish person. You a stupid person. You, Femi, you. If Buhari made a comment and said a dot in a circle. Yeah? So if I feel insulted, I will insult Buhari back. Buhari, you are the dot in a circle. Instead of going to insult innocent Fulani people. When Buhari was saying dot in a circle, was it speaking on behalf of Fulani? He wasn't. Did they send him to say it? They didn't send him.
Have you gone past your 3 minutes?
Let me just round up. But one man, this is important for us to have the ideology of this platform and move ourselves towards unity. You get what I'm saying? So, but then you will find some of my Igbo brothers, they will say Buhari say dot in a circle, therefore we will insult Fulani. When? Did he gather with Fulani people to say it? He said it, he should hold responsible for it. He's the one responsible for it. Fulani people didn't call you dot in a circle. You know what I'm saying? So that is the way we have to go with this platform. One man, you have to help us as well. Help us as well. Try, because sometimes I see it going on in this platform, but sometimes I don't want to call some people out. I don't want to call some people, but sometimes because me, if you go to Twitter, I face off with Simon, but he has blocked my first account. I have used my second account to go and continue from where I stopped. I call him out. I expose his lies that he used to deceive his gullible followers. If he blocks it, I have other accounts. I'll go back and continue because somebody has to call him out. So obedience, if they go extreme, I used to fight with my fellow obedience on Twitter. Once you go overboard, if you want to insult Tinubu, if you want to criticize Tinubu. If you want to criticize criticize APC. Let it not have anything to do with Yoruba people. Yoruba people are not the people fielding Tinubu for president. I can't remember any time Yoruba people gathered and said we are fielding Tinubu. So what is the business of Yoruba people with Tinubu? If you have a qualms with Tinubu, treat it with Tinubu. If you have it comes with APC as a party, treat it with APC. Same advice I give to my Yoruba brothers. If you have I'm rounding off with this. If you have a qualms with Obi, face Obi, criticize Obi. If you have a qualms with his party, Labour Party, or the supporters of Labour Party, call them supporters of Labour Party. I have a problem with you. Don't say Igbo people. Don't say Yoruba people. Don't say Fulani people. That is the problem we are having. So one man, the last request I will use to end this closing remark is, one man, please tailor your leadership in the platform and try to give more airtime to people that preach unity rather than people that come to divide us in this platform.
You brought hold on. You brought the Brahmo story. It wasn't me. It wasn't even on the story. You brought it. You said you
the Brahmo
insisted.
Story is a story that we should talk about. I'm just saying that if anybody come to the platform and immediately start giving ethnic, we have some examples even today. I think the onus is on you to always never give them the chance to, because we at this platform, I feel we are setting the bars.
That's a fair comment, but sometimes a comment might pass me by, or I may not hear.
I understand what you say.
Or I may not hear it in the way that others are digesting it. But as you know, because you've been here long enough, as soon as you bring it to my attention, I address it immediately.
Yes.
Of course,
so the point I'm making is here: if someone makes that kind of comment, allow people to shut him down. Allow people to not only shut him down in terms of criticizing, allow people to explain to him that, my brother, that is not right. This is what you should have done. You understand what I'm saying? Because we are all learning. So if someone said Igbo people, I can't attack you and say I'm vexed up. I think I'll probably be like, okay, you know what? Maybe the way you are viewing it is not the way. See, we Igbos don't hate you. It's because of this and that. There are bigots in every tribe. There are Igbo bigots. There are Yoruba bigots. There are Fulani bigots. And I think this war should be us that want a united Nigeria against the bigots. The more we go against the bigots, the more they are silenced, and the more we have unity. That's the point, and not to fan up everything.
All right, brilliant.
Thank you.
Put. So hopefully we'll see you tomorrow. So that's Uptown, of course, the fans' favorite. Certainly the fans' favorite. So from one fan favorite to another fan favorite, let's take it to Man of Prestige, if he's still there. So Man of Prestige, are you still there?
Yeah, thank you, one man, for giving me the opportunity.
Look at your voice now. This is the Man of Prestige that we know in the normal, steady voice. But they charged you up. They charged you up.
Yeah, thank you, one man, for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'm just going to speak, within the space allowed to me, and I'm going to make it very clear to you. But one man, I'm begging you, please, if any one of us, I'm saying us, I don't mean anybody, come here and make a derogatory statement. I mean, sometimes I know it passes you, because of you are very busy. Please try to caution us. This platform will be a better place. Try to caution us, please. Any one of us that make any bigotry statement, it doesn't matter. I mean, for me, I hate anything about racism, tribalism. I don't forgive that person. This is just me.
I know you do, actually, because
I don't forgive that person. Because
I know you don't like all those ethnic stuff.
It just drive me to the corner. Now I'm still boiling, but I'm gonna be very calm. I'm not gonna mention any name, but I'm gonna just make some some comment. What he said something about the guy that came. I think he drive truck that day. That guy was against me, and I spoke up against him. I don't know if he doesn't remember. He even called me and asked me, "I know you older than me." I remember the person. I was against him, and asked Kulata. Kulata was in a different space. I think it was a VA space. Some guy cussed at him. Ask Kulata when he come by. And I was me and one other girl. I think Isimiri, the one girl in London. I think Isimiri. I don't know if you know who Isimiri is. We went after the guy. Actually, it was Pansat. So let's be very clear. We went after Pansat because he was against Kulata. Kulata didn't even speak. We went after him because of the way he was talking about Kulata. So the point I'm trying to make, I hate that. I will never forgive anybody. That tribalism, ethnicity, it just drive me to extreme level that I don't, But anyway, I don't want to speak. Let's have a good section tomorrow. I'm going to come in and join. But one man, be good, okay?
Oh, all right, thank you, bro. Thank you. Sorry, you were a bit upset. It just passed me by. Whatever it is that I'll have to go and listen back to that Patrick section just to be clear on what he said. And I heard him, but maybe not in the way that I should have. But thank you for bringing it to my attention. So thank you for that. So from man of prestige to Solomon in Abuja, and we have kept him up again. Or now.
It's already part of me. Like I don't even have my system has been programmed to stay long like this now, but I'm going to work on it anyway. Yeah, it was a wonderful section, and even though we had ups and downs in this section, but still good. And for me, nothing. I don't keep things to heart, and I'm not reasoning anything. Yeah, Dex. And him exchange words here. It was very bad for me. I say sorry, not because I'm weak, but because I'm somebody that I don't like. This thing is an insult to me. Like me, even I would have ignored. Yeah. So it was just how my temper was for that moment. But sorry for the insults and all that. Yeah. So, but like what P said here, Mr. What P said here, we should at times allow certain things to be said, not us just petting words and minding what we say. Just if people are angry, they should just air their opinion, say their mind, and I don't know why in this ethnic thing somebody will say you are this. For me, you can't change the fact that I'm from this place, or even with what you've said about my place where I'm coming from. It's not going to change my place, the progress in my place. It's not going. I don't know why people get angry, and I can even come and tell people like maybe somebody from Yoruba that is from the Yoruba land now, this Ofe man or all this kind of thing. It will not still change anything. It will not. If the person still tell me that your place, look at what they do. To be honest with you, I won't get upset. So I don't know why people are even reasoning all these things about ethnic this one and all that. It's not something we should be reasoning. We should be thinking of how to make Nigeria become a progressive country that our economy, because we have all it takes for this country to compete with the world. But because of all this unnecessary talk, that you insulted my place, you insulted my this one, defending your place. If you even check that person, what contribution has he made or has he done for that his place is coming from, or for that his for the Igbo race or for the Yoruba? What contribution have that person done? Nothing. The person is just there making noise and talking what they don't know. So let's just not come here and be getting angry. And everybody that come, if we exchange words or we talk finish in this place and leave, the thing will just leave. Like for me, like this argument I had with this guy now, it has left me already. I'm not even reasoning it. So that's how we should be doing, and not keeping things that happened the other day, we bring it back here and be referencing it. No, let's just try and behave like people who are very, very mature people in this place. So we try and behave that mature. Then for this obedient movement, let me tell you the truth. I don't want to anyway. I don't want to say anything about Obi and his movement, because I know that they will not win. I'm telling you the truth. They should just keep doing what they are doing, keep talking anyhow they are talking. Those people who are dreaming, they should be dreaming well, because I know that they will not win. He's not going to win this election. Yes, even with what I saw in Enugu State, I just knew that these ones are just wasting their time, especially with the fact, even if Obi is a good person, the way you people are doing like mob, like I don't understand. You'll be talking and you don't even know what is involved, and you're making noise, coming here, you cannot even hear in other platforms, you're insulting people and anybody. It's not making sense. It's not making sense. But don't worry, Sha, from 25th of February, we'll know who is who. So one man, thank you for this platform. I thank everybody for their contributions, and one love, and I hope we all gather here today and continue. Yeah, thank you everybody. Good night.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Solomon. So thank you, Solomon. So from Solomon, we go on to War Peace. So War Peace, just condense it, please, so I can go to bed. So War Peace, to you.
Yeah, thank you, one man. The session was a bit rowdy and I was a little bit jarred up, but anyway, sometimes we need to speak about some certain issues, What is going on in this country is not right. The way we sort each other is not right. We should not give pass to certain people and let us then blame to certain people. If it's wrong, it's wrong. When it's wrong, it's wrong, and when it's right, it's right. This election is not about we insulting ourselves. You can insult the leaders, people in ballot box. You can insult Tinubu, insult Atiku. Yes, they are vying for public office, so you have the right to insult them. But now we leave them and start insulting ourselves. It makes us clever by half, But quickly, let me say this: the way that some platform, you can even go to some platform and talk about non Obi. If you go there, they will insult your life for you. The way Nigeria what is, it's so bad that one man tag Nigeria was at the do watch. The last time you was calling Nigeria at the do watch, I wanted to come to the show, but I couldn't to stop it. Like always tag Nigeria watch as Nigeria watch, don't call it a do watch because they are so fixated on Obi, and 80% of people in that platform and Southeasterners, they insult you if you are not talking about Obi. They banned you if you're not even talking about Obi. And there's something they do that they are trying to bring here. They try to moderate and dictate how the platform will go, what we could speak about or what not speak about. I'll make a reference to it. There was the guy that spoke before Trigger, Uptown. He just said, "One man, please do it like this, do it like this." You don't have to tell one man how to run a show. That's the dominance everybody is complaining about. You don't come and dominate other people or tell people how to do their things. Let the show run. The way the show run. The one thing we don't agree on this show is foul language, but you can target and make your point. Counter the narrative with superior narrative. Simple. But if you go to other shows, you cannot even speak about that candidate. They will insult the hell out of you, call you all kind of names. They don't see that as a wrong thing. But if you come to here where you have your point to speak freely, then we start giant up like we are uncivilized. We are bigger than this. And if you think I'm an Igbo hater in any ramification you think is like that, it's okay. I have my own reasons. But for me, I'm doing for the benefit of everybody to be better. I have my own fair share. My state, I have his own fair share. And every other state, I have their own fair share. Nobody hates Igbo in general. But people don't like certain ways the Igbo takes some certain issues. In general, let's transform it so we have a better country. It's for the better country, for one in Nigeria. At least I'm not adjusting to leave the country. Yorubas are adjusting. Why I'm not insulting them? So, but let's look for a way forward to make a country a better place and make this election a better election. Look at now, we're already fighting ourselves before election. Now, if the result now came up, if the result not come out and maybe Tinubu lose or Obi lose, then we'll start shooting gun. It's not right. It's not right. One man, thank you for today. Let me quickly greet the people on the public session. Oga Ayo, Guyele, and the rest people. I greet you people. Buy your coffee, share, like and thumbs up. Without buy my coffee now, we are be. One man, thank you. Peace. I'm out.
Thank you, One Piece. Thank you, One Piece. I wanted to keep it under 7 hours, but we've gone past that. So you just came in at the last minute just to deputize for Ajande Koko Sake father. Did Ajande Koko call you to say, go and close it up for me? The final word from Sake.
Yeah, let me not take your time, one man. It has been a very scholarly section and quite enriching. A lot of people, a lot of countries have been praying to have what Nigeria has today, but Nigeria appears not to be managing it very well. I think our diversity should be a kind of avenue for our strength, but I think people are trying to use it wrongly in such a manner that it tends to become a weakness. I think it is important for any government that comes in power to institutionalize this history as a subject in schools. We should study our rich histories and see that Nigeria actually should be great with its diversity. Diversity is a potential for greatness, and a lot of countries are really praying to have a diverse population. You know, I think Bishop Sankuka once talked on TEDx in Houston, and he was trying to share his experience, the experience he had when they were handling this Uputa panel, because he was part of the Uputa panel. So he shared the experience, and during that time, he said that the Uputa panel that they sat in all the 6 geopolitical zones, and then that one of the things he found baffling is that any zone you go to in Nigeria, people are hurting. You know, every zone is in one way or the other hurting. So I think we should, reorient ourselves. We should have this value reorientation, and we should begin to change our narrative. We should begin to manage our diversity to greatness. And my last statement is we shouldn't die in their war. We should be very careful of what we do for politicians, because after election and after politics, we will still be here. We will still come here as brothers and sisters, and we dine and wine. Thank you, one man, and let me not take much of your time. Tomorrow, we will come back here and sit with you and marry and enjoy. Thank you very much.
All right, brilliant. Always excellently put by Saki Fada. So that was Saki Fada. Of course, you know that was Saki Fada. Even if you don't know the face, you know the voice. It's an identity unto itself. Saki Fada's voice. Saki Fada and Ife, I think they both have unique, peculiar voices, unmistakable. Saki Fada and Ife. So thank you, Saki Fada. Thank you, everybody that turned up. Always grateful for your company. Nothing happens unless you're here. So that's why, with gratitude. This is Rational Mind. So just to bring it up, Rational Mind is flashing it up, so I'll bring it up. We're going to be reintroducing the afternoon sessions, and it's going to be going more. It's nothing to do with politics. It's going to be along these lines. So a lot of you have been, no doubt, unless you have been living under a rock, you've been following the storyline of Andrew Tate. So it's one of the things that I've put out, and we're going to be discussing it at some length. I was going to do it for tomorrow, but I've done this such a long session, I might not, but we'll see. If it's not tomorrow, then it's going to be, it's the day after tomorrow. No. Actually, will it be tomorrow? No, I think I have an airport run tomorrow. So I have an airport run tomorrow. I have to go pick somebody up. But we'll see. But certainly between tomorrow and Saturday, we'll have like an afternoon session, around about 1:45, to go through the Andrew Tate space, see what we're making of it. So diarize that. Get yourself ready for that. It's going to be wild. It's going to be wild. You know, the Matrix finally, he did say the Matrix finally got him. The Matrix in Vegas, they tell you that the house always wins. The establishment will always get you. The Matrix finally got him, or did they? So I'll come find out all about that either tomorrow or the day after. Yes, thank you to the super chatters who in this instance, I did ask that we should try and illuminate the comment section with multicolors of super chat, but in this instance, it wasn't so much, the light faded a little bit on that space in this instance. Switch kicked it off. Alexander Akache picked it up, and then Freedom Simple brought it home. So thank you to all three. But then in the buy the coffee section, it looks as though more uptakers are always cutting a lonely furrow in that space. But in this instance, it's had a bit of company. So with Ayo today, you had another Ayodele Joseph who is Ayo Joe in the comment section. And then Ayo himself, of course, he comes under the Lionhead banner. And the two Ayos were sandwiched by James Sabah. So thank you to the gentlemen. So keep doing that, because that's what incentivizes the space. Because the live streaming, it doesn't really carry any adverts, as you know. So it's just really all the super chats that pads it out. If they do come, as you know, there's no ad breaks in between the live streaming. But that's just the format that I've chosen to interact with. So I'll go with that. So thank you, one and all. We'll do it again later. So I'll leave it here. Carry the conversation on within the comment section over here. I say peace.